step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we're just heading towards the halfway stage, and a lot of these matches today will definitely determine exactly how things are going to occur potentially in the second half, but we've definitely got some spicy matches for you coming up very shortly. I'm Lethal, joining me is Lady B, and of course Judo right on the very end. And B, I'll start with you. How are you getting on?
Doing well. Really excited for the matchups today. Again, these are ones that are tough to predict. I thought last week was difficult, but this week is going to prove to be a task. How are you doing, Judo? What do you think about the matches that we have coming today?
It almost feels like deja vu, doesn't it? Every time we open the show, like, oh my gosh, the matches are so incredible. But it really continues to heat up, I think, especially with the leaderboard continuing to chop and change. We've seen such drastic swings on Monday alone, didn't we, Lethal? And I can't wait to see whether that happens again today.
Mate, I feel like a broken record every time we've got some absolute bangers, like in terms of the matches coming up today. But we do every single time. This region is just so strong. Like, I don't even need to say anything here at this point. Look at the standings. It speaks for itself. Banting are currently up on top 4-2. But do remember that ATN and Entropy Gaming do have a match in hand. So we could easily try and take the top spot today, depending on the circumstances. And definitely something we did not anticipate at all is with Time to Throw in MCS, only struggling a little bit here, but by no means least, we can definitely say that everyone is still in the running to try and grab one of those top 4 spots for the finals.
They really are. It's been switched up, and you can see, even though Time to Throw and MCS are in the bottom there, they're tied up from number 5 with Repotted Gaming sitting alongside of GH Rest. And we have seen that it's a coin toss when it comes to any of these matchups, that any one of these teams can really get the job done and pull in that win, Judo.
Absolutely, and you look at the matches ahead and you think, okay, MCES, couple of matches today, let's say they win both of their matches, that could indeed move them all the way to the top, essentially, depending on how the results go, because that is how close it is. So why don't we go through the matches here, Lethal?
Oh, I certainly will do indeed, mate, as we will go straight into Banzinger versus Entropy Gaming to kick things off. Let's see if Banzinger can hold on to that top spot. And this is going to be a slobber knocker in itself. Time to Throw versus MCES. For these two, they're both at the bottom of the table, but this will definitely give them a bit of leeway to then progress further later on. And Entropy Gaming, you're going to have more of them as they'll be against ATN later on in the third match. And I must say, I feel sorry for Entropy Gaming. They've got some hard hard matches to start this, to start today off. But we do have MCES versus Reported Gaming, GHRS versus ATN. We have to see how well prepared GHRS are for ATN this time round. And then we have Time to Throw versus Carnage Gaming later on. But we do have one last match, which will finish up the evening, and it'll be GHRS once again versus Robotic Gaming. I must say, in terms of the standings, it's very tough to call as well. And I think a lot of teams here still really know they've got a chance. We know that normally, if it was a previous season or any other season, normally we can say, okay, these one or two teams have probably fallen off a little bit too far off the ladder. It's a very slim chance they'll be able to make it in some way in terms of making it to the finals. And even for some of the teams in the top spots, we could say they pretty much solidified their place. It's almost a guarantee, a couple of wins, and then they've pretty much grasped that anyway. But at this moment, we can't really say anything like that yet. We're almost on the fourth play day. We were technically pretty much at the halfway stage, and we still can't call it.
No, we can't. And this was tough because we did our own predictions earlier today.
We did.
I might have mixed it up slightly. I think everyone, I don't know, maybe they won't be surprised at this point that no, I did not go with ATN for one of the matches. But wow, I am impressed that we actually all have gone pretty close in hand for the most part on these predictions, when it really is a coin toss in the air for who would actually get the win. But you know, when it came to Rest going up against ATN, I just, I really feel that Rest could get the edge. They had an earlier match this week where they did get the win over ATN on it. So it was kind of the same situation for RPG. But Judo, tell me a little bit more about your picks and some of your decisions. It looks like you and I both went pretty close to the same for the most part, with the exception of ATN.
Yeah, well, with you getting 6 out of 7 last time, I needed at least one different in order to try and pit you this time. But the interesting one for me is RPG and MCES, because that is the only prediction that was split 50-50 between us three and the audience. And I must admit, that was probably the hardest match for me to pick, because I think both teams have put on great performances. And whilst on paper you might pick MCES, Reported have really shown that they are here to win. They have, I think, the highest hit rate out of any of the teams. Bad Zinga potentially the only ones higher than them at the moment. So I'm excited to see how they will fare using their offensive power. Maybe they can tweak their defenses a little bit this week and have a really good run, Lethal.
Do you know what? I was looking at the predictions and I thought, oh, okay, quick 5-minute job. I think I spent at least 10-20 minutes because I was looking back at the results and trying to compare what we could see. And I was trying to swerve more towards Reported Gaming earlier on, but the fact that they took down ATN on the same day they lost to one of the other teams, and we saw this happen to MCS before, and I was just like, you really can't predict. It doesn't matter how experienced you are, inexperienced, it's going to be very tough to call. I know me and Judo have to step up our game after our, 3 out of 7 last time, right? But hopefully this will be the one, because we know B got 6 out of 7, which is just ridiculous in itself. But guys at home, we'd love to know your thoughts and feelings in terms of what you feel is going to be happening in the match today, or maybe at a later date. Let us know how you feel it's going to go on the standings. Hashtag ESL Mobile. Let us know your thoughts here. You can interact and comment, and then we may even read out the tweets from you, and I'll be interested to see your point of views as well. But yeah, it is going to be very tough to call in League, and I think I'll be very interested to see how things will go, especially with our predictions, because like I said, a lot of changes, and I haven't actually looked at predictions until just then, and we haven't got too similar in terms of how we feel things are going to go in these entire 7 matches. But it's very tough to call, isn't it?
It is, and I don't know. After last week, I felt like I probably should have gone to the horse track, put in some bets. I was riding high on that one. But we'll see how this week goes, because I really do think that it could easily go in any direction for any of these teams. We've seen some phenomenal performances. We've seen some great defenses coming through, and that's also what I'm looking forward to seeing today, is where the standings are, where the hit rates have kind of moved forward to, but most importantly, where those defenses are, because that's been impressive to see defenses continuing to increase since the update.
Yeah, totally. And I think with the update, they've had a little bit of time to settle in now as well, and also scout out their opponents, since they know who they're going up against, and they have something to look back on, because it's always difficult after an update. You can't really scout your enemy too well, to be honest, but as they see each other playing, in the challenge, they can then look back at the attacks. Are there any patterns, even down to individual players, that they like to do? Maybe it's specific parts of strategies that they can then bait in. So that's where I do think we will see the defense continue to rise.
Well, you can see, Judo, you'll be having front row seats for this first match. So we'll see you in just a few, or more than a few, probably about 45 minutes to now. But we'll see you in a little bit anyway. You'll be replacing me for the second match later on. And B, you're all mine for this one, for this first match between the likes of Badzinger and Entropy Gaming. And I think all of us did assume, including the audience as well, that Badzinger should come out on top. And I still think it's very tough to call. Even though we all predicted this, it's just the assumptions we've made considering how strong they've been so far over the last few playdays. But Entropy Gaming has also been improving dramatically. Actually made some drastic changes over the last few playdays.
No, but it really, you have to do that. You have to go with the flow. You have to really turn things around and be versatile, especially in this current meta. You really need to ride with the waves. And they're a team that is able to do that. We can see they're certainly doing that with their defense is 60% average defense, which is huge. And this is what I do love seeing, that we do have teams that are able to hold strong. Their hit rate has been going a little bit back and forth, but settling in that 57% is a great place to actually be for them. And one thing that's consistent is that when these teams are not making the mark, when they're not hitting those 3 stars, they are getting pretty darn close with a 93% average damage rate.
Look at this. So Entropy Gaming, another juggernaut here, which we did expect to a certain extent ever since back in play-ins 1 and 2. We knew they've had a fantastic attacking squad across the board, and now we can see what they can do against Badzinger. And this will be a nice way for them to try and climb the ladder a little bit further here. The hit rate 40%, but average damage 91%. Not too shabby considering all the teams they've been playing against so far, and an average defense of 55% there. So we know what Entropy Gaming can do. So a lot of people would say sometimes it's been their attacks was definitely been relying on in terms of keeping up with a lot of these teams. Their base builds they've been okay, they've been fine. Haven't been the best, but haven't been the worst either. But if they've made improvements on that end as well, this could be a very scary roster to look at later on in the season.
It could be, and you know that team just really is fire. They are one of the stronger German teams in the community, particularly this season. We've been seeing them coordinating well, really taking advantage of the update, what it's offered, and just honing in on it. So with those defenses coming up for them, if they can kind of settle into that, I think they're going to find themselves in a nice mix. And that's a great thing, is the healthy balance that you have between offense and defense right now, which is why we see these, these crazy star counts. The fact that we've seen some big teams like MCES and ATM being held back to 12 stars is a big deal. Now let's take a look as Avatar comes in, rocking up with the Queen Charge Lalo. So nice air to come in from the start of this war. I'm almost always expecting to see drag riders these days, forgetting that we're seeing so many more strategies coming to the table. But watch this Queen path coming through. We've got the 2 super wall breakers to navigate her push along, and with the Town Hall from the opposite side of the base, I'm curious to see if he's going to use Sublime to settle across, or potentially use the King to actually help take that on.
I don't blame you for thinking that, because we saw a lot of Queen Charge Dragon Riders, especially towards the last few wars on Monday. So it made you think we're going to see a little bit more as things start to stabilize in terms of these compositions. But it looks like we're going to see a little bit of difference here. Now the Queen just chilling there with the Rage spell, now just trying to sort out the defense here. We're using a couple of loons towards an other compartment, but she will be there for a while, just outside that Rage spell, but still able to survive, but does drop another one anyway. As speaking of drops, the King has popped down to say hello to go onto the south side and then start doing work with the structures on the south compartment.
Yep, and so working in to take on that scatter shot and tanking for the Royal Champion so we can get her to push a little bit deeper inside the space. Ideally, we want the multi-targeting Inferno to go down. Ooh, and we did bring the Warden with the mix, so coming in with a full hero push to bring this along. And by doing that, he's able to use the Warden ability to clip that blimp, sail through, take on the Town Hall. And this is going to be all cleanup for the Lalo on the back end, providing that the Royal Champion can get set in her path to the core of the base, which indeed she is doing. And able to hold on to her ability. This king is providing excellent tank work, and this is why you are seeing a lot of people coming through with the strategy, but bringing the Warden in for that extra added bump of support.
Yeah, look at this. This is looking pretty good so far. He's still got 14 loons in his back pocket to use, even when he hasn't even finished this attack. Most of the portion of it already been cleaned up. His avatar's looking very strong so far. The queen is still there as well, just needs to try and break through that next wall to help towards the scanner shot. But the scanner shot's actually been distracted anyway by the queen, so the loons should be having a field day pushing on forward. It's all about the Inferno Tower and that Wizard Tower just in the northeast area. Once that's cleaned up, that's going to be perfectly fine. And do you know what here, B? This is just a really good attack. I think he must have taken out at least, what, 65% of the base at the time, and that was even before he initiated most of his loons and the Lava Hand as well. So great attack from Avatar, showing why Bad Singer are currently in the top spot, and that's a fantastic way to kick things off in this war.
Yeah, indeed, it was 60% before he started that Lalo that the heroes were able to take down, and that's not even factoring in what they did while the Lalo was going on to help just take down, eliminate some of the outlying structures and help to tank for the defenses. But we are seeing this becoming a more prominent style of attack. And if you are going to do that, if you are going to invest your heroes, you need to be going for those big damage items, you know, making sure that the town hall is going down, taking out some of the multis for the loons, and just really providing a lot of good value so that the loons can only be there for the cleanup portion. So you want to hit around that 60% mark with your heroes if you're going to do that.
And it's difficult with Bad Singer because we know that some teams have a favorite. We've noticed it on a few occasions here, but Bad Singer, they've used a wide variety of different compositions. Like the most used is definitely the Queen Charge Lali, but the thing is though, it's only by the smallest margin. It's just very difficult to try and comprehend what they're going to be up to, which is very difficult for a lot of these teams to try and defend against. But you are going to be kicking things off with perhaps from Entropy Gaming, using that Rocket Loon to take down the AD in that left compartment. He's actually coming up with E-Drags here. Interesting.
Something that we don't often get to see, but it is one attack strategy that we will get to see typically coming in from Entropy Gaming. I think that is actually pretty impressive because they're about the only team that's doing that, which leaves a little bit of a weakness and blind spot for the teams that they do have to face off against, though it could burn them if teams are starting to predict this as a possibility. But they are going to be looking for those bases they can take advantage of. Some good chain value for the E-Dragons working through the center of the base, but we do need to make sure that the heroes just are reliable to carry on through the outskirts, similar to the way we would see the use of Inferno Drag Riders. And this is carrying on lovely. You can see a couple of drag riders on the outskirts of the base, and especially working along with the heroes is huge for this because the Queen and the Royal Champion have been able to hold on to their abilities, and he's going to absolutely nail through this base.
He certainly has done so far, and what can you say, really? Do you know what the funny thing is? We always see this E-Drag composition probably once a week, I would say, and I'm glad we've seen it because I was like, we're definitely due to have it at some stage, and we're going to definitely see it here today already. His back's just charging through this base already, with the one E-Drag there on that left-hand side. Still trying to deal with the Wizard Town, Inferno Town there. It's already pretty weak, but hopefully he can deal with the damage straight afterwards. But still pushing on forward, still got one left, but he's still got the heroes as well. As you can see, look at that, 1 and 10 minutes left remaining, and that was a really good attack. It was not really methodical, just a very aggressive approach, but that's what you need with a composition like this. So already doing a fantastic job just trying to equal the star camp with Bad Singer early on, just to make sure we don't fall behind early, because we saw quite a lot of that in the previous play days.
We did. Now, Queen's struggling here a little bit, but she's picking on the perfect wall to open up. Look at this narrow axis that she's going to get in that will give her the range to pick off the multi-targeting Inferno, and most importantly, that X-Bow. If she had come through on a different portion of this, it could have been a bit problematic, but that's exactly where you want her to go so that, you know, with the ability, you can ensure that you get everything taken down. And you mentioned that we get to see this maybe once a week, and that's because Entropy Gaming has just a mastery of using those E-Drags. So they look for the weaknesses, and, you know, they're going to take advantage. So, you know, players have to be mindful of this, knowing that this is what they're going to come in with.
Definitely, you know, an element of caution depending on which base you play against as well. And we're talking about the composition in terms of, like, you know, some teams do have like a personal favourite here and there. They try and use as much as they can, but it does depend on the bases they're up against, doesn't it, of course? So in terms of execution, yeah, it's fine, it's great, but you need certain compositions for certain bases, don't you? So it doesn't make sense as to why we see something not a little bit different, but very different in terms of variety of what we've seen so far over the last few play days. Like, you remember previous season, it was like Queen Charge Dragon Riders was like literally double the count of the next favor. I can't really remember what it was from the top of my head. It was so many months ago, and of course it was before the update anyway. But looking very good so far for both teams. Still very, very early. Both of them do have that triple, and very clean attacks, I must say, from what we've seen so far.
Super clean. This is a great way to kick off a war. We're going 1 for 1 on both sides, and it's just gonna keep heating up, I think, with these two teams. This is why it's so difficult to try and predict who's actually gonna get the wins in these wars with these amazing attackers, and a lot of the versatility that comes through within the players themselves. Now, one wants to keep the momentum going forward after that amazing start from Avatar earlier in the war, and looking to come through with the Drag Riders. We do see a lot of versatility from Juan, but when it calls for the Queen Charge Drag Rider, he knows that that's exactly what he's going to go in with. I'm trying to follow the pathing of this Queen here because we're leading that access towards the Eagle, not quite getting in, but we do have the Yeti starting to funnel it up, looking like he might want to force the Queen a little bit further over towards the multi-targeting Inferno and set the course going in that direction here.
Yeah, you have to deal with quite a lot here, including the defensive RC, and of course the Eagle just in that next compartment, but the Queen's just going to head down south a little bit further ahead just to deal with that multi-Inferno. The King has come out as well, just to make sure that funnel does continue. The Queen's just dropping the Rage spell down just to make sure to secure that compartment and not really taking too much damage. The only worrying thing is that the healers have taken quite a fair amount, so hopefully won't cause too many problems later on, depending on the circumstances he puts themselves in. But still a very methodical approach here, and we'll see if the Badinger team can continue this good push.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if this went a little bit awry looking at the wall break at the top, or if he stuck a sneaky goblin inside there to navigate the pathing for the Queen. So this could be trying to redirect what happened, but either way, it is working relatively well. Nice use of the Dragon Rider to pick off that Eagle and ensure it goes down. We will have the Blimp to sail through the Warden aura and take down the Town Hall here, and the Queen is still carrying on. It's slow moving to get right there inside the center of the base, taking down the multi-targeting Inferno, but she will focus on taking down the Queen and eliminating a pretty nasty potential position for these Drag Riders. With the Royal Champ for support, she's not going to have much more power left over, but she has cleared out a huge chunk of the back end of this base.
Yeah, the RC's finally been taken down. The Queen has as well, as I just noticed in the center, and let's see how much more they can do here, because even though there's only a little bit of time left, I haven't really got a huge amount here. They've still got a couple of Dragon Riders, still got the Warden behind it, but the only problem is, can you get it finished up in time? The Dragon Rider on the north side is actually really weak. We'll get taken down by the Expo momentarily, and this is where it can cause even more issues here. Is even though you've got a small amount of these units alive, it's definitely not going to clean up for that triple, which is just a little bit of a shame here. Now the Warden literally just stuck combined in that compartment. The other Dragon Rider's been cut down as well, and this is going to be falling short here, sadly, for Badinger. We'll get a 2-star. Not the worst percentage in the world, just trying to hit it to the 90% mark if they can before this is all said and done, which they have done. So good stuff anyway. Definitely could have gone south depending on the circumstances they were in. But yeah, a little bit of a shame there, but it couldn't have been a worse percentage. But how do you feel like it could have done a little bit differently here, B? Because, it's looking very good to begin with. He had a little bit more of a methodical approach with the Queen, but Sally just fell short.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a quick look at the replay here, and the Queen was ideally meant to charge her way through into that Eagle compartment, so he did have to readjust the plan slightly, and that was a bit of the problem. The value still likely would have been fairly similar in the way he would have come through with this, definitely wanting to eliminate the core of the base likely, but time and the Queen dying out to that single definitely was a huge hurt factor. Of course, that also being up there for the Drag Riders just fizzled them off at the end. And I've said this many times with the Drag Riders now, yes, we've seen a nerf. Is it the end of the world for them? No. But you do rely so much more on your heroes to be there to help through to the end. So if your Queen's not alive through the majority of that raid, you're not going to have typically what's needed to get through for the 3-star.
We'll have to see what happens now, because at least you could say the pressure is definitely going to be on Badinger later on, but it all depends what Entropy he can do here. There's no Obama now is going to be coming out to see what he can do to try and capitalize on the odd mistake or two there from the Badinger side. It will be on Wasted's defense. And just coming out with the Queen just to start things slow, just heading towards that Town Hall compartment, just using a couple of loons as well, just to snipe a couple of bits along the way. And yeah, I will say this for Entropy Gaming, for them to try and take down Banting, and if they do take him down, like, even though it's very early on to say so, one, they've already ruined our predictions and it's only been one match, and two, this could be a great way for them to try and slide themselves in that top four.
We'll have to see if they've ruined our predictions quite yet. Maybe they saw our predictions and they're like, nah, we're not going to allow this to happen. You've all picked against us, and yeah, they're just going to do us dirty. But we still have a few more attacks left to go, and Juan's percentage there, could come back into their favor if they're able to hold defenses, which we've seen. Badzinger, that 60% defense rate is pretty promising for them. But let's see as Nobama carries on. Queen charging through. Now, she only has access to this one chamber. She would have to beat her way through the wall into the back end multi. So this is really going to rely heavily upon the time. We don't want too many multis for the hybrid to have to go through. So that also is a risk that this runs. He does have the heal that could cut across, but it seems to be a bit of a struggle to get the siege barracks, the P.E.K.K.A., the King working down into the Eagle compartment to ensure a safe passage into the multi-zone.
The Queen is now just slowly pushing to the south side still, just to try to take out this south compartment before anything else gets it. But these spring traps has taken a few of his Hog Riders out already. Still not looking too bad. It just depends on how much more value you can get with the Queen as well. But as long as the Queen can get in that compartment, just distract a lot of his defenses, it should be okay. But the only question is, though, how is this going to work? The Hog Riders now coming out again from that 4 o'clock position, now just going straight towards the Expo here. But you were talking about these multi-infernos, and they're already doing a huge amount of work already, and there's nothing really can get in the way. The RC could at least try and get in there now to prioritize the multi-inferno, which it has done already. 50 seconds left on the clock, and to be fair, the Queen still does have her ability. So if things get a little bit desperate in terms of trying to get up on a cleanup duty, then it should be perfectly fine. But looks like it's all going to be okay anyway. The healer's literally on the brink of death, does survive until the very end, and that is going to be a triple bet for Entropy Gaming. Nobama's going to be pretty pleased about that, and that is going to be the lead now. But Entropy Gaming is Badzinger and need to try and catch up.
Yeah, really great handling of that freeze. The freeze timing to hold off the scatter shot was perfection, allowing the Royal Champ with just enough power to actually get through that scatter shot compartment. And having the Queen ability was huge. But you're right, it's those multi-targeting Infernos on the back end that you worry about, and you can see how quickly they will pick off the Hogs, the miners coming through, particularly when there's other structures and defenses in particular that are just in the path, in the way, and distracting them. And so how quickly those healers started going down too. So, it's just great handling from Nobama to turn that back around into the 3-star. Entropy Gaming is not letting up against Badzinger, and that could be a bit troublesome for them since they've already slipped up so early in this. But I don't know. Are you really counting them? Now you've got me doubting. Are you really counting them out at this point? We're only 2 hits in from each side.
No, I was just trying to be a little bit skeptical. I thought an upset to start the day, I like that. I don't mind my predictions going to be wrong if they had to do that. And if they do, great, fantastic. It means we're going to kick things off to a very sweet start, which is why I was kind of hoping, but not at the same time, just due to the fact that, yeah, do I want my prediction to be wrong or do I want an upset? This is going to be the real question. It depends how selfish I am, really. I think that's the main question there. We do have Wasted now from Badzinger. It is going to be coming out to sea. Look at 13 rocket loons. Okay, I think there was only one time we saw someone use a huge pack of rocket loons. It's basically loons on haste spells anyway, technically, aren't they, at this point? But very interested to see how he's going to execute with this composition now.
Yeah, so this will be another combination of the all 4 heroes working together to just go in with a massive Queen Charge hero dive push to clear up some big value, get into the center of the base, and use the rocket loons to pick off the outskirt defenses. So these heroes have to get some huge value. Now the King dies out early. Queen's still going on, carrying on to work our way through, but we've yet to drop the Royal Champion and this Warden yet. Town Hall is secured, but we need to lead the Queen into the center of the base, eliminate a lot of that as an option. And I'll be curious if the Warden, there we go. Oh, he's with the Queen here. The Warden is indeed working with the Queen, so we can reserve that ability to keep her alive and well, and then bring in the Royal Champ just for a little flanking and navigating.
Yeah, the healer's doing a great job so far. It's definitely got the work cut out from here, twice the work this time round compared to what they're normally used to here. And yeah, it's interesting what you said with the Warden now coming up with the Queen instead. The RC actually comes out as well, just in the nick of time, just to distract a little bit of that damage away from the Queen and the Warden, but the RC still trying to make the push onto that scanner shot. Of course, main priority being taking that out, and the AD in that compartment does pop the RC ability, still pushing into the center as well. And let's have a look though, 51% done already. Still got 10 rocket loons and 7 loons to back it up straight afterwards. This is looking very good. He just wants to get as much value with these heroes as possible before he initiates that push. And speaking of that push, we see a few loons come out already from the south side just to make work and start heading towards into the center, but just needs to keep focus on those 2 Inferno Towers, especially in the center.
Yeah, so the single's no issue for the rocket loons, but he wants to make sure that the queen doesn't get targeted. And equally, this multi not an issue for the queen. So we want her to break through the wall quickly to get there, and he's holding on to these 6 rocket loons. So once she gets into the multi compartment, he can start surrounding the back end defenses here and help snipe those off. I notice he still is hanging on to a freeze and the invisibility spell. That freeze could help with the wizard tower, but it doesn't seem that it's necessarily quite needed as the loons just surround from every corner to wipe this base clean. But is there going to be enough time? Lethal, 6 seconds left, and we still have this storage near 3 o'clock that one minion
No.
has not been able to take down. This was such a stunner of an attack, and time getting him in the very end.
I can't believe it. Do you know what? That was such a great calculated push as well, especially towards the second half of that. Just using some of the loons just to take out some of the defenses, so the rocket loons just go straight into get into the bulk of that defense, especially those Inferno Towers as well, and using the freeze to make sure those rocket loons do secure taking down some of these defenses. It was all planned out perfectly there. Just a shame that he had 1 minion on that back storage. It is absolutely typical. I still think that was one of the best attacks we've seen so far. We haven't really seen a mass pack of rocket loons across the board. We've only seen it once, and at first I thought they were just taking the mick a little bit using that composition because we don't ever see it normally, but how calculated waste it was. It was still, in my opinion, one of the best attacks, even though he didn't freestyle it.
It really was. But I think the thing that you really see out of that is the risk of it because of the time-consuming queen charges. You have to get your whole hero position in and get through the majority of the base before you can even bring in those loons. I think maybe the biggest mistake that happened out of that is just maybe not holding on to 1 extra loon for the back end. That could have taken out the storage in a timely fashion, but he played his cards right. He did a beautiful job, and I really can't fault it. But let's take a look as N99 comes in with the Blizzard. I always grit my teeth on these attacks, worrying that we're going to get the full value and not hit any traps, but he does get this done successfully and can start moving forward now with the heroes. We have really sectioned off a huge chunk of the space. Ideally, we'd like to see air defenses go down, but those are easy to pick off from the outskirt edges, whether it's with the heroes or just sweeping the loons in.
He's getting happy with it so far. Priority number 1, taking down that Town Hall. That's all done and dusted now. Kicking off for the Queen now and the King as well, just to create that funnel towards that west compartment. Just taking it a little bit slower here, but saying that though, the Ice Golem has come out just to give a helping hand to take some of that damage and also help out, especially with his multi as well in that west compartment. Both the King and the Queen has actually entered. The RC's actually come out as well. We've seen this quite a lot, haven't we, B? Just using these 3 heroes just to come out in sync and push together in separate compartments. And the RC is still trying to do work. 3 spells have come down just to try and add insult to injury towards his defensive, but the RC is trying to take down that scatter shot if it can. It's so weak. Actually doesn't finish it up in the end here. Still got the owl there as well though, if it can do any more, but the scatter shot's still alive here, B.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate. Even bringing in a giant to help with the tank, and it's still not enough. So sneaking in, trying to sneak in some loons to take it down while it was distracted by the Queen, and still unable to get that taken on. So, you know, he's leaving it for now, starting with the Lalo, getting this going, and it's smart because time is not on his side. We're already a minute left over here to try and keep this Lalo pushing. So let's see if he holds on to a couple for the back end, maybe haste them in for the scatter shot. Just waiting to see what the rest of this push is going to actually need, especially having to come in with that multi in the center of the base. Warden ability, though, helping to carry this on, but still cannot pick off that multi. The Hound, at very least, was a very smart move here, because look at it cut across and take the focus of the scatter shot temporarily.
Yeah, I was going to say with the Lava Hand, at least they can take the AD, no, sorry, not take the AD, but at least try and distract with the AD. And you saw as well from that northwest position, he tried to use a few more loons to take down that scatter shot, but still wasn't able to. The sweeper just being a nuisance, just keeping it at bay, but delayed it long enough in order for the scatter shot to survive once again. It's all going to be about that one scatter shot in the other compartment. But even if he did take that down, I don't think the additional 3 loons would have made too much of a difference. It may be a better percentage, but not really that triple. So it does mean that the slip up from Entropy Gaming is actually the first slip up so far, as we're just at the halfway, just over the halfway point now on this war. But still, though, they do have a start lead.
Yeah, they need one more to try and get this in, and that 99%, I'm sure, is going to help them out if they can hold on to one more defense. That's kind of all they need at this point to try and get back in it. That was it. The MVP really was that air sweeper on that one, certainly towards the end. But, you know, you're right. It really wouldn't have made too much of a difference getting that scatter shot down in the end. The fact that the heroes were not able to get the initial push, just way too much damage coming in. It really hurt the opener of the attack. If the loons worked together collectively, we could have seen a much better result on that one.
Yeah, it could have been a different story. The fact he had to use those 3 loons to take down the scatter shot, and he didn't, definitely caused trouble. The sweeper, like I said, was the MVP, especially in that war. Or the scatter shot, depends how you see it. And there's another time as well where a lot of the loons did split across when it went into the center with a multi and one of the other compartments on the east side. So certainly for him, nothing just went his way. It was it's a little bit of a shame, but you are right, though. If they did go in collectively, we might have been a different story, but definitely would have at least had a much better percentage with that 2 stars. So let's see how things are going to go, as Badzing have realized now that even though the pressure's still on them, there's definitely a way in back in this matchup.
Yeah, so we've got Rakiras coming in. I think I say it every time. He's one of my favorite Lalo attackers to watch. Just because he comes in so clean and with these really nicely conceived plans. We can see the Zap Quake just eliminating the core of the base, connecting it with the Stone Slammer, providing that extra tank, getting the Yetis raged up and in, luring the CC, and getting some nice, big, massive value out of this push. We've got a scatter shot down. We've got, you know, the core of the base down with the Inferno that was in place. So we've really navigated a good path for the Lalo portion of this. And in order to ensure that there's less risk for it, of course, we're going to take down that Town Hall. We don't want those loons to have to pass through there. So a nicely shaped up L-style base for him to push through. And look how narrow it is. You can see those 2 clearly distinct path of lines for the loons to push through, which makes it so much easier to try and bring forward and support.
Yeah, it's looking very good so far for Rakiras. Now he's coming with the Warden and the loons on the southeast side as well, just pushing towards that south compartment. Just a multi-prong attack just to make sure to distract the DPS across the board, but that multi needs to be taken out as soon as possible. Good free spell there, and remember, he still has 3 haste spells, 2 now after using it to go straight into the southwest side to focus on that scanner shot. Does make it in time. We'll clean up as soon as possible. Taking a little bit of time. Is actually just freezing everything there on the left-hand side. This is a very interesting attack here. Use another haste spell as well in the center to take out anything else in the center, but they've rejoined. Look at the amount of loons which is left there. The only problem is, oh, look at that. They even split perfectly there in that west compartment. You couldn't really ask for better. Still got the RC as well, just full health and the Warden as well. This is a beautiful attack here from Rakiras, from Badzinger, and this is again another great way to keep themselves in this matchup, keep it as competitive as possible, and that is going to be another triple for Badzinger.
I think you see exactly why I love watching Rakiras come in with those Lalos. Absolutely phenomenal. Such a clean hitter. And I love those ice hounds when they hit a nice radius. Oh, it is beautiful to watch. I know some viewers are always excited to see it and will say, why don't people use this enough? But from time to time, we do have players that know how to use them, that love to use them, and that use them so well. So kudos to Rakiras. Trying to get Badzinger back in this one. They have the opportunity if they're able to pick up a defense. And again, you know, they have a 60% defensive average, which I really got to hype up and highlight because that speaks loads to what they've been bringing. They just need it today against Entropy Gaming, which, you know, they're getting close. They're getting closer to that mark, but one more will do them what they need. Is it going to be against Reen? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. As Reen comes in with the Blizzard. So we cut across. We want to eliminate this entire scatter shot chamber. And the surrounding edge would be nice to get down that expo, but I don't know that we will. But definitely securing the Royal Champion in this one is
that
huge.
was huge. Yeah, do you know, I love how we both said huge. Yeah, it was huge. A great way to kick things off here, especially destroying everything, or pretty much everything there in his compartment. Now, let's see what Reen's going to do here on out, as he wants to get this triple to make sure the fate is in their hands to comply for that final attack straight after this. And does realise that at least the Tesla farm is near the town hall. So he managed to bait Van out. The Queen is now just on the right side. It's going to take a little bit of while. They just have to do everything there. The Lava Hound's actually just trying to go towards the King, which is interesting. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a slower progression now, just until we see these loons come out with the Lava Hound as well. Just going to be a matter of time. Just interested to see how he's going to try and approach this town hall as well. It does have a minute 50 left on the clock. The Queen is pushing now towards the south side to take out these structures alongside with the King. And it looks like he is going to be pushing in now with that invisibility spell to try and take down this town hall, which he does successfully. Already good stuff here from Entropy Gaming.
Yeah, the Sneaky Goblins, perfect way to pick it off. I don't know if you heard me gasp slightly because I saw
I did hear,
a
yeah.
little tiny bomb pop up, and I'm like, oh no, did he not pick up all the traps along the way? But he managed to quickly take that down, so GG. But look at the King going and the Queen going, capitalizing off of this big open chamber. What I like is that he's not wasting time, gets the Lalo started, knows that it's going to narrow out in this path towards the 9 o'clock side, and the Royal Champ is already set in place to eliminate the multi in the core. We want to keep those loons paths away from the damage zone as much as possible. That might not be the case here, unfortunately. Well, nope, she steers it back on course.
Yeah, the RC's got a lot of work to do here. Needs to try and get in as fast as possible, but look at the amount of loons being taken down though here, B. Pretty much the majority of them. Just use a couple here to try and snipe a couple of the defenses off in the northwest side if they can. And they should be able to take out a bit. It's just a matter of how quickly these heroes can then try and make a difference. The problem is the Queen is currently stuck. We'll have to break through at least 2 of these walls in order to make something happen here. But the problem is, look at that though. You still got that whole Tesla farm, the Inferno Tower and the Wizard Tower there, as well as the Expo just waiting for it. So 20 seconds left. May not be a triple, but at least you can try and get the best percentage possible. But that means they can give some way for Battinger here. If Battinger get a triple in the next attack, they are going to be the victors here, because if they do have a better percentage, because at the moment this percentage is just not going to cut it at all for them, B. So a couple of seconds left, and it is going to be an 87% 2-star for Entropy Gaming, and it's a shame it did end like that. For Bantinger, though, they're back in the matchup right up to the final attack.
They really are. And, you know, that was looking really nice. The Royal Champion, unfortunately, not quite in the center of the base quick enough. You know, I understand why he started the loons when he did. I think it was a smart move, not only because of the timing that he had to worry about, but it provided a little extra support for them because the heroes were on the board. But we saw that track of the loons just kind of cutting out a path into the center rather than going into the scatter shot where we would want to see them. So that entire pathing around and then back in is what really hurt this raid for Reen. But otherwise, it was a clean attack. If those loons had actually made their way into the clean path to the scatter shot, that would have been the 3-star for him otherwise.
Yeah, it's really tough to call now. I think the star count is now tied, if I remember rightly. So it does mean that, of course, Bantinger are up in quite a decent percentage as well, but I don't think they'll be looking for a high 2-star. They want to get the triple just to literally guarantee this. And remember, if they do win this matchup, they're going to go 5-2, and that's definitely showing the amount of stamina they had over the last few playdays. It's just remarkable. And we said before, even during this match, especially right at the very beginning, during the first couple of attacks, the fact that Bantinger, they've not really gone for one preferred attack. You could say the Queen charged Lano, but even then, it's only by a tiny, tiny margin. They've had a wide variety of strategies across the board. And it's very hard to decide how to defend and what to defend against, really, against this team, which is why they have become so damn powerful. So let's have a look now, as Dima is going to be the final attacker here for Bantinger. And if they get this triple, it does mean they will be the victors.
It does. So let's see. We've got Dima actually coming in with the Electro Drax. Okay. So I guess he heard us. He said, you know what? It's not Entropy Gaming that's the only team that comes in with E-Drags. hold my phone. I'm gonna come in and show you. But let's see. We've got to see. I think I'm always worried if I see E-Drags as an attack for the very end, because we know unless you're a seasoned E-Drag attacker, these can really fizzle out quickly. We do have a lot of nice connecting items here that the E-Drags can really get that chain value for. That's the most important thing that we want to see. But he's got to worry about the traps coming in, the timing of the Warden ability. And again, the hero's really helping to bring this through. Now, I've been waiting to see which side he was going to go in from, and comes in from a pretty wide angle and leaves that scatter shot compartment entirely open here. So the question is, who are we going to bring along to come in for this one? Are we going to send the Royal Champion? In the meantime, it is firing away at these E-Drags, but the Warden ability at very least tries to carry them along into the center.
2 E-Drag compositions in one war. Pinch me, babe, because this is absolute madness. I've been looking for this for ages, but now we're getting 2. I don't want to have a favourite war already, but so far we'll have to see if Demon can then continue to make these E-Drags work, as the spells are definitely coming around left, right, and centre, using the haste spells, especially to push these E-Drags up just a little bit quicker here. And the RC does come out from the northeast position, just pushing in to that east side to take down the scatter shot and the expo there. The only issue is, though, most of his E-Drags have already been cleaned up, if not almost all of them. We've only got one left on the left-hand side and literally just distracted by the structures. So this is going to be very tough, as the RC does get taken down. The Warden is all that's left in the center. The Queen's taking that down as well. Oh my God, this is not what we expected it to be. 70%?
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate now for Badzinger. Those E-Drags really struggled to work together. And again, that was a pretty wide path. Even though he shaped up from the top side, the position coming into the scatter shot, all the splash that was coming in at them from a pretty wide range, I think was the biggest problem for it. We got to take a look at this little archer that could, trying to pick up a little bit more
Every little helps.
Every little bit helps. And for Badzinger, they really need to see a pretty hefty defense at this point.
Oh, I just can't believe it. It's just unreal. It is going to be a 73%. Of course, I won't take out this mining time, but yeah, I just don't believe it. I thought it was going to be a lot better than that. Even with E-Drags as well, I thought it should be at least an 80 no matter what. It's still going to cause issues for Entropy Gaming. But Entropy Gaming, they can bring this back with a very good 2-star or a triple just to absolutely guarantee it. Then, yeah, it's just absolute madness. 73%. We'll have to work out the averages for the percentages during this next matchup, though. But I will say this, Entropy Gaming have got it on a platter here, B. They could definitely secure this if they can. It all depends on who the last attacker is going to be. But yeah, Entropy Gaming, they can't mess this up, surely.
Yeah, this is served up on a silver platter. They just need to take it. It really wouldn't take much for them to try, I think, and turn this one around. And they have been showing within the past week or so that they're ready to try and keep rising up the ranks in the ladder. They're right there underneath, I believe it's ATN's heels. So this could be a pretty big win for them today, especially since they have another matchup. And that might mean it would be riding high off this one. But again, defense has been holding strong for Badzinger. That's what they're going to rely on at this point in order to try and save the day for themselves.
Please, Entropy Gaming, this is going to be your last chance now to make sure you can secure this victory. Actually, look at the percentages, 0.6% here, B. That's literally how close it is between the two. So just a decent 2-star will definitely secure them the victory here for Addy now. Let's see what he can do. Coming out with the Rage Spell now, just pushing with the Queen on the west-hand side. Looking to go towards that Town Hall compartment. We'll find a Tesla farm along the way as well, which is going to be a nice little pickup here to kick things off in this final attack here. And we do see the Dragon Riders as well. We've not seen the Dragon Riders a lot in this war. Probably the second, maybe the third time if I'm mistaken. And we're going to see how it's going to try and make this work.
Yeah, we'll see how they push this along. Queen definitely taking down the Town Hall. Typically, we want to see this going down, though I've seen some risky attacks that don't quite go for it. I have seen it from time to time, and also Queen's veering in the wrong direction, but that's not the case for Addy. So we're already off to an exceptional start. And I will say I'm a little bit more relieved that he's not coming in with a Queen Charge Log Launcher, leaving the Town Hall to the back end of the base, going for the safe approach on this one. But what I do like is we have the King flanking on the opposite side, working this together. Hold on. And we drop them down and if we actually send the drag riders in over top, which is going to steer them right to the center of the base, allow the king to beat his way through the walls and continue on his path.
Let's see how this is going to work. The Stone Slam has still got a fair amount of HP, but those multis need to get taken down as soon as possible. Warden ability has been popped, and just going to try and keep these Dragon Riders alive for the longevity of this push. And let's see what happens though. The Stone Slam is still heading towards the Eagle compartment. The Dragon Riders, a couple of them are very weak here. I'm a little bit skeptical here if they can try and continue making this push. The Loons will be coming out here into that right-hand side, using the free spell just to keep these Loons alive until it gets to the AD. Then it can go to the Eagle Artillery straight afterwards, but it does not matter. The Eagle's already been taken down. Still got a couple Dragon Riders left, but look at the HP of them though. The Queen is still on the east. Sorry, the west rather, just finishing up that last compartment. Still a few Loons left and still that Dragon Rider as well. But like we said, just a decent 2-star just to secure this. 45 seconds left, and there's literally no defense left here for Entropy Gaming. There's Addy now just trying to secure this victory, trying to make sure he gets this triple. Pretty much a guarantee here at this point. Everything is just coming together. And that is going to be Entropy Gaming winning this war till the final attack. Will get the last triple. And there we have it. Entropy Gaming winning by 1 star.
Oh, Entropy Gaming doing our predictions dirty, but helping themselves to climb up that ladder. Beautiful 1-star win over Badzinger here today. They've got to be reeling off this.
I just can't believe it. It was just, my heart was going right to the very end. I can't believe that attack from Badzinger. I did not expect that at all. We don't really see E-Drags often. I was going to discuss it a little bit in terms of why that push wasn't really too successful, but I suppose we can talk a little bit about that later on if we see them again, and depending on what composition they bring to the table later on as well. So already, guys, has been an upset. They've ruined every single one of our predictions. Yours, mine, everyone's here. And never mind. Hopefully they won't ruin too much more. But do you know what? The matches are just absolutely lightning. Like the Man of Belters, we've got a few coming up next. We've got 6 more matches left to go. As Judo will be up next in the hot seat with B to cast our next matchup. And I do believe it's going to be a doozy between Time to Throw and MCES. So guys, do not go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lady V, and I'm joined back again by Judo Sloth. We have kicked off our day with our predictions in the dumpster, and we'll have to see if it's going to go up from here, Judo. Are you excited? We've got Time to Throw coming up against MCES.
I can't believe that both of these teams are right at the bottom of the table. Time to Throw being the #1 seed here. And I think they just got a little bit unfortunate on Monday, obviously having to forfeit one of their matches. And then they didn't necessarily put up a disappointing performance against GHRS. They put up 13 stars. It was just that, you know, GHRS were better, I guess, bringing their average defense down to 50%. And remember, that was pulled down by the forfeit as well. So imagine just what this could have been. They have some really impressive stats, and I think it's going to be tough for MCES.
Yeah, that's a really good point at what we're looking at there and what we can expect to see coming in from them. Have to see. I can't remember who I picked and who you picked for this matchup. I think we both went with MCES on it, but MCES, the reigning champ, maybe we're going to rethink this, but surely MCES at this point is going to find some fire to come in behind them and work their way back up the ranks here. And looking at their hit rate and average defense, hitting a little bit over on the hit rates, but under on the defense. I think that's really showing MCS's problems so far within these matchups. I don't necessarily think they're bringing the right defenses to the table for the teams that they're facing off against.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of a tough ride for MCES, and whilst this was a difficult one to pick, the reason I did choose MCES is both of these teams played GHRS on Monday. That was, you know, the two teams GHRS played, and it was 13-13 on both of those wars. Unfortunately, though, it did mean that Time to Throw lost due to a lower percentage, MCES won due to a higher percentage. So it was a difficult one to pick. I kind of went for MCES in that front. I think it was 98% they put up average destruction against GHRS. So they just had a more impressive showing on Monday.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, and that could just be the day, you know, for Time to Throw. A bit of a rough start for them having to forfeit the match. Maybe could have brought morale down slightly for that matchup. So we'll have to see with a nice fresh start today if that's going to leave any improvements. But, you know, as far as it goes for my pick with going with MCES, it's, you know, the reigning champions. I do think that they're going to find that groove again. But it really is going to rely on them surely finding the defensive way to go about any of these teams. They really need to try and hold strong against so many different teams. And I think that's probably them getting used to it, especially with a team like Time to Throw that we don't get to see so much of in various leagues. But Alec kicking it off here and bringing in the Wall Wrecker. This is one of the lost art forms of siege machines that we hardly get to see anymore these days, and just opening up a nice big path in to take on that single targeting Inferno, get the Yetis inside. So an easy, safe approach to get that CC lure and some nice, easy funnel value.
Yeah, I like that approach. Something different. It is something that we see from MCES once in a while. They're probably one of the only clans I see using the Wall Wrecker, actually. But like you said, maybe just playing them at their own game a little bit there. Queen Charge nicely taking down the Super Minion and Rocket Balloon. We know how devastating that can be to a Queen Charge. And with the Tesla popping, I think that's why he's just sending in the Coco Loons here, just to make sure there's no other traps. And look at that invisibility spell. Beautiful to redirect the Queen back into the Town Hall.
Very, very smart thinking coming in, ensuring that he doesn't have the Queen stray aside, that she stays on focus and on target. And equally, we've got to get this King in. We need to work our way towards the Eagle, keep the pathing narrowed out as much as possible for the Drag Riders. So starts that opening, even has a little bit of meat for them to take as the Drag Riders set in course and can start working that King down and around.
Yeah, the one thing I always like is when I see the Dragon Riders moving in just nice and slowly. So he sent one of them to take the Archer Tower first, and that kept the main pack of them in the base, but it meant that, as you can see, they stay in one line. They're not having to split up and, you know, move through the base unequally. And with the king diving into the bottom area, it's nicely directing some of them in towards the middle. But you see all of the red air bombs over there by the queen. Fortunately, she's taken out the town hall because the healers are now gone.
They certainly are, and that was a pretty long delay for the warden to actually clip the drag riders in as they're cutting through the center of the base, but still works out nicely. A couple on the outlying edge, and miraculously, the queen does manage to survive long enough to actually take the focus of the scatter shot out of harm's way from those drag riders that were remaining here on the board, and even pick up some more defenses on the back end. This support from the queen is invaluable as it allows the drag riders and the royal champion the ability to finish off this raid.
Very nicely done indeed. We have seen time and time again, not just today, but throughout the entire challenge, how the queen charge dragon riders, and we've seen a couple of other variations, but mainly the queen charge dragon riders, how it is still in the meta. Obviously, following that nerf, there was a lot of talk whether it would still be used as much as it is, but seemingly still one of the most popular strategies.
It is. I feel like nobody is really just wanting to give that one up. It still has its place in the meta, and it's just relying on keeping those heroes going. And more times than not, we do have these pro players that know how to navigate their queens, know what they're going to be able to pick up from their kings to ensure that we have what's needed on the back end of the base. Because almost more times than not, that's what it comes down to, is being able to have additional tank for what remains there, and also the ability to clean up what remains. Now, Synthé coming in, and I don't know when I'm not going to be surprised that he's not bringing Hogs to the mix, but he is bringing a massive amount of zap spells. We've got the lightnings knocking out basically the entire center of the base. 2 of the Infernos down, and we are shifting the pathing to work around the outskirts. The L-shaped path is likely what we're going for in this one.
Now, I don't know if you remember, Lady B, on the first... I can't remember if it was the first day. I'm saying I don't know if you remember. I can't remember clearly. It was either the first or the second day of the challenge. MCES were caught out with this method where Tesla popped afterwards and still pulled the balloons in. So we'll have to keep our eyes out as to whether that happens in the central area race. But seemingly everything working out so far, diving the heroes in order to take out these little compartments. But the Royal Champion could come under heavy fire in a moment.
We actually saw quite a bit of that on that one day. We were wondering if that's where base building was shifting to. So it could be the case on this one, especially knowing that Synthé would be the attacker to come in with this sort of plan. Now, the single doesn't go down, which means we're going to see a little bit of stray from the Lalo push coming in. The pathing is going to have to veer, or he's going to have to hold on to an extra couple of loons to work their way in, but it is still pretty thinned out. Oh, I see a Tesla and another one cropping up, which means they are going to be forced in towards that core and right there towards those traps.
Oh, I think he's just hitting a lot of problems here. The RC not getting the ability off obviously wasn't helpful. Like you said, that single now getting repaired, and essentially he has to go through the entire core right now because all of the Tesla are there. So despite taking out the multis and hopefully not routing the balloons through that area with the traps, it does not work out. The slammer pops all of these loons vulnerable. So it's not going to happen here for Synthé. An early advantage to time to throw.
This is excellent prediction on the right base to bring to the table. And I think a team like Time to Throw is really exceptional at that. They are predicting what MCS is going to come in with to the T. This is how most players these days are trying to really get these wins in the wars, is by predicting what your opponent is going to go in with. And when you have a team like MCS, who you see quite frequently in various all over the board, you really do get a sense of what they're going to come to the table with, even with a versatile attacker like Synthé, who will come in with dragons and Lalo. So pretty impressive for Time to Throw to accurately make the right call on what today.
And that's what we've been, isn't it? As the weeks and the play days go on, we will to see what the players like to do, even what has caught them out fast. And that allows the team to hit it, which is, like we said, exactly what happened there. Obviously, baiting it in a way, making it look the base is vulnerable, but then switching it. And that's the thing that you have to do on base building right now, isn't it? Just catch your opponent out. There's no base that is going to ultimately defend at this level if you can't catch them out with something hidden.
And I think, that's a skill within itself to be able to accurately predict that, those approaches. But we see players who will spend so much time invested in trying out those strategies and also giving them to friends and other players that they know in order to see if their prediction of what they're trying to bait to come in with is indeed going to work. So, it is going to be reshaping the way that we think about defense overall, but it makes it really exciting. And we are seeing more and more of that to the mix with all of these players. But let's take a look as ND comes in. Time to throw in a really good position coming off of that defense and able to really capitalize even more if they can pick up another triple.
And ND is the man to be able to do that, isn't he? Actually holding a golden ticket alongside Bad Zinger at the moment as he plays for them as such in the World Championships. And a great start with the Yetis, managing to pop apart that area just by opening the blimp and then taking down the Inferno. Now you see this wide approach with the heroes, and this is what I always enjoy watching, because it seems so effortless. There's not a lot of troops to support this, and yet he's going to take down this entire area. Skeleton spell for the single target, trying to get the Royal Champion right up the way through to those middle compartments as well.
Yeah, so these Skelly spells are definitely needed to carry her through, but he does have an invisibility and a freeze if need be to try and hold off and get her in just a little bit deeper inside the center of the space. Queen's carrying on nicely, hanging on to her ability so she can take down the defending AQ here, and that Expo would be nice, but the Royal Champion has veered off course. Where the heck is she going?
Well, I was wondering where she was going to go after the mortar, but I didn't see the second mortar up to the top. So it worked out perfect to redirect her to the middle, but with the Queen already down, she's not able to get that multi. However, the value that he has got already at this point is huge. The first half of the attack there was epic, in my opinion. So it's all about this Lalo, and if he can get through the Town Hall to the multi, he's got a bunch of spells to support here.
He really does. This heal gonna help spread those loons through, get them safely past the beams of that multi-targeting Inferno, but they do still need to get through the Teslas first. They've at least taken the approach coming in, Warden ability, keeping the rest of the loons alive, and he's gonna have a ton of support along with this one, especially with those traps. Let's see if the haste can sweep them through fast enough. Oh, Judo, I'm noticing he's got 4 loons still in his back pocket. Andy is going to have absolutely zero effort in finishing off this one.
Yeah, even another haste as well. I guess overestimating there almost as to how much he would get, or a bit security anyway. Maybe he wasn't quite expecting as much hero value, taking that haste as a bit of a backup for the Lalo even, but able to take down the base maybe just 1 second faster, meaning that the pressure really mounting on MCES. You've already said current champions as they are, and down at the bottom of the table, this is a huge matchup, because if Time to Throw win, it just leaves MCES even more stranded down there.
It really does, and sadly, I'm actually thinking about my predictions and how wrong this is going today. But MCS would wind up in the bottom of the ranks, and that's a tough go. They will have another matchup today, so they can try and see if they can settle that out in the same 4 Time to Throw, which actually could leave potentially MCS high and dry. Surely MCES is going to be able to try and turn this one around. I think I still worry about the defensive side of the game for them, though.
Yeah, it is a tough one, isn't it? And I think for MCES as well, I know we referenced the World Championship here and there, but it's important for MCES. They do only have that silver ticket, so they're almost having to focus on so many different tournaments at once here. And we know due to their caliber that they're almost expected to qualify to these big events. So they have this pressure mounting on them as well to perform in each and every one of the events. And I think that's just tough in general. But starting out here, I mentioned the wall wrecker is something we tend to see MCES use. Very wise there to bypass the storage and get them in towards the town hall with the sneaky goblins inside, since he was turning the elixir storage invisible.
Yeah, and something that we also get to see coming in from MCES is this Bat Lalo from Remio, which is always one of my favorites. It's not something that we get to see very often, but when we do, typically it's going to be Remio bringing it to the mix. So we've seen the pathing that we're shaping up here. We do have a little chunk of defense to worry about from the outskirts of the town hall. So sending in the Royal Champ to take care of the cleanup in this and the heroes from the opposite side. So we narrow out pretty much what's left over for the Lalo push and those 3 heavy hitting defenses that we have to worry about, all in close conjunction together. But with the support of the bats, it means they can really come in and lend a lot to the loons.
Certainly can, and you can see that he doesn't have any freeze spells to support those bats. So obviously sensing an area here where he can sweep right through. And I was almost expecting the bats to move across that left-hand side, actually, because there is limited splash there. I'm interested to see exactly where he has these planned, right on top of the scatter shot. I think they'll probably be in line of that multi and wizard tower relatively soon.
I'm wondering though, like, did he not have a wall break available for that multi-targeting Inferno? Because these bats are going to suffer a bit trying to get in. The Loon should be able to make a bit of a push coming along if that defending AQ goes down, but we still have the Wizard Tower to worry about. He's got a lot left in the mix. Unfortunately, the singles never come down. The Royal Champ not picking up enough, and this is going a little bit belly up for Remio.
Yeah, all of the balloons you've seen moving across the center of the base just hit a stack of red air bombs, obviously dealing splash, and down they went. I think you're right. I mean, there must have been something here in terms of the wall break getting that multi, because I can't believe he would use the bat spells where he did in terms of the multi being so close. It's just a tough one to see. I know you often go back and watch the replays, so I'll be interested to see exactly what happened at the start there. But let's keep our eyes when the finalization screen comes up and we can see exactly how many wall breakers he took, actually.
Yeah, it really is a shame, too, because, you know, we were left with the single and it would roast the Warden eventually. But if that Royal Champ had gotten that down, if the multi-targeting Inferno had gone down, this could have been a really big difference maker in this raid. I mean, that's a huge thing. It was off to a nice start with the wall wrecker, and I'm keeping an eye on this replay here. Just getting ready to see.
It, honestly, because looking at where the heroes were, I'll let you watch it back, but I can't see actually why he wowould wall break down the bottom, because he had the wall wrecker.
Yeah,
so
that must have been a misclick, because it is opened in that bottom compartment. That's exactly where it went, and it doesn't make as much sense for value of what he would have gotten out of it. It would have been a tough ask for the King and the Yak to have to try and break their way through the wall of the multi-compartment. Would have been much easier to have the access with the super wall breaker.
Yeah,
maybe a little thrown off.
Always nice to have at least one super wall breaker to help, isn't it? But here we go. Super Witches, interestingly, and this is something that we have seen here and there, I would say, in the challenge, and relatively good success as well, Lady B, that we're seeing with the Super Witches whenever they are used. Typically, it's good to use them if you are smashing in towards the town hall, but obviously he has the log launcher here as well, so interesting choice.
It is, but it is going to leave that open long line drive through the center of the base, typically the way we see our super P.E.K.K.A smashes, which is always nice, that added bonus. And of course, bringing in the extra jump, which if you need it, it's a great backup to have, especially if you have a scatter shot in the back end of the base, because if you get the town hall compartment open with that, then you can easily navigate the rest of your troops through to the outskirt edge along the side. I do like the King in the position here, coming in for the Expo, really helping to take one for the team. Literally, he's taking on all that damage to keep them alive and well and taking it down. But look at the beautiful opening. This is why I love the log launcher. It gets that clear path to the town hall to get everything working inside.
Now trying to use the Royal Champion to flank this right-hand side and push the Super Witches into that top area because they're caught in towards the multi-target Inferno, and I'm not sure whether they are going to redirect because the Queen is stuck in the middle of the base here. She has actually took out the buildings, meaning the Super Witches aren't going to be attracted there.
Oh, yeah, this has not gone inside where he needs to see it go. A bit unfortunate to have that breakthrough into the wall. That scatter shot over at the 10 o'clock side of the base really needing to go down, and that's going to be a huge loop around. He is holding on to a freeze, but this freeze likely intended for the single targeting Inferno now, right there in front of the Town Hall. And again, he's got the jump. I'm surprised he's not using it to connect open into the Town Hall compartment and get things moving, but I'm sure it's because he fears getting back into that scatter shot.
Yeah, I think he's going to use it in between, like right in front of the single target Inferno. There it is, just to give access. And it was a wise choice with the baby dragon on the outside to try and redirect the Super Witches through, because obviously they attack everything. They would move to the outside of the base. So really nice adaptation in order to push them around and to the Town Hall to assure the 2-star, knowing that time to throw are 2 stars in the lead at this point. So a 2-star rather than a 3, it's not the end of the world for them.
No, and it looks like we're going to be moving up to a reasonable Oh, I see that in the Super Witches cross right in that poison bomb. But the healers keep them alive and well, which is perfect. The percent won't be perfect. It won't be ideal, but it will be reasonable considering what happened within that. I honestly thought we might see a little bit more cleanup on the outskirts, getting closer to that 80% mark. But all in all, I think they're going to be in a pretty safe spot at this point.
Honestly, I think Demo did a great job there. Like we said, we saw how it went wrong, right? The Super Witches had already busted into that right-hand side. Queen taking out the inside meant they just had nothing to attract them through. But I think he did a great job in how he kept calm, seemingly. It didn't look like he panicked at all. Maybe behind the scenes he was, but it didn't look like that. It seemed like he very nicely controlled the funneling on the outside to push them round. And like I said, they know they are in the lead here significantly at this point, time to throw. So no major mistakes to assure that they still hold on to that.
Yeah, you know, and it does give a small opening to MCS, but I think it's a tall order on that one for it to try and turn in their favor. And we've seen Time to Throw really playing some clean wars, even if there are some small slip-ups here and there. So I think this is easy for them to keep back on track and just get their heads back in the game. But let's take a look as Ariam rocks up with some Liz Lalo. So we see the blimp sailing through. Is he going into that nice little open compartment for access? Looks like not quite.
Yeah, it really looked like that's where he was aiming, wasn't it? And he didn't take any wall breakers, which I was expecting a super wall breaker in there. I think Ariam tends to do that and busts into 2 different compartments. So I'm kind of intrigued as to whether he was wanting that area and he popped it early, but I doubt it. He's very experienced with this attack strategy, and I almost thought for a second, oh no, they baited MCES again, because Ariam does use this attack a lot, so I don't think he would have misclicked there.
No. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if he would want to come in and pick up that multi-targeting Inferno, especially in line with the other one along the way for the Loons to have to just avoid a little bit more heat. But the heroes coming in from the scatter shot, taking down a big splash item. We've got the King and that Royal Champion working together, and a nice opening here. Only 1 super wall breaker invested to get the Queen in to take on the Town Hall compartment. Invisibility spell will keep her alive and well. Unfortunately, that Unicorn not quite in there, so the Boundal Builder HUD just taking a little bit of fire on her. Let's see how far that Queen can go. A great path around the course of this would be nice to eliminate the single targeting Inferno. The Royal Champ still has the opportunity to do it, but it looks like the Queen might actually get those shots in.
Yeah, I mean, he already has the Royal Champion in that area. Unfortunate that maybe if he was a split second sooner, he could have caught the Queen inside that invisibility as well. But all in all, the value he's got from the Blizzard and the Hero Dive is huge here. We can see the pathing beautifully for the Lalo, holding onto those 9 balloons, which will be sweeping in from the 9 o'clock area. Here they go. And the Warden ability already pressed. So he's got 2 multi-target Infernos that he's got to use these free spells for.
Yeah, and the Warden ability just wearing up so fast. So the haste really trying to drive these loons through so he can reserve this final freeze coming in for the back end splash between the multi and the Wizard Tower. Great position on this and great sweep of the loons. Look at the placement down below, just surrounding the defenses. And regardless of not having a freeze here in the end, it wouldn't matter. He's got 500 loons left over to absolutely overwhelm what remains on this base here.
Yeah, and I always say it doesn't matter how much health your troops have left, whether they have 100 health or 1 HP, as long as they survive. So coming down to the end of it, you can allow your troops to take a little bit of damage. It does not matter. Erium really showing that, doing a nice job. 3 stars and giving a bit of hope here for MCES. They're not out of this war yet.
Yeah, I wanted to see the style points there if he had landed that invisibility spell just right on the Queen and Royal Champion. But even without doing that, I mean, that was huge value. And you can see the skill for him with Lalo is just exceptional. Trying to give some hope to MCES, but as it stands, they are still 1 star behind. But Judo, they're up quite a bit on percent.
Yeah, I only just realized that actually, that the attack from Demo did end up pulling their percentage down significantly. I wasn't expecting MCES, despite obviously watching the war, I wasn't expecting them to have that high of a percentage lead. So this is interesting actually, because any slip up from time to throw, and if MCES were to capitalize with a 3-star, they take the lead on percentage. So time to throw might have the star advantage, but they still have a long way ahead. They've got to keep themselves focused here if they want to win this.
They do. MCS is a team that could easily try and turn that around, but I think what I keep going back to is that the stats don't lie. You know, we've seen some great defenses coming through for time to throw, and you mentioned that the stats that we have, we're factoring in the forfeit, which really drags them down quite a bit on that. So it would technically be higher than the 50% defensively that we saw. And MCS just riding a little bit lower on that. I think they were around the 45% mark. So unless they really came with the right defenses today, it's going to be a tough go for them to try and hold back time to throw. I think they're going to be clawing their way to the top again.
Well, you would take the star advantage over the percentage advantage any day long. And it is Fluxy who we have seen using these Queen charges so successfully. I just recall his attack from Monday where it looked like it was going wrong. And he, turned it around and beat the base so well. I think it was even the attack where his Warden ability went off prior to anything happening. So let's find out what he's got for us here. Nicely negotiating the Clan Castle troops. Always difficult for a Queen charge. The super minions and rocket loons can easily catch you out if you're not careful. And getting into this town hall area looks like he's going to be pretty safe because the Queen has plenty of buildings to the left-hand side that will draw her fire after the town hall and hopefully keep her out of that poison.
And freezes to hold off that single targeting Inferno, giving her nice safe passage to work through and continue her way down and around. Now we have this additional wall break to come in. Let's see if you can clip that nice corner compartment, get into the core of the base potentially. Or we'll see if he's going to try and ride through the outskirts, but he needs to time this right if he does want to get right there into the center. Drag Riders working together pretty perfectly, though. The Tornado Trap holding things off, and the Warden ability timing superb because it's going to carry them through this multi-section and the heat of the defending AQ.
Wow, that Warden ability couldn't have been any better with the Headhunters, all of those loons circling in front of the Dragon Riders and moving out of the Tornado Trap into that Rage spell really seemed to push them forward. With the center of the base down, the King did not end up going in towards the Eagle as he intended, but honestly, I don't think it's a big issue at this point. The Dragon Riders have taken that out, and with the Queen ability still intact, an invisibility spell, it doesn't look like this much could stop Fluxy at this stage.
Definitely not. Queen's making her pass towards the scatter shot and actually distracting for the Royal Champion, who's invisible at this point, and Fluxy just absolutely hammering down. Beautiful pathing set up in this and beautiful coordination of the heroes alongside of those Dragon Riders. And it really comes down to what you need for the success of this kind of raid.
Well, Fluxy flexing for time to throw. What a glorious attack that was, and really does mean that MCES have to continue 3-starring here. If they 3-star the next one, they're still behind. So they have to go perfect for the rest of the war if they're wanting to win this one. They're putting up an exciting match for us, time to throw, aren't they? Keeping it interesting with our current champions.
They certainly are. And I think we're still missing seeing, is it Kingsman with his potential hybrid and Tryhard,
right? Yeah.
So, you know, Kingsman, you mentioned the last time. Kingsman's been doing some phenomenal work with the hybrid, but not going in with it today. Okay, we've got the Queen Charge Drag Riders to kick this one off, Judo.
Oh, that's really interesting. I mean, obviously he maybe just couldn't find a base that was useful for him because he has a 100% hit rate with the hybrid. He's used it every time and he's 3-starred every time. So perhaps just bases set up against it. Queen Charge Dragon Rider's not too dissimilar, but as long as he can get the value from the Queen Charge, and notice his spell composition here as well. The thing I like personally about I'm not sure if you wanted the Queen into this section, though, to be honest with you, Lady B. This could be something that goes wrong. What I was going to say is I like you can invest all of your spells to the Queen.
Yeah, it is nice, and it's definitely a must-need. And if you can get your Queen with some good value and wind up with a Rage, you can actually reserve it for the Drag Riders at the end, especially if they need a little bump as they start fizzling out. But I do think you're right. I don't think this was the intended path to come in for the Queen, particularly as we've already used, obviously, the Blimp to come in. We don't want to have to use those Drag Riders to suffer through the Town Hall compartment, but it doesn't seem that there's going to be any other choice or approach on this one.
It doesn't. He did well to use an invisibility to help the king get the multi, but obviously the Queen is going in the complete wrong direction. He doesn't have wall breakers, he doesn't have a jump, even an invisibility now that he could force the Queen anywhere else, so she is going to choose her path, and Kingsman has to just react from there. So, like you said, the only real option is to use the Dragon Riders to the Town Hall. He's got a sweeper he's going to be facing as well. So with the Royal Champion, he is going all out for that 2-star, secure the Town Hall, maybe get lucky, but I think he knows himself that that's going to be difficult going through the poison of the Town Hall.
It is, and you know, regardless if the Queen could survive or not, there's a lot of damage incoming. We've got the Eagle still up on the backside of the base. The scatter shot here defending Royal Champion. Time would be a massive issue, but there is a lot of force working against her. Impressive to see that push along through the Town Hall, and what does manage to survive. If only he had an invisibility spell, a freeze, just to carry this long, maybe a little bit more for that Royal Champion. It still would be a pretty tall order.
Oh, it's unfortunate because I think he's done well considering he flew into the Town Hall. There's not a huge amount of the base left, and he really ran out of options depending on the attack. I mean, I know we were mentioning hybrid. That tends to be an attack that you can adapt a lot easier than the Dragon Riders, but it just depends on your options as to whether you can adapt. And in this case, his original plan just didn't lend himself to be able to be flexible, essentially. So this will actually pull the percentage down for MCES below time to throw, I would think. And that will mean that with time to throw in the lead, 2 stars at this point, and with the percentage, surely they've got this one.
Yeah, safe 2-star. They're going to win the war. I think they know that it's smooth sailing. They just cannot play it risky. I know I sometimes say that, and then we see something risky coming in, but as long as they don't go in with a Queen Charge log launcher, Drag Rider with the Town Hall left to the tail end of the base, I think they should be safe. Easy.
Yeah, maybe Barch or something, right? Like, play it safe. Barch. Let's do it.
Bring back Falcon, right?
Hey, every once in a while you see the players using Valkyries, and it always amazes me as to, you know, like exactly why they've chose them. But every once in a while we see it. However, we do have LP, who I'd like to say should be able to lock up that 2-star, but he had a couple of difficult attacks where he kind of ran out of time, didn't he, on Monday? The Queen charges were exceptional, but just too lengthy of charges. So the safe 2 needed, more than confident he's got the caliber to do that, but maybe he can speed the process up a little bit today in order to lock up that 3.
Yeah, and I think even a 1-star could potentially keep them in the running at this point. At very least, if it were a high percent, since they've now recovered the percent advantage. But I do notice that the Town Hall's on the opposite side of the base, where the Queen is charging from. So, maybe he wants to run it a little bit risky. Maybe he wants to keep it to chance here and play it a little cheeky judo. But we'll wait and see where he actually intends to use this log launcher. Because in the meantime, he's got this Queen carrying along. He's got additional super wall breakers, and he's got a jump to navigate the Queen even further through.
Is this next wall break going towards the scatter in the center? Is that what he's doing, or is he going to be using the jump at the... Surely he hasn't planned for the wall break to go to the center. I mean, he's taking out the scatter, so no. Must be for the king or something on the outside. But the fact that he sent the wall breakers the way he did for the Queen was so impressive. And there it is, actually. Very nicely sets up pathing for the king in towards the multi. The jump will help the Queen through. This looks phenomenal. And again, this is one of the issues he had last week, actually. He used the Hog Riders on the back end, and it didn't work out for him despite huge value. So let's find out what he's got in store. I wasn't expecting him to jump the Queen away from the Town Hall, though.
No, I wasn't either. King at least survives, still has his ability to work his way along and ensure that the Town Hall goes down.
Come on, Warden.
Especially since he's brought in the Royal Champion. Tornado Trap holding this off, though, so he has to invest all of the last of the freezes that he has left to go, but the Royal Champion will get it down with the Warden's ability, keeping her alive and well. He's got the Hogs coming in with 75% of the base taken down, Judo. LP is just, I'm going to say it, he's a disgusting attacker.
That really is disgusting, isn't it? He should knock the L a few characters along, because OP is the only way to describe that attack. That was phenomenal. The amount of value, but also the creativity. I would have never thought of charging the Queen where I did. Every single individualized part of that attack was incredible. You've got to take your hat off to him. That was brilliantly performed, and gets time to throw the victory.
Yeah, I think he's making this synonymous to his name, to see that Queen Charge, Hero Dive, Hog Attack is now going to go down in the books as the LP attack. We just get to see it from him. And even though there was a time fill last week, we could see how exceptional it was and how much thought he puts into these plans. But it's pretty impressive to see a player that is going to try and specialize on these kind of roles, but it looks like he's having fun with it at the same time.
The thing that I, love about this is you watch that, and we talked earlier on about baiting opponents and building bases. How on earth do you build a base against that? What are you supposed to do? I mean, you can try and bait the Queen Charge, but when he's coming in from each and every angle, I mean, wow, it's very difficult to counterplay that. But we have Tryhard showing us the Super Bowlers. So either way, despite the war not being able to be won here by MCES, I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of Super Bowlers.
Yeah, we haven't seen any actually all day so far. And did we even see them on Monday's breakdown? I can't remember if we actually got to see that. But we are seeing mixed success on these ones. I thought we were going to see so much more power coming out of them, but it seems that the players are taking a little time to navigate to what's going to be the best approach on this. It's similar to the P.E.K.K.A. smashes, and obviously we can use the Wardens to pick off that value and work along. We can see that we're sectioning off into that scattershot compartment as well, and veering away from the Town Hall, but cutting across past it.
I think it's just really tricky to see when the Super Bowlers would give you significantly more value than the P.E.K.K.A. Only if you can assure that the line of the bounce is improved. We've seen Fabian of Carnage Gaming using it quite successfully, but even he defaulted back to the Super P.E.K.K.A. smash on Monday. So let's find out how strong these bowlers are. As he's got the king into this top compartment, if he presses the ability here, he should be easy to take out this entire compartment and push the Super Bowlers up through towards the Town Hall. So you can see it coming together nicely, particularly with the bowlers helping out the king, since they can shoot over the wall.
And I like the placement. Notice the Hogs coming in line right alongside of the royal champion. That siege barracks placement is always critical where you're going to place it, so you know that your hogs will help support typically your royal champion in the mix and come for the right defense on the back end, which is that scatter shot that we want to take down and give the royal champ everything she needs to work along. Those super bowlers are getting just an insane amount of value because they're working along his shallow side. The way he split up the king, the royal champion, into this has really helped out. But the royal champ's starting to struggle to clean this up, and there's nothing else now to support her except the queen, who can work her way through. 51 seconds left, though, for her to round the entire base and take this on.
Oh, the royal champion really needed to get the expo in that top area, didn't she, in order to give this a fighting chance. It looked so good, actually, but it shows the strength of the poison from the town hall. The super bowlers really went down in a flash. I quite like how they were able to supplement damage of the king in that adjacent compartment. That was pretty neat and something that the P.E.K.K.A wouldn't have been able to do. But in the end, just not strong enough to get through that town hall, and maybe knowing exactly where the P.E.K.K.A are going to go and how they're not going to get distracted could be an advantage for you. So still ups and downs, pros and cons as to which one potentially you would use. Either way, not going to happen for MCES in this one.
No, and essentially time filling on that one as well. So we can see the power, but just not enough there. But it was still not going to be enough for MCES to overcome time to throw with that 14-star performance. Absolutely phenomenal. They are clawing their way up the ladder from the bottom and leaving MCES way behind now.
You talked about ruining our predictions. Boy, did they not. How on earth did we ever pick MCES when you look at that? You wouldn't have even thought it was close. 3-star difference. Incredible performance by them. But like you said, we will see MCES later on today. They will be able to bounce back. And our next match is coming up after the break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Another exciting match ahead. So it's time to welcome back Lethal. Welcome, my friend.
Cheers, Judo. Cheers, mate. It's been a weird day already, hasn't it? It's probably going to get weirder as well. If Entropy do defeat ATN, then yeah, it's upset city once again. It's been like that almost every single day. But yeah, our predictions, everyone, audience, us, it's all gone wrong there today, isn't it, Judo? But let's see if Entropy are going to make it even worse here. But for them, I hope it doesn't actually. I hope my predictions will be wrong again this time, just due to the fact that I've been very impressed with how they played against Badzing. Only a couple of minor mistakes here and there along the way, but ATN are definitely going to be keeping their guard up here. As you can see, hit rate 44%, not bad. Average 92% is not bad either, but definitely went on their defense a little bit more. I would say before we would rely more on Entropy's attack, but their bases have been a lot more challenging this time now for their opponents.
They certainly have, and I think Alternate will have slightly better attacks since they put up two great performances on Monday. I know they held Badzinger back in the opening wars, didn't they, to 11 stars. So yeah, you can see, well, pretty comparable actually in terms of hit rate and average defense. I thought that Alternate were going to be a little bit higher. I know that both of these teams somewhat equally matched in the sense that they are second and third in the table, both 3 for 2. So again, a bit of a difficult one to predict. Alternate just sitting ahead, and I think most of us picking Alternate because, I mean, sometimes it's just hard not to, right?
It is. It's a crowd favourite. Their wealth of knowledge and, of course, their reputation definitely precedes them as well. You can't go against them at all. It doesn't matter who it is, even if it gets the likes of MCS or one of the other top teams, even at a global standpoint as well, it is very tough to go against them. But the problem is, do we go against them this time around? Entropy did look very good early on in their match against Badsinger. Just wasn't really many major faults across the board, just any small minor errors here and there that kind of cost them a little bit, but they still managed to win the matchup anyway. It all depends on ATN's bases. But of course, we would like to know your opinions at home, guys. Just let us know hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter and let us know your thoughts on this matchup, or maybe something else down the line, or maybe give us an idea on who you think is going to even make it to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, because the standings is just balmy as it is, and looking at it at the end of today at the halfway stage, I think a lot of these teams are going to have to make some drastic changes and some huge risks along the way. But it's a little bit too far ahead. We'll go back into this matchup here. ATN are definitely going to have their guard up for this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, hashtag ESL Mobile. Let us know if your predictions are going better than ours, because clearly, as you figured, they are not going well. But I think you made an interesting point there, Lethal, in the fact that whilst Entropy did get the victory in that first match, they kind of relied on a slip-up from Badzinger, didn't they, right at the end? So are they going to get that opportunity from alternate attacks? You know, grinding out the victory is great, but if you do require a slip up from your opponent, then it's always questionable when you're going up against the world champions.
It was quite a bad slip up as well. It was a 72 or 3% 2-star thing from Banzing in the end, as sadly for them the Electro Dragons actually didn't go as well as planned. Sadly for them, it can happen from time to time, but sadly for Banzing it happened on their final attack. I think that was Dima, I believe, but I'm sure he won't be replicating that lane. I'm sure he'll come out swinging in their next war or their next matchup anyway. But going back to this one, though, yeah, it is tough. The fact that with Entropy, I said it back in the pre-show where we were discussing what they need to do, and we were saying, well, once they fix their defense up a little bit, they're going to shape up to be a force to be reckoned with. We've already seen signs of that in the first matchup against Badzinger already. So depending on what they've done, maybe ATN have watched that previous matchup as well. So depending on if they see any of the same layouts or not, it may give ATN a tiny advantage, but I might just be clutching at straws here.
Well, I think the main thing for ATN is they are, like you said, fan favorites. They're shown all over the place. So there's a lot more research out there. However, you know, these two teams, I know, you know, have somewhat of an international roster, but they mainly are from Germany, so they know each other pretty well in terms of players in that sense. So I don't think anybody has a major advantage on that front. both of the teams know exactly their opponent's favorites. They'll have been building bases against them, but I say this all of the time, and I think it's tricky for MCS, for alternate attacks, in the sense that since they are the world champions and, you know, the fan favorites, everybody is out to beat them. There's just something extra on the line when you're facing alternate to say that you took them down. So every team will, not that they're not trying in the other wars, but they'll be putting so much effort in when they're going up against alternate.
And I think 18 are going to have to put more effort in this time round. We were discussing in the past whether they need to hide a lot of their strategies just along the way until the finals does come up, or maybe for world finals, you know, maybe looking a bit too far ahead here, but sometimes you do have to for that early preparation. But again, Meta may establish itself a little bit further down the line. But even if you look at the stats in some ways, like ATN so far haven't really had one go-to attack in terms of their composition. It's more really been Entropy relying on like the Hydra, sometimes the Blizzard Hogs on the odd occasion. But even if ATN, it's been very, very spread out. So it's going to be determining whether how ATN approach some of these bases. But we know that they go for attacks based on which layout works best for them, really, in terms of what they come up against. But you know what? Enough talk here, Judo. We're going to head straight into the third war of the day. It is going to be backed for Entropy Gaming to see what he can do here in this first matchup. Really, with the Drags and the Dragon Riders, a really interesting choice for this one.
Yeah, well, you shouted out the Hydra that Entropy do like, and that is what their choice is out off the bat here. So setting up a little bit of a funnel on that right-hand side with just a couple of loons means he can target in through the left-hand side of the base, or the southern area of the base, sorry, with the Battle Blimp moving across towards the Town Halls. Should be able to get that relatively easily. The Tornado Trap is there, but everything will pop out of that Battle Blimp. Right on top of the Town Hall. It's a good job those seeking air mines, or the red air mines, went off when they did. Otherwise, he could have wiped out a lot of the balloons even quicker.
You know me, Judo. I love a nice aggressive approach to a lot of these attacks. Already kicking these off straight away, pushing into the center now. The Dragon Riders just trying to help with the Queen on the, the King rather, on the left-hand side to take on that Eagle compartment. The RC has come out to play from the western side. Now going to try and continue to sync with the rest of the pack to make down the takedown that Eagle as soon as possible, and now still going to try and progress into the north. Still got a fair amount to deal with here. Still got the Inferno Tower there on the right hand side, the scanner shot absolutely, as well as the AD there in the north side. The RC just trying to get in there as soon as possible, and it really does depend on how much health these Dragon Riders have. They do have a fair amount actually, and still got a couple of drags as well, just still pushing to the right hand side. The problem is it's going to be a little bit delayed, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, it's a tough one because he's now lured the defending Lava Hound. Thankfully, the heroes have been able to pop that away from this single target Inferno, but it's difficult here because he could have used the freeze a little bit earlier on, protect some of the dragons, but he's mainly trying to protect the heroes. Freezes the Builder Hut and the single, but unfortunately, the cannon takes down the Royal Champion. He didn't have a lot of other options, to be honest, but it is going to mean, unless the Grand Warden and the Owl, and they chain this fast enough? Oh, I don't think so, Lethal.
It's going to take a while, but he actually managed to get it in the end. You're right. The only problem is, yeah, there's not really a huge amount left, but it's still got the Wizard Tower on the right-hand side as well. We know that, of course, yeah, it's not going to take out this army, but you are right, though. There is just no time at all, as the Warden will be having at the Queen to try and take down this wall. But yeah,
as long as the Queen doesn't hit a small bomb.
Yeah, well, at this rate, you're going to call it now and probably jinx it. Hopefully not, though. It's looking okay so far. As long as the Warden's directly in front straight afterwards, we'll have to see. But maybe not, though. 20 seconds left. Looks like it could be perfectly fine. It just depends on when that Wizard Tower does take down the Queen first off, which it will do a little bit of damage. But this is where the issue is going to come from. The Warden now is going to try and take down as soon as possible, but will he have enough to turn in the gold mine? Looks like he will be. So that was extremely close indeed. It's a good thing the Warden helped out the Queen to take down that wall, and a nice but very, very close 3-star there from Entropy.
3 stars are 3 stars, my friend. I'm just glad there wasn't, like I said, even a small bomb at the north of the base. Might have been enough to take down the Queen because she had that little health. If she went down, the Warden certainly wouldn't have had enough time. So little bit close, but hey, they will take it. 3 stars on the board, meaning alternate have to respond. What are they going to come in with? Like you said, they have been very diverse throughout this competition, as they always are. Boom does like the Blizzard Lalo, though. If anything, this is the strategy he uses a lot. Uses it in Legends League. You do see him use it across the competitive wars as well. Already setting off a bunch of red air bombs next to the multi-target Inferno, where he's now using the Blizzard. So that's going to be helpful, that he can already know he shouldn't really hit many of them with the Lalo.
Let's see how he's going to approach the strain afterwards, though. But he has done a fair amount of damage. He's actually drawn out defense already. Will be greeted by that rocket loom, but it'll be okay for the time being. Just swinging it along towards the west side just to attract the attention away. And saying that, though, we can see momentarily how Boom is going to try and execute this attack. The Queen will be coming out there, starting things off on the 8 o'clock side. Just finished off that rocket loom, and now bringing out the dragon, sorry, the baby dragon, just on that side as well, just to help continue the path for the Queen. But still, I will say, a very slow start, but it's understandable. He's already done a lot of damage from the attacks earlier on in that west compartment, so just using that King now to help create that funnel. He's looking very good so far. It just depends on how he's going to approach his Town Hall as well. We've seen a lot of these players today already, especially with this attack in particular, take up like 55-60% of the base at least before they even initiate the attack and have so many loons left over. Just depends on how Boom is going to approach this. Just popping the King's ability now, as he's going to take everything around the outside of that Town Hall, whilst the Queen focuses on the Town Hall for the time being. But this is still looking very good, as the King's done some great work already, getting a huge amount of damage. The Queen's just on the outside of that poison. And speaking of the loons and that Lava Hound there, just taking that damage already, coming in hot. And this is looking very good, very clean indeed so far.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Boom is the pathing he has been able to create for his Lava Loon, having a little bit of an issue up towards the top of the base. Grand Warden, move up with the balloons. Oh no, he's stuck there with the Royal Champion and the Headhunters, so he really couldn't use the Warden ability to help at all. He's caught the Royal Champion and that was it. No balloons. Managing to catch the Queen down the bottom. Boom made a huge play there by catching that Queen to get that bottom area. And that might have just caught him the 3-star. Being able to react as fast as he did.
Yeah, so to cut you off there, yeah, it almost has done it. 30 seconds left. He's going to be pretty pleased considering the circumstances he was in not too long ago. But he's going to be okay here. It's going to be a triple for the side of Boone. Even after that mistake, I thought it was just a great recovery. He seems to be very clean nonetheless apart from that. And a good way to start things off for ATN. They're going to get a triple of their own just to keep the pressure on Entropy Gaming early on in this war.
Yeah, beautiful job. I don't even think it was a mistake from Boom. I mean, technically, you could say that he could have deployed the Warden in a different area to follow the balloons, but sometimes you do just get unlucky like that. The Royal Champion getting held up on the defending King. Grand Warden just did not want to follow those balloons, but it's how you respond to that, isn't it? And, you know, focusing on the balloons, and he was really using the spells as good as possible, but then also having the foresight to keep an eye on the Queen and just about clipping her was huge, because when something goes wrong, you do have to adapt, and it's easy to crumble as well. So being able to be just as fast shows why, you know, you do have to be diverse with strategies, but you also have to pick ones that you know you can do at the same time as well. So it's kind of the dilemma for the players, if you will. However, this is one that we don't see very often. We did see this from Entropy when they played under, obviously, the name of Nolex in the Plains. Super Archers lethal. I doubt many people have been building bases to defend the Super Archers.
I do like this as well, even though Entropy Gaming have been known for using the Hydras more commonly compared to the other compositions. To bring something out like this, you're right though, I'm sure A-Team would not have expected this in the slightest. It depends if his base is even ready for it at this moment. I'm sure that Entropy Gaming knew that they're probably more ready for Hydras more than anything else, depending on how their defense is going to work this time round. But Boom, we're going to see how his defense is going to go against Addy. Addy actually got a 3-star to clean up or finish off the wall with a great finish in the end. Let's see if he can do it in the second attack. I'm sure he should be able to, just depending on how he's going to try and approach this, as now the Warden and the Queen just heading towards the northern side. He's going to be coming down straight away and just going to make that vital push with the King as well on the north.
Yeah, I'm wondering where he's using this jump spell, actually, because I think one of the reasons he's using the Super Archers is he can reach a lot of those buildings through from the core towards the town hall and potentially even take that down before he gets there. Notice there's a few condensed buildings in front of it that the super archers would be shooting at. So hopefully they could get all the way through towards the town hall and pick it off. Let's find out, as they are somewhat split at this stage. It looked like some of them hit the giant bomb. However, with the healers, they are okay. It would be nice if the other few super archers would move across, though, so they could start getting healed. It's not going to happen, though. They are going down, so he's already lost a good chunk of them, I'd say, in the middle.
And the RC has come out, but also found most of this Tesla farm here as well. Still trying to continue to make this push into the center. Still has a few free spells as well, which will give him a little bit of leeway whilst he tries to break through this next wall. It's going to be very tough as well. Still got one more left in his back pocket, so it's all about the timing here and how he wants to try and do this. It looks like he can use it perfect timing as well. He's not really going to take too much damage here until the tunnel has been taken down. And actually going around the outside of it, this is looking perfect here for Addy. The only problem is it's all about the time as well. Look at the RC, they're still pushing in. Remember, the RC has popped the ability earlier on. It's all about being on the cleanup crew here. And I'm just flabbergasted. This has worked really well for Addy so far. And the fact that he's been outside of that poison the entire time, meaning that he's going to have enough DPS to clean this up in the nick of time. That was a great way to start off that second attack. And just like the how diverse things have been for Entropy Gaming, knowing that ATN are probably more prepared for these Hydra attacks instead.
I think just seeing the super archers, once he had jumped them into the core, I was focused on the town hall, but actually even to the south, they were able to shoot out of the core and get so much value. And when you consider the attack that we seen in the last war with the super bowlers and how quick they went down to the poison, because they had to walk right up towards that town hall and almost stand inside it, super archers really did a good job there towards the end due to their range. So might be one I decide to try out myself as well. But we've got Ast using the hybrid, one that has been used not quite as often as I thought we might have seen it following the update, but we've certainly seen some fantastic attacks. Kingsman from MCES obviously coming to mind.
I may have to replay that back actually just to see exactly how he managed to plan that out, because that was really good. And do you know what? It's just nice to see something really different for a change. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen a little bit different there, but it's nice to have a change up now and then. But Ast from ATN now, we can see what he can do. The Queen able to stay alive for now. There's a lot of DPS coming out though, but it looks like he's going to be fine anyway. I don't think he needs a rage spell too yet. It's just a little bit too early there. He wants to get the most value possible when he does drop it onto the Queen, and it looks like that's going to be the best time for it, because with all the defenses here coming out here from Bats, it looks like he will get a lot of value from that raid spell anyway. So good placement in the end. He will be in it for a while here, just until he pushes on up a little bit further, which he has done now, and just moving across towards that scatter shot and that defensive RC with now the blimp coming out.
Yeah, this is one thing we've been seeing a little bit in terms of where you charge your Queen, sending the battle blimp afterwards, either over the top of the Queen or to the side, but making sure the blimp goes where the healers have already checked for traps. So he knew the blimp was pretty safe there to just move on through, get the town hall, and the pathing for the hybrid, I almost said Hydra there, we have two strategies that to get you tongue twisted, but the hybrid moving in from this left-hand side looks beautiful, because with the super wall break, he can probably punch in towards the multi-target Inferno down at the 6 o'clock area.
You could blame me for that. I think I've said that composition about 3 times in the space of 1 minute earlier when we're talking about the comparisons there. But the RC now and the Warden there just joined together with these Hog Riders here. Good use of the healing spell as well. Good placement for it. Just making sure these Hogs are fully healed before they do enter into the center to take down that multi-inferno, or both multi-inferno, shall we say. And this is the perfect time for it. Look how coordinated, in sync this is going to happen here. The King now just looking to try and take down the multi-inferno, which is going to be huge here to try and keep these Hog Riders alive. The RC also doing the same thing just to push on up. That's the spring trap. Did take out some of those Hog Riders there, but the RC still alive and well, does have the ability to. And look at this here, 30 seconds left to go. It's all going to be about whether he can get this triple with the time left remaining, and it's that storage. It's already very weak as it is. He's going to be pretty pleased with himself. That is going to be another ATN triple, and still unable for us to try and separate the two.
How beautiful was that to see the Royal Champion seeking shield just literally everywhere across the map. Brilliant stuff. and very well coordinated as well throughout the entire attack, making sure that the pathing for the hybrid in towards the middle was set. And even though there was a lot of damage there, he was able to heal through it with, like you said, that healing spell. Little fun fact for everybody. I talked to Lethal off camera about this, but I call it the heal spell. I mean, let us know in chat. I think most people call it the heal spell, but it is actually the healing spell. So I always find that funny.
My terminology is not too bad, luckily, so it's all right. I think we'll just call that a fluke, really, in all fairness, because, it's not often I'm right, but I can tell you my predictions are not right at all, and it could continue to swing south for all of us here. Not too sure if it's all of us. I think there was a few differences here, because I know I thought it was going to be ATM, but we'll see. We'll see how Entropy do here, because they have been playing very well, and I'm very proud of them to see exactly they've been some, true competitive level play here from Entropy Gaming. But let's see if they can continue that consistency across the board. We've seen teams like Reported Gaming where they'll take down ATN and then lose to another team along the lines on the same day. Will Entropy follow the same way? We'll have to find out here. Starting with the Queen now on the 8 o'clock side, is going to be doing work towards that town hall to be entering the net momentarily. And looking forward to see what he's going to be bringing here with the Drags and the Drag Riders this time around.
Yeah, interesting, because the Hydra is the attack strategy that you pointed out Entropy have been using, and I'm sure that Alternate have recognized that as well, and perhaps something they will be looking to defend. Now, I do notice that it seems he's flying in towards the... Well, I was debating, is he flying into the Eagle or is he flying in towards the 7 o'clock area? It is indeed the 7 o'clock area, and the pathing towards that central multi is not ideal here. So let's find out if the Dragons split and move around it, how much DPS he can continue to get, because that's something that can, from time to time, cause this attack strategy to go awry, is when the Dragons do split, as you see them starting to do right now.
Yeah, they have done already. One of them, or a couple of them, has actually swayed towards the west side, which means the Multi-Inferno is going to have a field day just making sure to clean them up. But the majority of them are still here on the right-hand side, just trying to do work with the Eagle Artillery. The RC has come out perfect timing as well. Needs to try and get in front of this army if it can, in order to try and work towards the multi, because the multi is going to do a huge amount of damage, especially towards these loons here. And of course, the raid spell now just coming down to make sure to try and push up as aggressively as possible in order to do some work here. But it's not too bad. Only problem is a few of those tracks have swerved to the right-hand side, but it's not like they're completely separated.
Yeah, I thought for a moment he was going to send the Battle Blimp over the top of the Dragons where they are now to try and get the Battle Blimp to the central multi, but instead trying to cut off the funnel up to the north. So as you see right now, the Dragons do move themselves in towards the middle beautifully, and actually it has worked out pretty well here, because the multi-target Inferno, despite the Dragons not going there initially, it hasn't been in range of the Dragons. So one thing that does tend to defend the Hydra is if they split around the multi, but it's constantly doing damage. You see they're starting to take a lot more of that now. They are low in health, so it's a close one getting down towards the end here, Lethal, and with the red air bombs, pretty much history.
Oh, it was so close as well. There was, 3 of them were weak at least, but with 20 seconds left, the King's got a huge amount of health. The problem is, so he has to try and break through this next wall and take down the Wizard at the same time. It's just not going to happen here. And you know what, even with the trap in itself, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a shame. It could have been a little bit of a different story, but considering the path which the Dragons did take, as well as the Dragon Riders as well, it could have been a bit worse, but it's a shame a couple did swerve towards the left-hand side, as you were mentioning, even at the very beginning, if it was going to take the path even towards the Eagle Artillery right at the very start, or even at the 7 o'clock position, but still a good 2-star, 98%, and definitely something we don't have to talk too much about, but we should be pretty pleased anyway. It's just a shame the triple just didn't work his way. First, small blunder.
Well, a little bit of an opening, isn't it? They're just a couple of percentage short, but like I said, I was a little bit concerned with that central multi and not really having anything to draw the Dragons in, but it seemed with the blimp, maybe that's what he had planned all along, just to move on around and hope that he had enough strength to get on through. But Tornado Trap held off an extra percentage as well, by the way, Lethal. He would have got the 99 if it wasn't for that OP Tornado Trap. It is Yo-Yo, though, and it's great to see him using the Lalo. I said this on Monday. We haven't really got to see him use this, but he was given the nickname Lalo 23 in times gone by because He is a master at this. One of the best in the world, for sure. So excited to see him using it again.
And Yo-Yo with his trademark spells, but going to be very creative this time around. And he's going to have a lot of flicking to do here, especially when he micromanages his units to try and work with his spells as well. I'd love to see it as well, just him micromanaging his entire army with such a numerous amount of different variety of spells as well. It's, not many people can be able to succeed doing something like this, but he's very, very creative, as you rightly mentioned. The king knows it's going to help create that funnel with the wall break as well. Just the queen's going to be looking to go into the town hall compartment momentarily. Very excited to see how Yo-Yo is going to try and approach this, but him taking down the AD with the king is going to be huge for this attack later on. But the queen now just focusing on the town hall here, popping her ability early just due to the fact that, well, let's be honest here, she hasn't really got much health to deal with anyway, and we'll be able to secure the town hall.
It's nice to see just that little approach with the heroes picking off each area. And you see the Lava Hound alongside the Stone Slammer. Now that early deployment of the Lalo up towards the top, trying to force the Stone Slammer in towards the Scatter Shot. Yes, it does indeed work out. I thought the Stone Slammer was going to move up to the top there as well. I think maybe one extra tile and it probably would have. So it gets well, I don't want to say fortunate because it was planned in terms of doing that. But you see the damage of the balloons up the top, hitting a few of the red air bombs. I know there's a couple popped off early as well. And so far, so good. He still has a freeze and a haste. So could still get this if he gets the spells down right.
Yeah, we know what he's like as well. So I'm going to use most of him. I only got one haste spell left, but this is the perfect time to use it and the perfect time to have it placed as well. So in terms of placement, to try and get to the AD as soon as physically possible, as it's actually doing a lot of damage so far. But you've got to remember, there's 50 seconds left on the clock. He's still got a fair amount to do. The one tester's still trying to do as much damage to those loons as possible. But it's just going to be a matter of time at this point. You said, but, in terms of this kind of attack, Yo-Yo is known for it, and especially his creativity as well. It's just a matter of if he can continue this, though. Still got one loon just diving towards a scatter shot, but the dragon's hasn't got much health either here. Oh, dearie me.
He needed that. He needed the balloon inside the scatter shot. I was going to say that down towards the bottom, the wizard tower was very, very dangerous, but the dragon actually tanked it, and then it tanked onto the warden. Do you know what, Lethal? This could be even all tied up. The dragon and the minion probably get this storage, but that is going to be it. If Yo-Yo had something to tank that scatter and the balloon took it down, he would have got the 3-star, but can you believe it? Exactly the same, percentage-wise as well.
Oh, both teams, same stars, both on 298%, and I think I got a little bit too carried away there with the loons of the path they took as well. The AT just did so much damage, didn't it? And the Dragon didn't really have much health, of course, either. I thought it had a lot more health than that, but even then, though, he wouldn't have had time to take down the scatter shot in the end anyway. But there's a little recap for you guys so far. As you can see, both teams, like I rightly mentioned, already on 298%. And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, Entropy made just a tiny blunder. I wouldn't say it's a huge blunder, actually. Just a very, very minor mistake there. Sadly for them, couldn't clean up the last portion of that attack. And Yo-Yo, with the Lalo attack he's known for, didn't actually get the 3-star either. So the fact that both of them are neck and neck is exactly what we want from these two teams as well. And potentially ruining our prediction once again, but we'll have to see. So ATN have to try and fight back once again in their next attack after this one, because of course Entropy Gaming coming in with the 4th attack coming up next.
I think the one thing I will say is I'll be interested to go and watch the replay myself, because I didn't quite see where the Royal Champion was used, focusing on the other heroes. So I'm not sure whether he wanted a little bit more value from that. I noticed the multi-target Inferno down to the 9 o'clock area, where he had to send in the Stone Slammer. I'll have to have a little bit of a look back, but I'm not sure whether he expected to take that down earlier. But the balloons just took so much damage at the 12 o'clock area. Fortunately, the Lava Hound set off a bunch of red air bombs early on, or it could have been even worse for him, actually. However, I can't dwell on that. All tied up, and we do have the Queen Charge hybrid, so mixing things up a little bit here for Entropy Gaming.
They certainly are indeed. Entropy Gaming now just literally just diving straight on into the 2 o'clock compartment and see what they can do here. Does bait out the defense there coming out, but let's see how we're going to try and approach this next. It's the Queen now coming out from the exact same position. So she'll be there for a while until we have a look around to see what his plan of action could be coming up next. And even looking at the spells as well, it still has a couple of healing spells laid it on in his back pocket to keep those Hog Riders especially alive, and does have a couple of raid spells as well to speed things up as well. But the Queen, though, looking to go straight into this Town Hall compartment, already doing quite a fair amount of work here. One of the loons just making sure to take down that cannon, and now you've got a couple of wizards as well just to try and clean up some of the outside structures. But the Queen's still doing a good job, doesn't need a raid spell as of yet. But as I'll say that though, typical, called it then, the Town Hall will be taken down momentarily. So still, it's going to be a slow start here just to make sure to keep the Queen alive as well and just clean up the rest of this compartment. The King as well now coming up from the 3 o'clock side.
Yeah, slowly just sending those loons in to help, but she is going to step inside the poison because there's not many buildings adjacent to that to distract her. However, with the rage, she is going to be fine. He has sent the hybrid in from the right, but still has to be careful on that Queen due to the single target Inferno. So he does freeze that up, and alongside the Warden ability, then only has one other heal spell. So let's find out, healing spell. So let's find out where he's going to use that, because he might need it for the scatter shot. And probably then just let the... Oh, he's used it earlier than the scatter, so could start to fall short towards the end here, Lethal.
Maybe, yeah. And the Queen and the RC both still have their ability intact. As the Warden, it's quite funny actually. Actually probably getting more of the healing more than any other unit so far, pushing into the center now to try and continue this attack. And even then though, EUR Rider, it's going to be kind of close so far. The Queen's still at the top though, just looking to try and take out more of his defense here, just to finish up these Tesla farm in the center and the Expo as well. The RC finally popped his ability and still continuing to make that path into that western compartment. But looking at this so far, still only got the multi and the AD really, and the Archer Tower on the left-hand side. The Queen is still in a spot of bother, trying to break through this next wall, which does mean have to leave the RC and those Barbarians and the Wizard on the left side to clean up everything on that side. And it's going to be a done deal here, Judo, as Entropy Gaming is still keeping it close and competitive with a 3-star, and they're really putting on pressure onto ATN as we head in towards the final stretch.
Putting pressure on our predictions as well. Oh my gosh, I think we all went with alternate attacks. But the one thing I want to point out there is the importance of trying to keep your Queen alive with the hybrid. Yes, the healers can switch to the hybrid depending on how you play it, but you've seen how important it was there in terms of being able to tank through the end, and that's purely what got him it in terms of keeping the hero abilities with the Royal Champion moving towards the back end of the attack and the Queen tanking all of the Expo. It really helped him to get that triple. So not always possible, depends on what you're planning with the hybrid, but for that one, showing that if you can keep that Queen alive, it is so valuable. Wale with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash though, we've seen him use this every once in a while. I would say he's definitely a diverse player with his attack strategies. I don't think he probably knows what he's going to attack with until kind of last minute. So how people can predict what he's going to use is beyond me. However, with the Grand Warden, going to try and take out the storage first, and looking like he's aiming towards that Town Hall actually with the Grand Warden, but probably a rage will be needed, especially due to the skeleton trap.
I was trying to think from the top of my head who actually said that. It was definitely one of the players saying that they don't really know what they're going to come up against or use in terms of composition, let alone anyone else trying to figure out or predict who it was. It might have been him. I was just trying to remember. But yeah, we're going with this P.E.K.K.A. Smash now. And before this week even began, in the first week, the P.E.K.K.A. Smash and the Boulder Smash was actually the go-to for ATM. But like I said, only by a small margin. Of course, it's still early days here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But finally, though, get we count with the P.E.K.K.A. straight away in the 8 o'clock side. And it looks like everything else in between will also be coming out as well, with the King now just looking to take down these structures, but also funnel into that compartment on the west. But still, though, looking to take down the multi-Inferno in the 8 o'clock. So we'll have to do a fair amount of defense here from those golems, but in the end they will get taken down momentarily here. So I will say this is a very calculated approach here, and let's see how this works well for him.
Yeah, looking really good, actually. I really like the wall breaker just around from that 9 o'clock area to let the King in towards the Eagle, take out that compartment, and keep all of the P.E.K.K.A. moving through the middle. I like the delayed Warden ability as well, so that when he reached the core, everything was tanked. He's got so much force moving through the back end of the base. And just look at those Hog Riders as well.
Oh my God.
Perfectly split up from the Siege Barracks so that they wouldn't take one massive splash from the scatter shot. So brilliantly done. I hadn't even realized he'd not deployed the Royal Champion. Beautiful job to Vale here. Time could be the only thing that could defend, but I doubt it at this stage. He has so much force left up.
Yeah, and there's nothing really to go back to either, just looking at it so far. In terms of the defense, not really much left. I do agree with you, though. I don't think it's going to be anything that Entropy Gaming can do to defend against this. It's all about how they can try and waste as much time as possible, really. But it doesn't really matter. It's already said and done. And you said it yourself. The RC came out so late, and in all fairness, it wasn't even required in the end. 17 seconds remaining until that was all done and dusted. So here we go. So we've got both teams now, 398%, the exact same stars as well. Still can't separate them, but this is where we can really find out exactly who's going to take this war.
Yeah, we might be coming down to time. Let's find out exactly what happens on the next attack. We've had it previously, haven't we? So who knows? Let's find out. 2 attacks remain. I mean, not being able to separate them at this point just shows how tough the predictions are. And I think that is what we said right at the top of the show, wasn't it? There's so many amazing matches. The teams are so close. You see that in the leaderboard. This match being testament to it. We've got Beezers, and he is using the Hydra. Can they get it to work this time? Obviously, last time they did use it, it did falter.
Definitely interesting to say the least. So, of course, both teams, if you're just joining us, exact same stars, exact percentage. And it's going to take until the final attack in order to really try and separate these two teams, as Entropy Gaming really put on some solid force, and definitely be a force to be reckoned with here right from the get-go. I'm still thinking, I'm hoping that tornado trap doesn't make him wake up in a cold sweat knowing that they could have beaten him depending on the percentage here. But still got one more attack to go from each team. Let's have a look here. An aggressive approach already, as it always is with this Hydra attack. Now just coming in with those drags and drag riders, just pushing in towards that scanner shot compartment in the east, but still looking to try and take down the Eagle artillery in the south compartment with the King. And he should be able to try and do it. It's going to take a little bit more time here, just popping the ability up to the last second now, as the drags have separated just a tad, but they're not really too far from each other either. It just depends on how this split goes. And also just noticed it in the town hall compartment, just pushing up to see if they can take down the town hall as well. Has been successful, so not looking too bad so far here, Judo.
They are not, and the Hydra tends to be a quick attack. Now, I do worry about the single target Inferno after the multi. He's got 3 freeze spells, but he's running out of force in the center. This is what I was talking about with the Hydra in that last attack, wasn't it? Is that central multi-target Inferno. You see how much damage it has done. He's ran out of steam. Can he use the 2 freeze now to support the Royal Champion? The Scattershot and the Expo, though, will be using the ability. It is not really going to happen here. It was a very, very fast attack. And maybe that was something they were counting on, but I don't think so, because in terms of your strategy, you can't really change it this late in the war and factor in time. Maybe just deploy it a little bit quicker if you know time is of the essence. And alternate attacks were very, very slightly in the lead on time. Just 3 seconds ahead, actually, on average time for the attacks. But that might not even come into play here. In fact, it most likely will not, unless the 2-star 80% is what alternate get, which probably unlikely we would see the same percentage again. So more than the 80% 2-star, or 81% I guess here because of the minion, is what is required from alternate attacks.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little bit sad with this approach, and it is a real shame indeed, but ATN, they're gonna be loving life right now, knowing that they just need to try and get at least a 2-star 82% in order to secure victory. And depending on who's going to finish this up, it's definitely difficult, easily possible actually, to say the least. So probably expecting it to go to that 14-star joint war, then maybe go to a tiebreaker depending on who had the quickest time, or depending on the quickest attack, you know, if it gets to that stage. But I don't think it's going to happen, though. But 82% 2-star, that's all they need here for 18 in order to secure this W. But yeah, I do feel sorry for Entropy Gaming. They really gave 18 a run for their money so far, but of course not out of it yet.
Yeah, and I think it is just Mask left to go. And one thing I will say is, despite him being the newest member to alternate attacks, He has been so creative in this challenge, so it doesn't surprise me that he's coming in last. We've seen him do a lot of lightning spells into then hero dives and pretty much wiping out majority of the base before finishing off with some sort of back-end Lalo. I think he's used Dragon Riders to finish off sometimes, so it's not surprising to me that he's going to be attacking last due to the creativity we've been seeing in this challenge. And here we go. It is the lightning, but it's the lava loons. So we've got the Zapquake initially, I would think, or maybe he's sending in the heroes and using the Zapquake a little bit later on, always helpful in terms of time. Heroes diving in towards that top compartment, Queen down towards the Town Hall, so a multi-pronged approach here to try and set the pathing up nicely for that Lalo.
Mask is definitely taking a leaf out of Yo-Yo's books with the variety of spells using for this exact attack. The King, probably his ability there, just taking out that compartment. The RC is going to be joining very early. The RC is coming out as well. I do love to see it as well, just going straight in for the scanner shot as well. The King will get taken down momentarily after a little bit of time as he's still pushing forward, but the RC's also put the ability to use the invisibility spell for extra insurance to make sure to try and take down the rest of his compartment, taking a little bit of time there. Actually, funny enough, I'm not even going to say it's taking a little bit of time. This is actually quite a quick but effective attack nonetheless. And you can see as well the Town Hall has also been taken down on that south side as well. So it's all about how good this execution is going to be for Mask in this next portion of the attack.
I would agree. I think this has been a very quick approach so far with the heroes, but look at that one wizard. Just recognizing maybe that was a call from a teammate. Send that wizard in to snipe the air defense. Huge value there in terms of just that one-for-one trade. Protects a little bit of damage as the Lalo moves in. And again, you see the Stone Slammer. That is to drift in towards the center. And with the Lalo now moving from the right-hand side, it can assure that it is swooped in towards the multi-target Inferno. A regular dragon in there. Nice choice in order to take down the defending Royal Champion. Keeping the Lalo moving too. Look at all of the Lava Hounds inside of the water ability, popping all of the traps. That was beautiful.
My goodness, like we said already, he only needs 82% or more to guarantee ATN victory, and it's slowly clawing its way here. His defensive RC is actually trying to do some damage to those loons. There's quite a few, remember, as well, but most of them are also pretty split. There's no more spells. They've used that free spell as the last one is spelled. The Tornado Trap's actually taking some of them out in the center here. Okay, this is going to be a little bit more closer than I thought, but hopefully the minions will be able to make up for the percentages later on, as still that Tesla Farm has taken down a lot of his loons here. Has hit 82%, which does mean that ATN will grab the victory. I was a little bit worried considering the path for some of these loons, but of course we mentioned it of course earlier as well. So the minions will be able to clean up a lot of his storages, a lot of his mines on the outside to make up for the percentage. So even though it's not going to be a triple for Mask, he's definitely done enough to secure the victory here. And I must say, Entropy Gaming definitely gave him a massive run for their money.
Yeah, brilliant attack. Unfortunate down towards the end. I'm waiting to see the troops here because I thought he had a dragon to take out the Royal Champion, but then I seen a Dragon Rider. Oh, it was a dragon and a Dragon Rider. So he had both in there. Not quite the 3 stars anyway, but like you said, the win for alternate attacks on percentage. Another close war. But that is going to move alternate attacks ever so closer to the top spot here in our leaderboard. And just keeps everything exciting. Entropy Gaming, though, with a little bit more work on their hands.
Yeah, literally a 10% difference between the two. And that's all it came down to between these two juggernauts. And Entropy Gaming, like I said, already gave them a massive run for their money. And they definitely created some strides here. I know they've only gone 1 for 1, but knowing they gave ATN that close of a series, it's going to make them feel a lot better when they play against them, or some of the other teams, of course, in the future matchups as well. But guys, we've still got plenty more action to come. We've got 4 more matches left to go. Judo's going to take a well-deserved break. Lady B is going to be coming straight back in for a matchup between the likes of MCS and Reported Gaming. Another slobber knocker coming on your hands in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge as B is back in the hot seat now for our 4th out of 7 match of the day here between the likes of Robotic Gaming and MCS. Another 2 juggernauts here coming out again. MCS, they've had a shaky start so far, but Robotic Gaming are going to be looking to either try and make the situation 10 times worse, or MCS may be able to claw back and get some kind of W on the board here today, because in terms of standings, they need as much as they can get.
They do. This is a bit of a tough situation for them coming in off of that loss against Time to Throw. And I know we all predicted collectively that MCS were going to get that original win, including the audience, but everyone was wrong on that one. Now, RPG, we are split on. I will say Judo and myself have gone for RPG, but Lethal, it looks like you and the audience have gone for MCES on this. And this is a pretty nice hit rate coming in for Robotic Gaming, 64% hit rate. Their average defense is low, but they're hitting high numbers, and we're often seeing them hitting that 14-star war count.
Yeah, chat knows best, I think, maybe. I don't know. Or we could be both wrong at this rate. I don't know. We'll have to find out eventually. I think it's interesting because with a lot of predictions in any esport, really, normally, but the majority of them are pretty similar. But for us, though, we just couldn't make up our minds, could we? Like, I even mentioned it earlier, even before the broadcast. I said, it wasn't just like a 5-minute job of just looking at names and discuss exactly what we could see from the results. It's just more due to the fact that there's so many close matches, and what we've seen in the past, like for example, Robotic Gaming defeating ATN in the previous play date, and then all of a sudden listen to one of the other teams. It was just mad, and it's not. They're just a good example of that, and we've seen other teams as well do the exact same thing, if not worse. Actually, it's been absolutely crazy, but. You know, at this point, no, we're going to have to see if Robotic Gaming can make matters worse for MCES. I think I did go for MCES, like you rightly said. You went for RPG, Judo did as well, and the audience, they agreed with me, but probably the wrong time to agree. We'll have to definitely see about that one. But I still have hope for MCS. I kind of feel like the reason why I swung towards MCES is because of their consistency in how RPG are hit and miss. If they're looking very strong and very hot coming into this matchup, then yeah, I'm done for. Like, I know that I'm probably going 0-4 in these predictions, or 1-4, sorry, after that last ATM matchup. But if MCES are pushed against the wall and then they need to really reveal some of their strategies up their sleeves, some of those high-risk ones, then it could swing some roundabouts. This is why I've been very cautious on what could be happening here in some of these future matchups, because it's been really tough for us to decide who's going to come out on top.
It has, and you know, thinking back to now the stats defensively, MCS had been holding higher than RPG, and that's what could really work in their favor. It's just that seeing that high percentage hit rate is doing them some good, especially after MCS is coming off of an 11-star war against Time to Throw. So we'll see if the morale has kind of picked up, if they've had a chance to shake off the earlier match today and just get fired up and ready to go. And Kingsman actually kicking it off. Judo and I were noting in the previous matchup that Kingsman was attacking later and didn't even come in with a hybrid that he's had the success of. He has been perfect on his hybrid attack so far, and went in with a drag rider attack that did not necessarily work to his favor. So let's see if he can come through, carry this along, and start MCS off on the right foot today as the Queen starts clearing out this path leading towards the Town Hall. Now, you can see her rounding the corner into that Town Hall compartment and working her way in to carry it through and continuing on her push, because we've got 3 super wall breakers to open up more passage.
Yeah, because normally for MCES, especially the last 3 play days, the Queen Charge hybrid has definitely been their flavour of the month is. So we'll see how often it will appear before our very eyes. Depending on how much has changed over the last few days, really, and what they're going to bring to the table as the race bell comes down, as the Queen are able to stay alive a fair amount longer, just wanting to keep her ability for long as possible for the obvious reasons. And you can see now coming on the west side, the King has come out to play. The Eagle Artillery is not mucking around at all. Going to be focused firing onto the King straight away. As we look back on the north side, the Queen still continuing to do work here, dropping another rose spell just to keep her alive in the ability once again, but still good value nonetheless. But you can see already the majority of his army with Warden as well, just coming in from the west once again and just pushing forward alongside the king, who's just popped his ability now to take down that eagle as soon as possible.
Yeah, clearing out that compartment down below the 6 o'clock side of the base with the king there is ideal to keep the hybrid not only pathing into the center, but collectively together so that they get the maximum value out of this heal radius, or as I heard, the healing spell radius, which you refer to it as. And that's just going to give more power to the Hogs to work along with, and of course, provide what the Royal Champ needs is a little additional cover. She's still got her ability intact, and the Queen is full health as this works through the back end. Kingsman has no risk here, and it's good to see him coming back around to this hybrid strategy.
Yeah, this is looking so good. Look how much health the Hog Riders have as well. Just balmy to say the least. Kingsman really making a statement to kick this war off straight away against Robotic Gaming. So let's see how they're going to respond. Very clean execution there.
Yeah, this is kind of the morale boost, fired up, ready to go kind of attack that they needed to start off this war with. And that's just going to show RPG that MCS is not going to roll over and take it. They're here, they mean business, and they want to get the job done. So, you know, it's promising to see this, but they also need the defenses coming in at the end of the day. And I think that's what they've been struggling with the most.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of people getting a lot of stars from MCS due to their defense, haven't they? So let's see if there's anything changed. And that's the problem for them, is the fact that if they do repeat any of the bases they had in the previous matchup, then Robotic Gaming, I'm sure, will probably watch and probably can take note as well on top of that. So could give them a bit of leeway here. But let's have a look as we go onto the Robotic Gaming side to see exactly what shenanigans they're going to be up to. Just we'll already find a small dosage of those Tesla, or in terms of going into that 10 o'clock side. So nice little early find there, and we're going to see exactly how he's going to approach this next. Because I will say this, Robotic Gaming, we know how good they are, we know what they can bring to the table. MCS know this as well, especially after defeating ATN on Monday. And now we're going to be coming in there with the blimp as well, just to take out everything in the compartment on the north side.
Yeah, so a slight hesitation there. I'm wondering if maybe the mini Tesla farm there is throwing him off kilter for part of his entrance coming in, but does secure taking down the majority of this 12 o'clock compartment, bar the Royal Champion, who's a little bit further to the outskirts, and then air defense. We'll see if that air defense comes into play, but it is closer to the outskirts of the base, and I can't see it throwing too much of a curveball here for Klinga. But using the Queen coming in for the Town Hall compartment, shaping up a nice push along, and we're going to have the King working in as well, but over likely towards this multi-sided base. We've got the additional wall breakers just to keep moving this along and clear up as much as possible. Queen is struggling, though, to get through the Hound CC, and she's lost a lot of health on this, but with the invisibility spell, the Unicorn trying to keep her alive has to force through the ability, and he's going to have to try and drop this freeze quick, hold off the town hall, but there is a lot of damage incoming, and the Queen is going to suffer. Let's see if he sends in the Royal Champion to try and safe charge this.
Oh my god, yeah, this is gonna have to try and recover from this if he can. I didn't expect this to kick things off here for Robotic Gaming, but even using the RC, yeah, sure, fair enough, you've taken down the Town Hall, but that's a lot of value which could have been required at a later stage. But let's see how he can improvise. He probably would have attacked from this angle anyway. The problem is, without the RC, there's going to be a lot of the defense is going to be able to take down a lot from Robotic Gaming side in terms of their attack. But let's see what's going to happen though. Still got 2 more haste spells left, still got a couple of free spells as well to give these loons a little bit more of a helping hand as they make that aggressive push. And still the loons splitting up nicely here in the center, but the problem is the multi is still there here, B. And it's still going to cause a lot of issues so far. Way too many issues. Just went from bad to worse here. Is at one stage when we saw those loons come out, we were like, oh, okay, fair enough, they can split and at least try and speed things up a tad. But in the end, it probably did worse. I can't believe what's happened. Sadly, an awful start for Robotic Gaming.
There was just really no turnaround for Kling on this one. With the Queen not getting that Town Hall compartment down, with the King not even getting work through on the back end of the base, and the Royal Champ having to secure taking down the Town Hall, not picking up that multi, or even the scatter shot in the core, because there was a lot invested trying to get that Queen in and get the Town Hall, which didn't happen. It meant that the loons really were going to suffer, and they were only meant to get a small fraction of that base towards the 9 o'clock side, which you can see the struggle even with the scatter shot that remained to knock out those loons. So It's a tough go for RPG at this point, but MCS definitely showing that they are stepping up defensively. They just need to continue to carry that along, especially with the offense. We've seen a little bit lower of a star count coming in from MCES these days, and I think that's the other worrisome thing, is to see them continuing moving forward.
I'm not gonna lie to you, MCES are probably thinking, like, finally, like, a huge amount of breathing room for them here. 2 stars, 72%. They could be happy about that, especially with the star lead. And I think they full well know that RPG, they're gonna be ones looking to try. Well, they actually realise now that because of the percentage, they're going to be looking for the star counts more than anything else. But because they're already behind by a star, they're going to have to hope that they've got some immaculate defense here. And so let's see if Teamtastic does have that kind of defense to really put Remio at bay. But it's very, very tough to call. Looks like MCES really are here to play. And just going to the predictions, well, chat have actually predicted 50-50, as well as the chat couldn't even decide who's going to come out on top of this one either. And do you know what? I don't blame chat either. It is a very tough call considering what we've seen from both these teams' previous matches. You just don't know what you're going to get on the day here. But let's see if Remio can just make the day even worse here for RPG now coming into the start of that West compartment.
And so lightning fast with the zap quick that came down. I barely got a chance to even recognize that he came in with that as it started off. But we have the king, the queen, the ice golem to actually move through this compartment, and it's going to be the royal champion to help carry along, clear out some of the defenses here. Now, the defending hound just working along the outskirts and it pulling to the side here is a good thing, but we need something to take on the town hall, and the royal champ's not quite there yet. We've got the blimp to come in, which means this queen has potentially even more value if he holds a freeze and decides to force that ability and beat through the walls, which unfortunately is not going to be, I guess, enough of the case here to get that job done. Queen gets a little bit veered and sidetracked, but it's still off to a nice start. And that single will only be the biggest problem for the pathing of the loons if the queen doesn't make her way in.
Right, let's see how these loons get on here. Good use of the haste spell already, just to try and push things up as fast as possible. With the eagle now also being a priority, will be greeted by a huge Tesla farm there. Already just pushing into the center to try and take down the multi into the center. That is already a prime way to kick things off here for Remio now, just continuing to make this push work. And that's going to be the last spell he has here. It's just a matter of his loons just getting the job done. Literally no defense left apart from that Tesla and the hut, and that is going to be all said and done. I must say, it's not only who was the first person who actually attacked for MCS? Was it Kingsman or Tryhard? Was it Kingsman? I believe?
Kingsman.
Yeah, so literally
Kingsman with
both
the
him
hybrid.
and Kingsman. Yeah, so now both of them are looking to continue with their path with another clean attack here from MCS. This is what we expected here from MCS. I'm very glad because hopefully this prediction will come to fruition here for me and the audience. And now I'm just going to finish things up here. Nice little triple here for Remio, just going to clear things up on the right hand side. But now RPG looking to be not knocking on death's door this early on, but they know that they've definitely got a game on their hands, as the pressure is definitely not in their favor.
I mean, you said this is what we predicted, and Judo and I unfortunately went with the RPG side of things. MCS definitely off to a raring start. The defense helping make matters just increasingly better for them to try and work their way out of the bottom of the ranks there. But you know, Remio is really one of those solid air attackers. We get to see him come in with these beautiful Lalos in the previous matchup. He came in with that Bat Lalo, which is always a nice surprise to see. Something that I would say he's probably one of the few people that will come in with that strategy. But just really, you know, really nice pathing for the queen. You saw how it got into the core of the base. And he didn't waste any time with the Lalo push to ensure things just continued on their course, just trusting in his queen the whole way.
Well, if you're just joining us here, we've got MCS versus Reported Gaming. Sunny for Reported Gaming. A little bit of a blunder at the very beginning, which does mean MCS have got a commanding lead. This is probably a little bit of an understatement here, but as long as they get a triple from Yanis, then at least they can keep this as close as possible. Let's see what happens here, as already we're going to start things off with Yanis, like I've already mentioned. Now with the queen just going to be starting things off in the 8 o'clock position, just taking some of those storages and the cannon there. But the problem is, though, if that's only 2%, I'm hoping it doesn't cause too much here, because it doesn't mean they're looking for stars at the same time, but being one star behind, it's going to be a huge task for them here. But let's see then. Race Bell comes down here, still using that queen to just to push him forward a little bit. We'll be greeted by 2 rocket loons already. The free spell comes down just to stop him in their tracks here, just to give this queen a little bit of breathing room now as they go forth. And trying to use that loon as well to take down whatever defense is on the left-hand side. But the queen, again, having to use the race body invisibility to secure that Town Hall compartment here. And now let's see how he cracks on with the rest of his attack, especially with the Dragon Riders coming out soon.
Yeah, she's in a good spot to completely, almost completely circumvent the poison bomb, but raging up those healers to ensure that she continues on, especially because we've got those surrounding ground bows. I saw someone in one of the chats earlier saying, you know, why do you put the town halls on the outside of the base? Why are you giving it away? Well, you know, that's the current meta right now, but you also see coming in with that a lot of incoming damage. We'll typically see the CCs around there and those ground bows to try and hold off and limit the value for the Euros. And the queen is already struggling, already expended, and that's going to be a tough push for the drag riders. Healer's not going to be enough to carry on possibly for this royal champion as they cut across through the base, met with some of the traps along the way. So this is going to be a tough go. We know that the drag riders really rely on having heroes around to help ensure that the defenses around them go down fast and also are there for the cleanup on the back end. But let's see what the Stone Slammer can do for a nice big push and tank in the court.
Still quite a lot left though, and he's only got a minute left remaining. He's still got a freeze and a rage spell left to drop down, but the Warden's ability does come out in effect to try and help these Dragon Riders just push on forwards a little bit more successfully here. But the thing is, OB, this multi is just doing so much damage here, and with the other Inferno Tower as well, it's going to make it even worse. They're still getting a lot of value here, and actually both those Dragon Riders have headed towards the scatter shot, but the AD behind it is just going to take everything out here in that south compartment. So again, it's going to be another 2-star. The percentage won't be as bad, but the mistakes and everything else there is starting to tally up for Robotic Gaming.
I'm not sure if I saw that Warden walking on the ground with the Dragon Riders. It looked like he had it set to ground Warden, but nothing that was surrounding that would have pulled his focus away from that. So we still got the Warden's ability off to boot. So I don't know that that affected it too much on it, but just something I noticed coming in there. And maybe my eyes are deceiving me. I could be wrong. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, Robotic Gaming still struggling here with this 87% 2-star. Really not even the percentage they're worrying about so much as they need to start catching up on the star count.
Don't worry, your eyes didn't deceive you. Don't you worry about that. But yeah, 6-star versus 4. Low percentage. I don't know. I really don't know here. And we're already, you know, still only got 2 attacks in, and we've seen like a couple of blunders already. It's been a real shame indeed. And MCS, it's just literally what they bring to the table compared to what we saw from RPG. This is why I'm questioning myself, thinking I don't know how RPG are going to be able to come back from this. And let's just see some major faults come out from MCS in these next 3 attacks. Then it's going to be pretty much it here for Robotic Gaming. But I would have thought if Vienna's got a triple, then they've got at least some kind of morale and momentum behind them to really shift gears and have a lot more confidence going in towards the end of the war. And hopefully that MCS do make some, maybe a couple of slip-ups here and there. But I don't know now. This is a different MCS. Triad's coming up next. It's going to try and make it even worse here. And let's see what he can now bring. 79.5% average. But remember, it's still early days here. We see some really peculiar upsets along the lines on the last portion of a lot of attacks in some of the previous wars we've casted in the past. So let's see how this will turn out here with tryouts. This will make matters worse with the king now entering that east compartment. The queen's going to be there as well as the ice golem, just to help out the king just a tad so far and see what Triumph can bring to the table.
King definitely helping to tank a bit, as well as the ice golem. Nice freeze radius on that, particularly holding the expo, giving the king a little bit more power to work through. And of course the queen, that's exactly what we want to see, taking on this entire scattershot compartment now. So essentially what we're doing here for this Lalo push is trying to get some easy outside access of some heavy damage coming in, so we can shape up the path for the Lalo. And I'd love to see the Royal Champ coming into the core of the base, but oh, no, we've got the blimp that I think is going to have to secure this town hall here. I was going to say, we often are seeing a little bit of a switch up here with blimps coming in, taking down the core of the base, a little reminiscent from the old school Town Hall 11 style attacks. But the Royal Champ on the course that she's on should ideally work her way through the core.
And look at this, he's got 4 haste spells as well. serious aggression here from Tryhard. And now with the Blend, we're going to be keeping close tabs on that just to make sure it is successful as he heads in towards the Town Hall. Does make it in the end. The Loons will come down with the Rage Spell as well and does secure it, which is going to be the main thing. And luckily for him as well, the Loons are just prioritising the defense in the centre rather than anything else around the Town Hall, so he does avoid that poison just a tad. But even then, though, he could just drop another haste spell down, couldn't he, and just try and avoid it like the plague, which he has done. So only a couple of Loons were affected. Still got one invisibility spell to use for extra insurance, which, funny enough, he's actually just dropped that down straight away. Still got a fair few Loons left, though, as he's just taken down the last AD there. Just having a little look around so far. There isn't really any defense left. He's going to be pretty pleased about here, B. Got a minute left remaining. He could do whatever he likes at this point. Go make a brew whilst this attack is finishing up so far. And we've got 3 back-to-back triples and just may see our first perfect war of the season.
I'll take one too, please.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
make one too. But Tryhard definitely coming in solid form. This is the MCS that we want to see. And I can't believe it's taken so long to get them here. Now, 3 for 3 in their matchup. And there's really no stopping them at this point. I cannot see any situation that RPG is going to be able to turn this one back around.
Yeah, a miracle, maybe. Some kind of anti-2-star, but I don't know. It is difficult, isn't it? I would love to... I don't like to be so pessimistic or anticlimactic in any way. No, not really pessimistic, more realistic, really, because, you know, the stats speak for themselves, doesn't it, at this point? With the 9 stars to the... Well, even if they do get a triple, and that's if, it will be still, there'll be 2 stars behind. So I think they have to rely on MCS to get only a 1 star in one of his next 2 attacks. And I can't really picture in a perfect world how Potter Gaming are going to be doing this. So let's see. Okay, all right, we've got the Rocket Loons coming up once again. We saw it once last week. So we're going to see it twice this week already. Maybe in a third, later on, depending on the circumstances. But I do love and I do get excited when it is Timtastic coming into play there, because we have noticed that with the majority, or actually all the Rocket Loon attacks we've seen so far, it has to be very well calculated, and every time we've seen it, it's been very successful. Apart from the one attack earlier on today where it was a 2-star 99%, it actually did work really well. Still had a fair amount of units left. I can't remember who else from the top of my head, but it was a very successful attack. Just couldn't... It's basically a time fail. But every time we've seen it so far, I've never really seen it fail from a standpoint where the execution has been bad in any way.
No, it's a pretty solid push. Typically, when you're coming in with usually all 4 of your heroes, this Warden's going to come in on ground to work along with the Queen here. And you know, we saw that 7-1 combination of the light spell, the zap spell, to take down the scatter shot, which is great value. Gave the Royal Champ everything she needed. Is holding on to an additional lightning spell, so we can use for possible headhunters coming out of the CC, just alleviating any pressure off of the heroes as they work their way along. So a nice shout on that one. But the log launcher, look at this. This is going to be a nice direct drive inside the town hall. Well, inside towards the town hall, right there in the center of the base. And that's what we ultimately need to eliminate with these Rocket Loon type attacks, because the Rocket Loons are only there to clean up along the outskirt edges of the base.
Still pushing on forward into the center though, but to be honest, at what cost? All the Rocket Loons are coming out to snipe everything there. On the east side, looking very good already. And the scatter shot's still actually heavily distracted, so the Rocket Loons can just come in hot and just clean up that compartment really without taking that much damage here. And just looking at the lineup so far, still got 7 Rocket Loons to this name, still got the zap, and does have the free spell, which he's going to use straight away. Speak of the devil.
Wow.
And now this is looking much better than we thought so far. Look at, still got the Tesla Fund to deal with it in the south, but with the amount of units he has left over, he should be perfectly fine. It just depends on time, really, as he's going to continue to push it on up. The Warden is still there. We're on the brink of death at the moment, and so is the Queen, depending on the Tesla takes it down, which he has done. Just wonder a little bit about time here, depending on how things are going to work out.
You know, I almost always miss sneaky goblins when there's enough brought to take down the town halls, because there's, you know, they're so sneaky and I never see them on the scroll bar there. But a
Same.
really nice shout for that. And the reason is because it would take a while for everything to get to the back end, and you can see how quickly it's fizzled out. That has eliminated the entire backside of the base, the Warden, the Loons, the minions, all this supporting along to take down what's needed this could have time failed if he didn't have Sneaky Goblins and he was relying on what remained there to take it on. So kudos, solid planning here from Timtastic, which does not surprise me in the least. One of my favorite attackers from RPG, because he is an outside of the box thinker and always comes in with these fun style attacks.
I'm just going to echo what you said because there's nothing really much more to say about him, really, is there? It's just a privilege to watch such a creative player who is just very successful with his execution of his attacks. And again, we've seen 3 Rocket Loon attacks, and apart from one time fail, which is a 2-star 99%, it has been very good, been very strong actually. And the Seed just don't need Loons and Haste, just get Rocket Loons, it's perfectly fine. But, you know, in simple world, even if we used that, we wouldn't be successful, would we be? So at least we'd try it anyway. But we're going to go to the next attack here for MCES, as they're running an absolute train wreck so far. Back-to-back triples 3 times in a row. They're going to be looking for a 4th. Synthphase going to be coming up next here to see what he can bring. And we do have the Dragon Riders coming up again with that 1 E-Drag as well. And we're going to see what he can bring to the table alongside it. 4 Rage Spells as well. And the 3 freezes later on, just in case if Dragon Riders do get into a little bit of trouble later on. We'll see how things go. But will we get our first perfect war of the season? We'll find out. And we'll leave Synthphase to see what he can do.
Oh, I'm blaming you if there's no perfect war from MCS now. You've totally jinxed it, but
I'm not a superstition person, it's fine.
I like that Synthphase coming in with the E-Drag to kick this one off, and that was some beautiful chain value coming in. Let's see if it's enough to get down the Eagle. That's exactly what, we're hoping to work along with it. So invest some Rage to get this going and ensure that it does get knocked down so the King and Queen can work collectively together and get as much power as possible as they forge forward. Now, we do have the Blimp to help secure the Town Hall, so we really are shaping up for not a lot of work for these Drag Riders to do, but it will be a little bit of a wide spread. With 6, I wouldn't be so worried coming in from this 9 to 1037 pace.
We've seen a lot of Rocket Loons for a lot of the defenses here in this matchup, but bulk of that composition now coming out. The Dragon Riders and the Loons and the Warden coming up from the 10 o'clock side. One ability coming in hot just to make sure to keep them as healthy as possible as they approach into the center. That Multi Inferno needs to be taken down as soon as possible, and it has done. And also push into the center a little bit too deep there with the other Dragon Rider, but in the end you're going to find some of them will end up splitting momentarily. But the Dragon Riders now still continue to make that push into the south side. Rage Spell comes down once again, and I must say this is getting extremely chaotic so far, and he hasn't really got enough in his back pocket. Still got 2 free spells left here to make these Dragon Riders be as effective as possible. Just really that AD, perfect timing to actually go straight forward. Could drop another one depending if the Dragon Riders get there close enough, and looks like he doesn't even need to in the end, and he's still got up 1 Dragon Rider left. Anything he's got there really is the Inferno Tower in the center, and apart from that, that should be a done deal. That's what he saved his last freeze spell for, and that's going to be it here for the Robotic Gaming defense. 40 seconds left. Just got to really just take everything out there on the outside just to clean up for a nice fresh batched triple once again, which does mean here, B, only 1 more attack left remaining for MCES to get that perfect wall.
Yeah, MCS is saying we had to kick it into high gear. That is exactly what they did. 4 for 4, getting close to, I'm not even going to say it, but you jinxed it anyway. No way. No
Not
way.
a superstitious person, so I don't believe in it, which means they will get a perfect wall. It's fine. I don't know. We'll see. But I really feel like this is the MCES we expected to come into the season, didn't we? They seem a lot more flawless and don't seem to be as careless as before. They seem to really be prepared for this matchup. And this is what we like to see as well, which I'm sure a lot of the other teams are going to be thinking, okay, MCES seems to be back to normality, back to their old selves. But let's start things off here for the Robotic Gaming side. This is going to be their second to last attack, but the problem is they need to get back-to-back triples and hope that MCS get the worst 1-star possible, which we know is going to be highly unlikely. But going to be breaking through with the Queen here, with the multi, going to be dealing with that momentarily here. Nice little early start here from them, and we're going to see what it's going to do as he progresses forward.
Yeah, so the Queen on a nice course. And we do have the log launcher actually to come into play. This is interesting pathing because he's working this Queen around, kind of like weaving her in a direction, that log launcher to be placed just to open up the pathing to get into the center of the base. But we do have a wall break here, which makes me suspect the king is going to come in, try and take on the eagle, do a little bit of tanking for the queen. And then, of course, we'll have those walls open up and guide where we want her to go, which is going to be in the core, because we've got that multi that we can access, the scatter shot and the defending RC, which we can actually pick up out here. We're going to have a lot of firepower in this section, so he's got to keep the finger on the mark with those rages over the healers.
Took the words right out of my mouth there. Literally, I was going to say the queen's got her hands full, but the log launchers are going to at least... I think, in all fairness, the queen would have stood there no matter how much time. She can just bide her time until the log launcher comes anyway. So it doesn't really delay things too much anyways, in case you have to break for that wall. But you can see, look at the north compartment. Absolute chaos there with the king and the warden there, just looking to continue to do some great work as well. And remember though, guys, still got that Lava Hound and the 16 loons left, and does have 2 invisibility spells, so this could be crucial here, especially heading towards some of these multis as well, and looking to use one of them already as the push is going to continue coming on and in. The queen's still got her ability as well, but the sweeper though is causing a little bit of a issue here with those loons coming down. It was actually heading straight towards that multi as well, but the main thing is for that queen to take down that town hall.
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what is left over for the Lalo to really take down? We've got that multi, of course. And, you know, it's a bit unfortunate that the Royal Champion didn't get her path set in that course, because this legitimately would be cleanup. The biggest problem right now for Mech is really going to be time at this point with 31 seconds remaining. That was an insane charge hero dive coming in with all 4 heroes well invested, but this is the risk that you run with this particular style attack. Is time. It tends to be the issue. 17 seconds remaining, but is he going to handle it well enough? That multi's still going to stand here, and we're not going to be able to take it down along with the storages in the time left over here.
Oh no. Yeah, it's going to make matters worse, but you got to understand, well, I think we all understand anyway, but it's going to be very hard for him to come back in this matchup anyway. But that just made matters worse. A 2-star, 98% add salt into the wound there. And now it's all about what MCS can do this time round. So we know MCS, you know, it's not being managed. They've won this war outright anyway. Literally is an absolute slamming there by MCS. And, you know, we always say RPG, they're very hit and miss. Missed this time round. If they play again later, which I'm going to quickly check and see if they do have another matchup. Yes, they do. So they will be up against GH Rest. After I've said that, they're just going to come out swinging probably in the last matchup. It's going to be absolutely typical. But actually be a great series in itself. But let's stick with this one for now, as Aaron now is going to be coming in for MCS to try and seal the deal here. Will he get the first perfect wall? I don't know. We're going to let you guys find out here and see what he can do with this attack.
So we've got the Blizzard to kick this off. Sending really deep inside the base. Want to get right towards those multis, get a good spread around, pick up the eagle as well, and just really eliminate as much as we can in the center, particularly for the Lalo pathing. This is looking like a solid push so far with those super wizards exactly where they need to be. Even lures the rocket loons out of the CC. So he's got a good lead for this right now. It's just all about hero connection to where we've cleaned this out to ensure that the loons have as limited push as possible on the opposite side of the base.
And once again, rocket loons coming out on the defense. It can be a bit of a pain for the king, but it's fine. He'll deal with that momentarily. The RC's directly behind him, and the queen as well. The queen are going to be making the push there from the 11 o'clock side. The RC and the king's going to be pushing on in here on out. The king's popped his ability to absolutely destroy that north compartment there with the scatter shot, and the queen is almost in sync there, just to help a little bit here, but it looks like she's going to be continuing to aggress there on the outside. Taking the AD will be huge, of course, considering the attack it's going to be up against, especially for Yanis's defense. But the queen now again just following suit with the ice golem, then invisibility spell for extra insurance, just to help the queen out a lot more. And you can see the RC and the king still doing itself justice here. The RC ability was popped earlier on, so that means she will be taken down, but king's still alive though.
Yeah, nice use of the invisibility spell, keeping that queen focused on the town hall, especially to her last bit of health. He does force the ability to keep her alive, so she'll pick up a little bit more, but that was huge value out of the King and Royal Champion. I got a little bit worried. You heard me say, oh no.
Yeah,
and that's because the King went outside of the scatter shot compartment that really could have redirected the pathing, but he handled it perfectly, got things back under control. And now we can see this Lalo pushing in perfectly along the way. We've got the single in the core, but that is no worry. Even with the traps that might remain here in the damage zone, he's got a ton of loons to come in for cover and a freeze to help hold off this air sweeper if so need be. All those traps coming out.
Oh my god!
But
Yeah.
are you kidding? Are you kidding me? This King is still alive from the start of the raid?
Yeah, and literally the RC was actually weaker than the King at one stage, considering the Rocketers went towards the King straight away, and everything else in between just literally thrown everything at it. And the fact that, yeah, he's been alive since the very beginning just shows how much value was given there from Aaron. But there we have it, the first perfect war finally beat. It took 4 play days, but we got there in the end, didn't we? As MCS, the ones who are currently bottom of the table, are the ones who actually managed to come out swinging with the perfect war. But this is looking much better from MCS. I'm very pleased for them to put on a very strong showing this time round, because they really had to against the likes of Apodic Gaming. But I think it's more really on RPG side as well. You know, we spoke a bit before about not just their defense, but just their consistency across the board can be very can be very consistent, can't it? It's just we're not sure what we're going to see from them depending on what day or match it is going to be. I suppose it's like a rock paper scissors scenario where against some teams they're very good against, and some other teams they're just flat out not able to be able to put a dent into them, and it's really shown it this time around in this war. So with Apodic Gaming, they're going to be finishing up this war momentarily with their final attack. Sadly for them, they are not going to be able to keep themselves in it, but we kind of knew about that back in the third attack, didn't we? We were seeing a glimpse of it. It was getting from bad to worse to even worse, and yeah, whatever word you can think of in terms of my vocabulary anyway. So it was just troublesome for them, sadly. But remember, Apodic Gaming will be playing again later on in the last series of the evening against GH Rest to keep themselves stable in the standings if they can. But we still haven't finished as of yet. Still got one more attack here for more pride purposes. But not only that, we need to try and collect as many stars possible, because by any means, if there's a tiebreaker, but no stars are definitely going to count and do themselves some favors later on, especially at the later stages, because last season it was like a 2 or 3 team tiebreaker, I believe, and it had to come to the final play there to even confirm who was going to solidify one of those top 4 spots for the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. But again, that's why we need to keep the heads on strong, just due to the fact that, or just keep the heads strong, keep the head screwed on, because remember, if they don't and stars do cost them away into the finals, then they're obviously not going to be too happy about that. So you've got to make sure to take every advantage possible. And we could see it again, considering the standings, it's just balmy at the moment how close it's been. No weak links at all here, babe.
No, there's definitely no weak links in the mix. You know, it's we keep saying it. It's a, you know, well, rock, paper, scissors. It's a coin toss. It's, you don't know who's going to win, you know, each of these weeks, and our predictions are really showing it today, though. You're up on this one over Judo and myself, because we've been pretty solid in our pickings, except for this matchup. So you predicted right. And yeah, I think we're going to have to follow your predictions from now on. But we do have General X finishing it off for Apodic Gaming. They've had a tough run today. They'll still have more time to try and re-navigate the focus of where they're going to be landed. And, you know, for Apodic Gaming, their standings, even though MCS was in the bottom, they were the same ranking as MCES was. So they can still turn it back around and try and keep themselves on top. We'll have to wait and see for later's matchup. But for now, they just want to keep the morale alive and finish off strong here. But the Warden leading this path, we actually seen many super P.E.K.K.A smashes today. Not many. We've been seeing a lot of air. And for the ground, we've been seeing a lot more hogs and the hybrid. But the super P.E.K.K.A smash, definitely a go-to, because it seems to be one of the more common ground attacks still in the meta, and the Warden, a great way to take on any flanking damage and start shaping up the path. But you do have to be very mindful of the time, and with it starting off around just under that 2-minute mark, I'd be slightly worried. So I'll have to start picking up the pace here now.
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of predictions, you guys got to remember at home, whatever I've predicted, just do the opposite, and you should be right, really. In terms of P.E.K.K.A smashes, though, we've only seen, I believe, we've only seen one today, right? This is actually only the second one. I think the last one we saw was ATN actually whipping out the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash. But let's have a look already to see if this one will also succeed. We know General X is an incredible attacker for Robotic Gaming. You know, most of the time he is going to be the final attacker to try and solidify a victory. Not this time round, but he can definitely secure a few more stars for the longevity of this season. Hog Runners will be coming in straight into the center. We'll have to deal with some bits and pieces on the north side as well, especially that multi, as the P.E.K.K.A is quite weak, but the RC is a bit to help it out as well, just to make sure to take back down. But I can already hear a couple of P.E.K.K.As already being taken down here, with one of them dealing a lot, or actually tanking a lot of damage here from the Inferno Tower in that Town Hall compartment. But the RC is still alive on the north side, just trying to play catch up, just popping the ability now, and we'll be able to speed things up, of course. And also needed it due to the fact that the RC was very weak, but will be taken down very soon. But still, heading towards that Town Hall compartment, 40 seconds left. Everything behind him has been taken down. Just use that final free spell just to clean up this Town Hall and just make sure to keep these units alive. But let's have a look and see what's left, though. We've still got the Warden and the Queen in the center. You've got a couple of Wizards both on the outside. 25 seconds left. This is going to be tough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this is the biggest issue, is the time factor with how time-consuming that Warden was. But look at how much he's actually lost. We lost all of the P.E.K.K.As, the Super Wizards, and it was still a nice push. Those Hogs came in from the Siege Barracks in a perfect spot. Royal Champ hung on as long as she possibly could and got some excellent value with the P.E.K.K.A along the outskirts, just providing the tank for her. And this is still going to time fail, which is that Queen and the Warden here at the very end. 96%. General X can still hold his head up high. A nice plan, great execution, just unfortunate on the time. It was a bit long of the charge, but that's the way the cookie crumbles with that style attack. But we do get to see MCES with the perfect war, finishing off their day on a nice high note. They might have been at the bottom, but they're showing that, you know what? There's still that strong team that can come in and just hammer down any war when they feel like it.
That's right, we've had two matches today. Lost the first one, won this one with a perfect war. We've gone from crying to laughing, and yeah, you're right though, you know, this is the MCS we should be seeing. We should have seen right at the very beginning, but we have not. But at least that way they can end on a real high note with that perfect war, like you've already mentioned. But we still got to remember that we need to see a lot more of them for the second half of the season, just due to the fact that, you know, swings and roundabouts, had some good games, had some bad games, but all depends on how the meta is going to establish for themselves. And we know how strong MCES are anyway, so we're going to have to take a gamble with some of their opponents at a later stage. We'll have to see. Very excited to see what they bring to the table in the future. But for now, though, that's the match. Well, another match all done and dusted here. 4 already gone. Still 3 more left to go. We do have GHS versus ATN coming up next, and then we do have Time to Throw versus Carnage Gaming, and then GHS once again versus Robotic Gaming. So guys, do not go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lady B, and I'm joined again by Judo Sloth. Judo, we just came off of an incredible, perfect war from MCES. Can you actually believe it?
Well, it was about time for them. They have struggled a little bit up until this point, but they are certainly one of the teams that you would predict putting up a perfect war. And the first of the challenge, trying to get an interview lined up with them in the background, so hopefully we can get that sorted for you. But they really put on a great performance there, particularly when we are thinking about the predictions, because we weren't too sure whether MCES were going to be able to spin it around. I thought they would have spun it around in the last war, or their first war, and then Repotted with their form would be able to get it done, but it completely was the other way around, I guess. A brilliant performance by them.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the loss that they took earlier today is really what lit a fire under them to get them going. And man, that just was raging and boiling over to manage to come in just perfect within that last game. Absolutely phenomenal performance there straight the way through. But we also saw some great attacks as well. And some great planning coming in from RPG. They'll have an opportunity to try and regain some ground in the leaderboard later today.
Yeah, they've had some brilliant matches so far in the challenge, so I'm sure they will continue to bounce back. And with MCES, I'm kind of thinking back to Tomp and I Empire, I think it was, last season, who were struggling somewhat, and we were having these conversations. We couldn't believe how much they were struggling. And then they took second, I believe it was, towards the end, obviously getting through to the final stage. So with plenty of play days, 2 weeks ahead, I'm sure that MCES will use this victory to boost their confidence, as we said, continue moving forward, because they are having to climb up from the bottom of the leaderboard now.
They are. And, I do remember that conversation with Tomp and I, and I think it was the same sort of thing where, given the meta, you thought that Tomp and I would be absolutely excelling. And the same goes, for MCES at this point. We expect to see them raring forward because Hogs and Hybrid are in the mix and that's their go-to, but that's not been the case. And we saw early on that a lot of teams were predicting the way that they were going to go about planning. So it's almost worked against them in a way.
Well, let's see if we can find out a little bit more about their performance there and just in general, because we have Tryhard lined up for an interview. Thank you so much for joining me, the double Judo Sloth. Welcome, Tryhard. Congratulations on that victory, my friend.
Thank you. we did better than the first one.
How does it feel? I mean, we were just... How does it feel? We were just talking about a couple of difficult matches so far in the challenge, but being able to be the first team to get the perfect war, did everything just line up there? The bases seemed perfect for you?
Yeah, the first 2 weeks were a little bit hard for us because we ended with 4 defeats and 3 wins, I think. So it's pretty hard, but every team is very strong, and we try our best to to do better on the second 2 weeks.
Now, we've talked a lot to the players about, what the difficulties are, and we're also seeing this trend of a lot of players starting to predict what some teams are going to come in with, and of course that seems to be something that people are able to do against you, at least from the start, with the Hogs and the Hybrid. What are you doing to try and alleviate some of that? Are you switching up your plans a little bit more, being more unexpected, or, are you just looking for those obvious baits?
Yeah, we always try to be unexpected, but it's really hard because everyone know every player very well, and they know how we attack. Same for us. And the best bait to win the war, actually. So it's really hard to use new strategies for every player, I think. And you want to do the strategies you use the most. And for us, it was the Hogs for sometimes, and and we got baited in some wars. But we will try to do better.
That's always the difficulty, isn't it? And I'm sure that you will. Just one final question from me. You obviously have a lot going on within the competitive scene now with the ESL Mobile Open, preparing to try and upgrade your silver ticket to a golden ticket, but let alone that, the last chance qualifiers for the Worlds. How are you managing your time as a team in order to concentrate on all of the different tournaments?
The past few weeks, it was really hard because we have two players who work beside of Clash of Clans. So it's hard to schedule all the wars and find time to test bases and do all the wars we have to do between KSO Cup, ESL Mobile, and the World Championship and every other tournament. So it's a really difficult moment, but we like it. We like the competition, and we will try to upgrade our silver ticket, as you said, and do our best in ESL Mobile Challenge.
Well, best of luck with both of those. I'm sure with your experience and work ethic, you certainly will have a good opportunity. All the best for it, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. See you.
Well, interesting to hear. I'm always excited to hear the different opinions of the players, and I think his reaction was exactly what I expected in terms of that final question when, you know, what can you do? You've just got a mountain of stuff and trying to fit it in alongside everything else. I'm sure that they, you know, they do a wonderful job at doing so. When you imagine everything else that they're going through in life as well, you know, like you said, with work and keeping on top of it, it must be a difficult task for them.
Yeah, and, you know, he mentioned KSO Cup. They had been, you know, playing in KSO Cup. We've got the pre-qualifiers coming up. So there's a ton of base testing going on, a ton of different tournaments and leagues that they're trying to focus on. Bases are being burnt left and right. So, of course, this is going to happen, but it's nice to see just that fire burning back around for them and coming in with a win. I think that's been the most exciting thing so far with what we've had in the past week and a half of gameplay. This has been phenomenal to see. No one team fully dominating over the other. Even like the bottom four that we had to start off the day with, they were all tied up there. So it's an easy switch around, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen many wars that have been so overpowering. Maybe only the first one of today, actually, with time to throw in MCAS. But let's not worry about that. Let's move towards the next one, because we have GH Rest with Kingpen, Torinto, Sammy, Milanello, and Joker. Now, the thing about GH Rest is they have actually put on some solid performances, but they just kind of fall to the wrong side of the average percentage a lot of the time. A lot of their wars have been tied up, just not being able to get that average damage despite it being 93%.
I know, I kind of feel like I should be looking at the percentage when I'm doing these guesses, but I'm going on natural instinct because for my prediction, I actually picked GH Rest. Can you believe it, Judo? I did choose Rest over my ATN guys here today, and that's because GH Rest is coming off of an amazing win over ATN as of this week in another tournament in TGG. So that is huge for them. And, you know, if we look at the hit rates and the average defense, it's not too far off, not too slightly skewed. 43% there for, 48% for GH Rest on the hit rate, 53 here to ATN, and 44% defensively for Rest, but to ATN's 50%. ATN, you know, it's kind of like MCS. We haven't been seeing the defenses brought to the table that we're expecting to see here from them.
I think as well, their performance on Monday was really credible. They had a tough week on the first set of play days. Their first war, they only got 86% average destruction, and that's actually what's pulled their average down. Following that, they've been well into the 90s. But even on Monday alone, they played Time to Throw and MCES, put up 13 stars against both of them. And I think being two of the top teams in this tournament, that's definitely a great performance. And I think seeing the consistency in their attacks on Monday it excites me. I went with ATN, but I could definitely see why you've picked GHRS for this one.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and it's a tough call in any of these wars. We do keep saying that because just a small error, small mistakes, or even really good predictability from a team, you can really shape up a war. We're not seeing those blowout matches, bar what we just saw coming in from MCES. So anyone can fire away with a win at this point, and GHRest is again coming off that win in another tournament against them, which could put ATN in the position to just say, you know what, no, this ain't happening again. But I do think it gives GHRS a small advantage to ride high off of that win and roll through into this matchup.
I mean, psychologically, it does have to give them the advantage and even the confidence that they've done it before and they will do it again. I'm sure that is their focus. So let's get into the first attack of this war. And it is GHRest with Sammy, who typically does attack with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Tends to be the favorite strategy of choice. It looks like we're actually starting with a Queen charge in towards the Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, so dropping the Warden as well, just wasting no time and moving this along and getting it going. And we do have the additional wall break and, of course, the log launcher that's going to cut us straight across through the Town Hall. Another wall break that will give the King access. I'm curious to see, I'm assuming likely towards that scatter shot in the chamber in the north side of the base. He could get some really good value out of that up north, because I could see this trying to circumvent opening up the compartment towards that multi and just clearing everything through the center. But it could be a little wrong on the way he's pushing this forward.
I'm not always the best at identifying bases, but I am more than confident that this is the base attacked by Entropy earlier on today with the Super Archers. Pretty sure it was this base, and it was the 3-star. Completely different approach, though, so not really any relevance to this attack, I guess. But with the P.E.K.K.A. moving in from this right-hand side, like you said, the delayed deployment of that log launcher will be able to help bust all of the walls through, hopefully towards the Town Hall, but has the jump spell just in case.
Yeah, the jump spell really can come in handy, too. Even if you get the Town Hall compartment open, do open up additional sections of the base that remain. Once the power starts dying out, you don't have to worry, and the time starts running out, you don't have to worry as much about having to just break through walls. You get right in there, and the log launcher is indeed looking like it's opened up just about the access to the Town Hall there. There we go. So the jump can be used to force into the multi-chamber and give more cleanup value, but the Royal Champ has been sailing across nicely. And the King has reserved his ability. That entire corner compartment up north has just been like the small little buffer for them to carry on, but struggling to get through the Town Hall is going to be the biggest issue here. Because need to work their way in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going to walk right through the poison as well towards the gold storage at the back there. So that's not going to be ideal, especially with a few remaining defenses on the back end. No Royal Champion ability. The multi-target Inferno will start to burn things down. And honestly, that's even if the King were to finally get through the wall and move himself down here. So unfortunately, I think either way, even if he could get through the defenses, time would be an issue.
Yeah, 26 seconds left to go. Not enough. The King's got the easy access jump in, burns through that ability just to speed this up as quickly as possible. But this actually also helps the timing of the Wizard almost to be tanked for. Unfortunately, the Archer Tower sniping it off. He's actually really handled this well, considering time was of the essence in it. And the King is going to run out. He's getting held off by the Skellies. Oh, Witch is rounding the corner just a little bit too late now, Juno. And he's left with a 97% run.
Oh, it was actually really close, wasn't it? I called it well in advance. And like you said, the Witches and all of the skeletons they were able to spawn, another couple of seconds, and he definitely would have been able to get that. So unfortunate start against ATN. Any defense is a difficult one to overcome, but certainly when we're thinking about the averages, that is above the average percentage we do typically see. And given MCES were the first team to put up a perfect war, I think they can be relatively happy with that.
Yeah, and for the GHRest match that they had, ATN versus GHRest, it was a 12 to 14 star war. So they just would need to come in clean at this point and try and hold back ATN a little bit. So there's opportunity here. But let's see, let's see as Aster brings along the Queen Charge Drag Rider. So we've got the Town Hall situated. Looks like he started. Yep, Sneaky Goblins are in there already. Nice and quick with them, speeding them along. And we've got a few extra that we can bring in to help shape up more of a path, take care of some cleanup along the outskirts of the base. But the Queen carrying along, just out of range of that poison bomb now, and can take on some big value, leading her way in towards that single compartment. Just needs to be a little bit careful with the King holding her off, but she's going to be in a good spot that she won't even need to worry.
You see the Sneaky Goblins just moving in once he knew the Queen was safe. Arguably the best funneling troop in the game at the moment, aren't they? They're so easy to sneak in, get those outside buildings, and just path your heroes in towards where you want. No more wall breakers, but he does have a jump spell in order to access the Queen towards the middle of the base. Obviously just being a little bit patient here as the King moves in order to help out a little bit as well. And as soon as the Headhunters go down, I could expect the jump to move in momentarily.
Absolutely, and there it goes. Drops that jump spell straight into the center of the base, helping to gut the entire core. I really like the King position, because if you notice, he's been taking the full focus of that Expo, alleviating some of the pressure off of the Queen, and now even coming in, not only to take on the scatter shot, but just to tank for this Royal Champion, who can clear out even more. These Drag Riders, once the Queen gets inside the space, really aren't going to have a crazy amount of work to do.
Nice Royal Champion ability does ping an air defense down to that bottom side, which is helpful when he's moving in with the Dragon Riders, as you can see from that left-hand side, trying to get towards the scatter shot, but a couple of Seeking Air Mines blasting the Dragon Riders. Thankfully, they do survive, so he will be able to get that. Oh, just as I say that, the Dragon Riders go down. Huge problem here for Ast.
Yeah, that Eagle a little bit too overpowering. You know, as soon as it was a kiss of death, as soon as I said it was going to be fine with the scatter not going down to the King, the Royal Champ veering out of course just a little bit too much. Queen finally down for the count, and the Headhunters trying to finish off that scatter shot, but that's the least of his worries because he invested 2 out of his 5 Drag Riders in there. Just not enough power to try and finish off what was needed. He really had to have all 5 of those, even 4, to try and get this done at the end of the day.
Yeah, just running out of steam because of that. And just like what we said in terms of average percentages, it will mean that GH Rest will be on the lead in percentage after this first attack. But obviously, alternate attacks hot on their heels. It's not a too disappointing of a percentage. Closing in towards the 90 here, 89% it will be. Still anybody's game.
It is. It won't be too far off course, but a slight advantage here for GH Rest. You know, it seems that they just calculate the right bases to bring just enough power to hold off, you know, the way ATN attacks and approaches these bases with their heroes. Not getting down that scattershot compartment was massively detrimental to what Ast needed coming in with that push.
Yeah, the Seeking Air Mines over there really helping out to just thin those Dragon Riders down, and because he was quite surgical in their approach, obviously there wasn't anything else to help out. With the grounded Expo right behind, I think he was counting on the Dragon Riders once they'd got through the scatter shot to move in and help with those ground defenses. Obviously, as we know, didn't happen for him, so let's move back across to the side of GH Rest. We have the E-Drags, something that wasn't too successful earlier on today. So let's find out whether GH Rest have better success with them.
And so we have the blimp sailing through with our Sneaky Goblins in tow to take down the Town Hall. You know, I'm impressed that we're actually seeing 3 E-Drag attacks today. I believe this is the 3rd one that we have out of the day, one of which was successful, one unfortunately not so much. So I feel like you have to have a huge vote of confidence when you are coming in with this particular strategy. But look at the nice line of chainable value we have coming straight forward as we make our way into the core, slightly split up into the scattershot compartment. So he just needs to make sure he keeps this forging along and powered through.
Particularly the Clan Castle there. If he could chain that right, the E-Drag could chain from the Clan Castle. right of the way down actually to the scatter since it goes to the highest HP buildings, but looks like he might actually take the clan castle down first due to chaining the initial scatter, so doesn't quite get that value, but is still chaining through the core quite nicely here. And the good thing about the E-Drags is as long as he can get the core of the base down, he's still got some hero abilities, but the Royal Champion is struggling towards the top of the base.
Great invisibility spell, though, because it allows her to have just enough power taking down that single targeting Inferno, and I think that would have been the biggest risk really to worry about. Drag Riders are starting to thin out here. Of course, we typically see this at the very end. We don't often see them powering along. Well, from time to time we do. But this X-Bow not going down also going to be a huge challenge, especially with the Drag Rider down for the count now. This is going to be a much-needed defense for ATN potentially here. It's a lot of time left over, and we do have the Warden and the Electro Owl, but I don't know that it's going to be quite enough.
Yeah, I think with there's 2 ground expos, and the King will essentially tank for those ground expos. He's the perfect defense to be right out in front as the Queen just gets shredded in her health right now. And the Grand Warden can fly all he wants, but he's not going to have the time to get through this base for sure. Into the 90s again, but hey, they got, off with it one time. They held alternate attacks back, but how often can they do it? I know you said it was 12 stars in the other league, so they obviously held them off a fair bit, but I'm sure they're not counting on that today, shall we say.
No, I think that they would hope to hold them somewhere around 12 to 13 stars in a matchup like this. I could see this going 13 to 13 and winding up on percent, and that might need to be that would definitely need to be the case for Rest at this point with another 2-star on the board. But 96%, they are hitting high. 97, 96, not in a bad spot. We can see these plans are absolutely solid, and they know exactly how to take down ATN. Just some small changes. This is the second time fail, essentially.
I know it's an unfortunate thing, but I think this has been why GH Rest have found themselves in the position they have in the league, 6th position, because they have incredible percentages. They're just falling short on that 3-star. Imagine if they could just tweak that little bit more in order to get it. They could be right at the top, because as I said earlier on in the stream, most of their wars they've actually lost on percentage. They've equaled in stars, but if they could just convert that last little bit, they would be unstoppable.
That might unfortunately be the case for them in this war if ATN start picking up the pace. Now, Vala coming through with the Queen, charge Lalo. And we've got a beautiful straight push here towards the scattershot compartment. Easy pickup, can open up the next compartment, going into the Eagle, send that King in, and continue to push along deeper inside this base and just eliminate any potential threat to the loons in the core, taking down the air sweeper, taking down the multi. I'm curious to see where he's going to place the Royal Champion to help support this one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see whether he sends it in with the Lalo or whether he decides to side-swipe down the bottom here with the King. Just being patient either way, but he doesn't need to worry too much right now. The Lava Hound getting popped in the center, and then the Queen can swiftly move forward. But notice that he knows everything is set up here. He's just being patient on that final wall break, and there it is, moving itself through. I'm trying to see where it targeted. He did not want it to target over there, that is for sure. I'm more than confident he was aiming for the central multi-target Inferno. A little bit unfortunate there, and may have to freeze up this area to help out.
Yeah, those healers unfortunately getting targeted. This King was excellent value. Look at how much he cleared out of that compartment, and that's why I was really curious to see if he would need the assist from the Royal Champion, but she can help work on that inline edge where he's missed out the opportunity of picking up that multi now. So I think that's going to be pretty critical to this, to try and alleviate any potential damage off of the Lalo. But the King, just, I'm impressed at the way he was able to handle and navigate that entire chamber himself, of course, thanks to the Queen for actually doing some tank work here. So loon pathing looking good, solid so far. Warden ability actually helping to keep these loons safe through. the raise of the multi-targeting Inferno. Couple split in, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take this down. So we need to repath to get in there. But it's going to be the Stone Slammer to actually come in and get that done. And the Queen, still with her ability, is more than enough to take down this Town Hall compartment. So this may just work out perfectly for Vala.
I think so. I mean, I thought for a moment he was going to send the Royal Champion further to the right-hand side so that she would be the troop going across into the center. But actually, the way he's worked this has been perfect, hasn't it? And the Queen had got so much value, actually, moving up to that top area. She just kept getting defenses. Like you said, helping with the Town Hall has really worked out. So quick thinking in order to adjust the plan, which we always say is exactly what is needed. Is it enough as everything moves across towards this gold storage? Grand Warden is there as well. Oh my goodness. I was amping it up so much. He did so well to adjust the plan. And a 99%. I'm not sure about you, Lady B, but I thought he had that in the bag.
I did too, until I looked over and I'm like, wait, that minion's not getting that storage down fast enough. What a beautiful turnaround to that raid. Of course, Vala could handle it just as it needs to be, but this unfortunately keeps ATN back on percentage now. This is incredible what we're actually getting to see coming in from GH Rest.
Yeah, a bit of a let-off for them, shall we say, because it looked like they were going to be behind at this stage. How critical will that 0.012 of a millisecond be for Vale's attack at the end of this war? Because it was really close. Everything clumping around. I don't think he needs to hear that anymore, does he? But let's move on to the next attack, and GH Rest up to go. If they can convert, like I said, they've been actually putting up a lot of 13 stars wars. Just checking, they've had more than 50% of their wars in the challenge have been 13 stars exactly. So they've already dropped their 2 attacks. Now they can go and triple it out. Let's find out if that's what they will do.
We'll have to see. Joker, though, coming in with the Drag Riders. I noticed he's bringing some Hogs to the mix, maybe looking to lure some CC troops out while the Queen is in a good position where she's not taking on too much damage. Could be the shout on this one, but we'll watch as the Queen starts navigating some of this push around the Town Hall. What I like that we're seeing a lot of is like these long-winded cleanups that just really, you can start seeing the zigzag pattern of focusing the Queen through, getting into the Town Hall compartment, and just ensuring that she goes in the direction you intend her to. So you don't have a mishmash of buildings and structures that can pull her in any one which direction. It keeps a clear focus and targeted. And yes, indeed, these Hogs to lure that CC where the Queen isn't taking any fire from the single, from the Warden Tower, or even from that Expo.
Yep, and it was beautiful, actually, exactly as you called it with the Hog Riders. Once the Queen had taken out that first line of defenses, easy path to lure it. And I think most importantly, with the Town Hall, not having to worry about freezing due to the healers potentially being in range or the Queen being in range of that single target Inferno just behind it. So definitely a wise move to invest the 10 housing space with those couple of Hog Riders. But time is starting to tick here. It must be something Joker has his mind on. Just as I say that, Dragon Riders are deployed and looks like he's setting up for the King to move in up towards the Eagle.
Yep, the Stone Slammer actually taking a nice big lead here. A lot of tank and flank on the outside of the base. But we lose out on the Queen. I'm just looking at that right now. She's no longer working on the bottom side of the base, which means these Drag Riders have to spread out much wider, which is going to lose all of their focus. Even with the King, even with the Royal Champion, there's really not going to be enough opportunity to steer their path along the way they need to go. And you can already see completely bypassing the scatter shot here, the Warden taking on the brunt of the heat. And this is not boding well for Joker as a follow-up to that opening from ATN.
Certainly not, and they were let off with the last attack, but I can't see them getting let off too much longer. He's trying anything he can at this stage. I was busy watching the Dragon Riders and the King, so I'm not actually sure what happened with the Archer Queen, whether it was a misplace on the spell with the single being in that area. Obviously, it's something you have to be aware of when you're charging into a single target Inferno, and particularly high damage defenses such as the Grand Warden statue. not what was needed here from GHRS. It's going to pull the average percentage down massively. Leaves the door wide open for alternate attacks.
Yeah, in the 80s is not ideal with the lead that they were capitalizing off of, but that 80, what was it, an 89%? And then the 99% from ATN is really going to help them out quite a bit. But that's if they don't restart. That's if they come in with a 2-star. Can you really ask ATN to come in with that many 2-stars in a war?
That's what I was asking before. I don't think they are going to be holding up too much longer. As good as their bases are, can you hold off the world champions time and time again? Because, well, they're not just world champions for a reason. They're also right up there at the top of this challenge. They're on form. They had a little bit of a shaky start, and, you know, we were questioning. They're just getting into the meta. They're just starting to warm up towards world finals. But since then, they've really stepped up their game, and I think they only had that one war against Reported that they lost last week. But other than that, they have been showing up here in the challenge. So it is Boom who used the Blizzard Lalo earlier very successfully, switching it up to ground now with the Super P.E.K.K.A smash.
Yep, and actually using the Queen to start this one off again. We're seeing quite a bit of this these days, but where we have a lot of incoming damage or run the risk of time being a huge factor, it's nice to bring that Queen in to just to keep things moving quite a bit. And this is a nice, easy path coming along. We leave that Town Hall open for the Blimp to secure. We just clear out the path in the way and already set and underway to lead straight through that core, right from the scattered shot. All that damage coming in head on, splash damage, exactly where you want to see it going.
And the thing I like about this is he's already checked a huge portion of that area with the healers now. There's only a tiny little bit where he's not checked for traps. So as the Battle Blimp moves in, it's relatively safe, and obviously it's got the Grand Warden ability as well. He's got the P.E.K.K.A right into the center, and it looks like the healers have transitioned across onto them, so all is good at the moment. Jump Spell actually gives him huge access, with the King in that Eagle Artillery compartment. Looking pretty good here.
It really is, especially with the Royal Champ just going undercover along the outskirts. She's going to meet up at the perfect time with the rest of the P.E.K.K.As, the Super Wizards, the Queen, to help take on some of those outlying defenses and sneak her way in to try and take down that scatter shot. But look at this. Like, if the Queen gets in that narrow compartment, she could take it on herself. Just a little bit hung up and distracted. But again, that gives the Royal Champ everything she needs. With the freeze and invisibility spell, she's in a good spot, but some distraction, especially as the Skellies come in, needs to quickly work along.
Yeah, the Royal Champion was jumping over each and every wall there. It looked hilarious as she was from one side to the next, but finally got where she needed to be. Then using that ability to nicely just strip away the Tesla around the scatter has meant this is no longer going to be a problem. Royal Champion hopefully finishing off these defenses with the help of that freeze spell. Then the Queen ability is literally just to finish off this base faster. So GHRest had opportunities here, but they weren't able to take them. And after 3 attacks each, it is now the advantage to alternate attacks 7-6 on stars.
I can't see ATN letting up at this point. They know they were riding the line there, giving our rest as much opportunity as possible to try and take it. And I don't think that they're going to give any slack now, but we'll have to wait and see, because the defense, you never know, they could trip them up. We have seen that from time to time. And we've also seen ATN riding really close percentage-wise on some of these wars. I always think back to that MCES one. That, what was it, almost 12-12, 13-13, but came down to one building.
Yeah, 13-13 it was. It was on it was the opening day, wasn't it? But one building it was. Incredible stuff. But let's find out what is happening. Whether they can respond with a P.E.K.K.A smash of their own, taking a Golem and Ice Golem. We are seeing the Golem a little bit more nowadays, aren't we, with that increased level, which is always nice to see. And to be honest, I think it looks really cool with the jungle theme for the Golem. It's probably my favorite new troop level in terms of artwork that we got from the previous update.
Yeah, definitely one of those, the coolest ones that we have in the mix. So we do have the Queen again, kicking this off with a nice push moving forward. A lot of power that she offers and a lot speedier, so we don't run the risk of any possible time fails. But really, it's the steam that we need to keep moving in. Great wall break that's going to transition this. We do have 3 more super wall breakers and the jump and the log launcher to carry this on. Now, I know that the King's going to need a compartment open, but how far are we going to wrap this queen around before we send in the log launcher?
Looks like she's walking up towards that eagle. Maybe the King over to the multi-compartment at this stage. It's tough to say, isn't it? With the P.E.K.K.A moving into that top side, yeah, it looks like the King is going to move in towards the multi-compartment. Log launcher all of the way through. There's a lot of tricky pathing moving in here. The log launcher has to get through towards the central area for the jump spell to help out, but that multi-target inferno on the left could be a little bit dangerous as we move on towards the town hall.
Ooh, and this cut across not ideal. We want to get into that single targeting inferno compartment. Ooh, we do get the opening. Queen's there, taking it on. And jump, gonna lead into the town hall. Good to have as that backup, but ensures that he has the easy access coming in. Royal Champ really needs to carry strong on this one to take down the scatter shot, but he's got everything in the tail end here. Yeti's here, Queen here with her ability. He should be fine on this one to carry through with the 3-star.
Yeah, it's good actually that everything jumped across to that multi-target inferno compartment first in order to take that out, alleviate the damage, because he just kept freezing the town hall, which is exactly what he needed. Like you said, with the queen ability left over, as much of the base as you can get down before hitting the poison of the town hall is obviously helpful, because you're going to take huge damage, and this one not even close. I'm Trotino getting the 3 stars for GH Rest, just to make sure that alternate attacks know they might be the star in the lead, but GH Rest not giving up yet.
Definitely not. It's good to see them fighting back. They just need to hold a defense if they want to get my predictions right. Just saying. This is all I'm focused on now, Judo. I cannot believe what a crazy day of matchups we've had. And well, I can't say I can't believe it. I do believe it. I definitely do believe it. But I think the great thing about this, I said it earlier, is that anyone can get the job done. You know, anyone can balance this off. We can see the switchovers coming into the rankings. And just because you see a team with a 1-star lead as we make that approach to the last few attacks of the war, doesn't mean it's over. There can be that quick, speedy turnaround for them. So pressure's on Yo-Yo to actually perform here. He doesn't want to leave the opening for GH Rest. And he'll be bringing us in with the Lalo. You mentioned it before. He is known as Lalo23, so it was nice to see him going back to those roots. Almost like we expect to see Sinthe with Hogs. We expect to see Yo-Yo with Lalo.
We do, and he always makes it look so cool as well. The way he deploys the Lalo is so effortless, so that's why I enjoy watching that attack as well. Royal Champion diving in towards that area. I think it's one thing here in towards the multi. Is he investing in invisibility here? He's not going to, actually. I thought he might have to help the RC get that. But looks like the Queen will just charge towards the central area here first. Or is he actually... No, he's actually just looping her to the town hall, isn't he?
Looks like he's indeed looping her to the town hall. Be worried about her forcing her way up and getting a little bit sidetracked. But the King's actually going to take this on. Maybe that's his worry here as well.
No.
Oh my goodness, Judo.
He is
This
going to
might
the
have...
multi.
Oh, wow. This is a beautiful path into the center of the base. Look how big open the compartment is. And what we can pick off. The multi, the air sweeper, obviously eliminating any potential traps along the way and taking down some of the defending heroes. This is huge for it. We've got access to the defending RC and the Queen all within this one spot.
Did question why he didn't use that invisibility for the RC, but there is your answer, because the Queen was walking in that direction all day long, and she has carved out the middle of the base, meaning the Lalo pathing is beautiful. He still does have 2 little Hog Riders as well. Wonder what they are for exactly. Potentially was intending a CC pull, as you mentioned earlier, because I can't see an obvious area on the base other than maybe the mortar at the top that he could use them. Either way, Lalo pushing round looks pretty good right now.
It really does. With the Stone Slammer taking the lead, He's got a lot of protection here, and oh my goodness, this queen doing double duty, taking down the scatter shot there as well. This is huge. ATN trying to get close to finishing off here with a bang. A little bit more to get through. We've got the splash damage from the wizard tower. Going to take a couple shots, try and thin out this pack of loons, and they still need to get through the Tesla farm on the back end.
That's the difficulty, isn't it? He's got the Dragon
the
Rider as
Hogs.
well. He's got the Hog Riders to help tank, and I think that's all he's holding on to. He's got 1 balloon and 2 Hog Riders to try and start tanking as everything moves through. 20 seconds. He should be able to get this, but I did call the volley attack, and obviously, well, kind of jinxed him, you could say, but I don't think we can jinx this one now, because with 8 seconds and an army camp, everything there, it is the 3-star. Yo-Yo showing why Lalo is his strategy. Keeping the 1-star lead. The only 1 attack left. GH Rest not looking in a good position.
Oh, they're keeping it exciting to the very end, but depending on what we see coming in from GH Rest in this next attack means ATN might need to have some pressure applied to this matchup. They're sitting somewhat comfortably, but it never can be quite that easy, can it?
Well, the percentage isn't too far off. I know they have the advantage on that side as well, but it's not like GH Rest are a million miles away on the percentage. So, like, as long as they get the 3-star here, like you said, it does definitely keep the pressure on for that final attack. And it is King Pen, who did have the privilege of interviewing last week, was very noble, actually, after they lost their war to Carnage, I think it was. I'm sure he is not wanting to have the same type of interview today if we were to be interviewing him. But let's see if we can keep this going with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. Lob launcher, interestingly, for this one.
Yeah, this is the one that always makes me slightly worried, especially when it's a final attack, because we've seen it. The mishaps happen. Queen Charges does not get the push needed and doesn't make it to the town hall. So they really want this 3-star, but they'd be relying on a huge defensive follow-up as well. They just don't want to lose any potential ground, because it ain't over until it's over. Now, we've cleared up this passage to the Eagle, so we can have an easy push, sending in a couple of loons, Drag Rider, open up the push, maybe even the King, actually, to take it on. But the main thing is focusing right now on the Queen, that charge down to the Town Hall, and ensuring she is protected and stays alive and well.
Yeah, I'm looking at time, and honestly, it's almost like he should be using the King down to the bottom, because the Queen is going to take all of her time to that right-hand side, isn't she? So he's going to have to be careful here, and does deploy the King now towards the Eagle. As long as he gets a good strike through the center and keeps the Queen on track, he should be good on that front. He's just got to make sure that with those 2 headhunters, when he does deploy the Dragon Riders, can get towards that Archer Queen. Thankfully, the King does get the Eagle Artillery, so all is looking good at this stage. And the pathing shaping up quite nice for the Queen to go down to that Town Hall with the Royal Champion very nicely here in towards the multis in the center.
And I like that slight delay on the Royal Champion, waiting to ensure that the Queen has everything under control, that she has her ability intact. But the Royal Champion veering a little bit off course here. We want her to take down that multi-targeting Inferno. And with the ability, it will be just enough, and it will keep those healers safe through. But these Dragon Riders actually don't have quite a lot of work to do, Judo.
They don't. He took a little bit of a risk, like you said, charging the Queen all the way down that side. He held on to things a little bit to assure he had a bit of safety in terms of the Queen. She still had her ability, but in terms of timing mainly as well, it can be difficult going all of the way down there. Look at all of the red air bombs next to that Town Hall. Means the Queen is fine here. Time is going to be close, but with plenty left on the board, it will be the 3-stars for King Pen, and making sure that it just keeps the pressure on alternate attacks moving into the final attack.
Yeah, definitely need to hold that defense if they want to get the win over ATN. They could be handing a pretty big jump on the boards to ATN at this point if they don't.
Well, let's find out. I think it's Mask again, isn't it? He did go last in the first war that alternate attacks had today. Finished off the base, or at least finished off the war, sorry. I think it was a 90% 2-star he got. Only needed a attack into the 80s. So managed to finish strongly in the previous war, get them the victory, and he is the man of the hour again. It is the 2 stars. And looking at this, what would that be roughly? Probably about a 88% would keep them above at this stage. Around that region.
I'll agree with you on that one.
My maths isn't that bad then.
I'll agree with you on that one. But yeah, they really don't have to aim too crazy on this one. I think it's relatively safe here for ATN. And as long as they go with the safe 2-star approach, they should be in a good position. Now, again, we get to see the Queen lining up the cleanup along the outskirts of the Town Hall, taking on the CC in a nice spot where we're limiting the amount of damage coming in on her so she can quickly, effectively take it down and not have to worry about forcing that ability. With these drag riders, we really rely on having the Queen available to continue through the push, but we mostly want to ensure that she has that ability as well to get her past the Town Hall.
Time has been a factor on a couple of these attacks, and the Lava Hound certainly expiring some of the time from the Queen there. It seemed to take her a little while. Almost one of the reasons that Mask used the Rage spell, it looked like, actually, just to speed up the process. As she moves in towards the scatter shot, she should be relatively clear once she moves past the Royal Champion and gets down one of these expos. With the King on the right-hand side, it means she should have a pretty easy path jumping to the multi, or probably even back across towards the Town Hall.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see this jump if he drops it in so she doesn't actually go into the center, but goes into that narrow channel that also leads her into the Town Hall compartment. Oh, but he actually goes just directly for the Town Hall. I thought that could have been good investment, but the placement of the Stone Slammer should ideally line up to go into the center. It just won't be able to tank long enough to pick up those traps along the way as it opens up slightly early.
They had one red air bomb down there by the healers, but the Queen still has the ability, so even if they happen to go down, she would be able to secure that bottom area. Not having great success with the central multi at the moment, to be honest with you, and that is causing a little bit of difficulty for the Dragon Riders, but thankfully they do get across. There's still a lot on the back end of the base, to be honest. As he moves across, it's touch and go right now, but the percentage continues to climb, closing in on the victory here. I don't know exactly what it is, but we can be almost assured that with the percentage, it will keep them above GH Rest. What do you know? 20 seconds. Can he even clean this one up?
He's holding on to that Loon, waiting for the opportune time for that Dark Elixir storage, or maybe, no, should be able to get the storage at the top. Sends it in directly there because he's got the Drag Rider down below. And it is GG, sailing their way with a 1-star lead and victory over Rest, getting the better of them after a defeat in a different league earlier this week against them. So kudos to ATN picking up that win. And we're going to see some big jumps, I think. We're going to see some big switch arounds coming on the leaderboards today.
Oh, I think so. It's almost one of my favorite parts of the show, when we get right to the end and we find out what's happened across the day. Where are the teams? A great war from both of the clans. A little bit unfortunate on some of the opening attacks from GH Rest, but Alternate obviously capitalizing on that. Could have even been a greater lead in terms of that 99. Very close for the 3 stars, but it is their victory. And we will be onto our next matchup, which is Carnage and Time to Throw after this break.
So Stiglitz, welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We know you took quite a few attempts in order to try and make it this far after coming up short in the previous play-ins. Did you guys intentionally make sure to place first in order to guarantee your spot?
Yes, we did our best to be first this month because we knew the best teams were not in the competition anymore, and it was pretty close between us and the second team, but we managed to secure the first spot during like the last day of the ladder.
Why do you feel like your team didn't qualify through their previous play-ins in the past, not just this season but last season as well?
Yes, we had a lot of difficulties to qualify the last times. Like I think our roster was not the same every time. We had to make new people play because our main players were not available, and also we had struggle on defense too, because the air meta is very hard to deal with. It's very hard to defend. And I think right now we have better defensive stats.
So final question, Stiglitz. Any minor or major weaknesses you managed to rectify with your team compared to last season?
I think this season every attack from our players is like the best plan possible on the base, and like every fail should be due to a good bait by the opponent. So I think that's why we have better results this season.
Oh, interesting. Well, we can't wait to see these base builds and the attacks along the way in the ESL Mobile Challenge. So good luck for the future, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon throughout the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Thank you very much.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We had Lethal joining us again. Time to see whether our predictions are again wrong, my friend.
Maybe, yeah, just maybe here. I think with B's predictions before, she's made up for like the entirety of the rest of the play days now, isn't she? That's as long as we don't really combine them all. But yeah, it's been tough. 18 did take down GH Rest, but again, it was just another prediction where it was very tough to call, just in terms of Rest definitely being one of the most organised teams coming in here. Definitely a thorough process of how they try and deal with things, especially in their matches. But that was in the past. Let's go back to the present here. We've got Time to Throw now. He will be throwing it down against Carnage Gaming. Average damage at 95%. Definitely looking sweet as hit rate, 56%. And the defense is not too bad as well with the 56%. So in terms of what you can see in terms of stats, definitely a good all-round team here. Let's just see what they can do this time round, as they did take down MCES early on in the second match. So definitely some leverage and some momentum heading into this game against Carnage Gaming.
Yeah, Carnage do have great stats themselves, but I was just about to say that in terms of Time to Throw taking down MCES, and we both picked Carnage Gaming for this one, thinking that they were going to take this matchup. However, if, you know, the first match, if we'd seen that against MCES and Time to Throw taking that, would you change your mind? I was just looking on Twitter whilst we were in the break, and we keep asking you guys, hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter, but I was just looking, and Fluxy, one of the team members from Time to Throw, did say, not too late to change that prediction. What do you think, Lethal? Are you still going with Carnage, or...?
Did I go with Carnage? I don't think I would have done, actually. Off the top of my head, I want to say I went
maybe it was Lady B that went with Carnage.
Different.
I apologize.
That's all right, mate. I was just trying to remember from the top of my head. I was like, I don't remember doing it, but I think, if I remember off the top of my head, actually, the reason why you may have said that is because of the fact that everyone went for Carnage apart from me. I think I was the only one who had probably a small amount of faith for Time to Throw here to come out on top. But do you know what? I'm very secure about this. I haven't really got too much anxiety for Time to Throw here, but it's like I said before, this is why these predictions could just really go out the window. Reported Gaming, obviously, a few playdays ago, back on Monday, being ATM and losing to another team, and Time to Throw, they just defeated MCES after MCES just came off a perfect war in the second game. But Time to Throw could also, well, throw. It depends, really. It depends how much they want to hurt my predictions here, Jenna. We'll find out momentarily, as we'll just crack on with this war straight away. Kicking off with Time to Throw, they'll be the ones attacking first here, and let's see what they can bring with these Dragon Riders.
Yes, the Queen Charge Dragon Riders, we are still seeing it quite a lot, and what I would say about these two teams is I think Time to Throw have been a little bit more consistent, but when Carnage Gaming step up and they really put on their A performance, they are taking down teams very quickly. However, for this attack, the Queen ability has already been used, was holding on to that rage spell. She had the tiniest bit of health, maybe just that little bit too late in the deployment, because the ability has now been used. Not the end of the world, because he has lots of freeze spells. It's always good to try and hold on to that just in case you need it.
Indeed he will, as the Queen now just heading in there. Invisibility spell just still continuing work with the Town Hall, but whilst he's doing that, the Dragon Runners in the news will be heading in from the west. The Stone Slammer trying to get in hot as well in the front line, just to make sure to tank all that damage. The King now makes an appearance on the 7 o'clock side. Now just going to speed things up a tad, popping the ability early just to get straight into that eagle compartment before the rest of this attack comes in as well. Still looking very good indeed. And as we've been speaking, as I've been casting the last 30 seconds, the Queen, I swear, has not moved a muscle. Finally, she's actually moved a couple of tiles up now after, well, you wouldn't say a brief stint, a long stint there, in terms of how they're dealing with so much defense, which is going to be completely fine, which means the majority of this composition now can continue doing work, and depending on how much health these Dragon Riders have, looking very good so far.
I think it does look good, because the Dragon Riders actually, I think, have a significant amount of health, but even if not, there's so many of them actually that they should be able to power through here. He's still got 2 freeze spells, and likely he will use that on the multi-target Inferno on the Archer Tower to help the Dragon Riders through. You can see the Royal Champion as well, now stealing the healers from the Queen, who no longer needs them. Everything working out brilliantly. Who needs that Queen ability anyways, Lethal? 3 stars it is. Exactly what we expected from Time to Throw, particularly after that win over MCES, and proving why they are here to win this matchup.
So I was just laughing because the RC was on 1% HP for at least a good 10 seconds there, and the healer switching, like you rightly said, helped the RC out, but be need help anyway. It was going to be a triple no matter how and when and what was going to be discussed about it. So already great stuff there already from them, and we're going to see what's going to happen on the other side of the coin there to see if our opponents can do the equal amount of stars and just keep this as close and competitive as possible. But I would say there's a very good clean start, very methodical approach there, and we can see already doing a good job with those Dragon Riders earlier on.
Yeah, it really worked out well, actually, with the Dragon Riders just able to swoop around the bottom. Wasn't a huge amount of defenses for them to worry about, especially with the Royal Champion just nicely slotting through the center of the base. Just worked out really well in terms of how everything synchronized together to sweep across the base, essentially. But it is time for Carnage Gaming to attack, and they are one of the teams who consistently do like to use the Inferno Dragons. Let's find out what they have in store. It is an attack strategy that every once in a while, it does just get halted, if you will, and fall to the ground pretty rapidly. The dive in towards the Town Hall has been relatively successful. You always need to wait and see just if the Sneaky Goblins will get that Town Hall, which they do. There was a lot of Tesla inside around it, which the Battle Blimp was able to wipe out firstly.
Let's have a look down south here, and the Queen is going to be there for a while, but the Poison Spell will be fine then, because that will help speed things up. To avoid that time fail, let it on. But Carnage Gaming, not only do they need this triple, they just need war really just to keep up with everyone else in the standings here. But the Queen has dealt with that nicely. He's going to be pushing on up now, slowly towards that scanner ship compartment. Not before all those Inferno Dragons and the Warden now just coming in from the southwest side. Looking quite good so far. Good free spell as well, just to delay the DPS from the scanner shot and the Expo there. The Queen's actually going to be working her way around, taking out that Wizard Tower, and obviously the King's going to be helping a little bit as well, just to take out the structures, just to speed up the Queen, just a tad to go into this next compartment, as the King will be joining as well, but will be going in front line towards the Eagle Artillery. But just looking back at the rest of this composition, and the Inferno Dragons just looking, they're actually quite spread out at the moment. The Warden's on the left-hand side currently, with a few of them. Make sure to clean out that compartment. On the other side of things, so the King has popped his ability. He does have a couple of dragons alongside him as well. So not looking too bad here. It does depend on how much HP these Inferno Dragons have. I know on the left-hand side it only has a little bit, but one of them is actually doing okay. But nonetheless, as long as they take down this multi and scatter shot, this should be okay.
Yeah, the Dragon Rider in the center that peeled across to the multi was huge. The fact that it single-handedly took down that multi-target Inferno means there is not a doubt in my mind at this stage. The Archer Queen still has her ability, although she is stuck on a wall. Tactically, can't even speak right now, Lethal. She is tactically standing back in order to make sure that she does not get damaged. She goes to another wall, in fact, so maybe it's going to be closer on time due to that Archer Queen, but with forcing the ability, she can get through. And as the defenses fall, she just needs to get through another wall towards the clan castle.
Yeah, it's a pain. And minions there just to give them a little bit of a head start anyway, so at least it helps them out a tad. And I'm just being a little bit cautious. I know it should be perfectly fine, but I always get a little bit worried in these circumstances. But yeah, she's been perfectly fine. They'll be cleaning things up. Carnage, yeah, exactly. Carnage came in. We'll get a triple for them, and it's going to be a tied game already this early on. So time to throw. Gonna see if they struggle along the way, or they'll just keep pressurizing Carnage Gaming here. See, even I'm stumbling on my words today a lot.
Well, I think based on that initial performance against MCES, they didn't take their foot off the gas, did they? They really just, from the off, put the pressure on, tried to keep that going throughout. And this is one of those matches that Carnage Gaming are moving in fresh. So, you know, this is a question for you, Lethal, I guess, based on your competitive history as well in gaming. What would you prefer? Would you prefer moving into a matchup already having played a tough one, or would you prefer to come into this one fresh?
It's hard. It depends on the circumstances, especially in this format. I would rather go against this team first and then the harder team, because then you've got a little bit of leverage and momentum on the way to then face up against MCES. It is a tough call, but at least you have a little bit of morale just going straight into it. But I suppose at the same time, if you do defeat the harder team straight away, then you'll just feel like this team could be a walkover in comparison, and then you make it a little bit overconfident. It's very tough to say, but I probably would rather go against the easier team first, so that way you've got a warm-up, and then you're warmed up and ready, prepared to face a harder opponent. But we're going to see now, we can start off with the Queen on the 10 o'clock side and see what shenanigans he's going to be getting up to here. But already a good start. It's actually been quite quick. We're already taking a fair amount out here. We'll have to do with that Inferno Tower momentarily, but of course with the wall already broken up there, that shouldn't really be too much of a problem. Rage Spell coming down, Loon coming in to also help out a tad. We'll be greeted by a lovely Tesla farm there, and the King's obviously popped up there on the north side as well, just to take out all those structures there, Judo.
Yeah, looking good at the moment, and with 2 super wall breakers left over, he can send those in order to force the Queen in towards the middle. But notice how he sends some balloons in alongside the Battle Blimp. Yes, that's the tank, but it also takes down the Archer Tower, meaning that the wall breakers would be assured to move onto that inner part of the base. Just waiting of the Barbarian King to take out that top area as well before deploying the Royal Champion and keeping everything in unison. But here you see the wall breakers, and it's nice that he's deployed them both at the same time, because now the second wall breaker is already in position to retarget. If he had have waited, he probably wouldn't have been able to get in towards the multi-target Inferno like that. So beautiful play by ND, shaping this attack up nicely.
Certainly is. And speaking of the multi definitely getting his value here. Just doing a lot of damage onto the RC. But the Queen, of course, doesn't matter at this point. She still has the healers with her anyway. But let's focus on the real problem here for Stiglitz in terms of the defense there. Just trying to get those loons into the town hall, but the tornado trap is going to delay a little bit, and the others are joining in as well. But with the raid spell, it's just going to be pretty much a guarantee. But not only that, the whole point of it is just get out of that poison as soon as possible, so you've got enough loons to tackle the rest of the defense here as well. Good haste spell as well, just going to be progressing straight on through. The only defense left really is the AD and a scatter shot there, but we'll deal with those Archer Towers first as they're obviously in the way. But it looks like it's going to be very good, and still quite a few loons left. Still has the Warden as well. Very clean attack indeed here from ND. As Time to Throw really are packing a punch towards Carnage Gaming's defense. But with Time to Throw though, I feel like this time round, you saw when they were against MCS, it was their defense which was impeccable, which is why you saw MCS with the perfect war in their second matchup. So it's clearly their defense which has been shining through for Time to Throw, which we'll witness maybe in the next few attacks from Carnage Gaming.
I think they were able to bait MCES pretty well, so perhaps that's something that might be more difficult for Carnage Gaming. They certainly do have a couple of their standout players that maybe they'll be able to hunt down and have built the bases for. But I just want to shout out how great that attack was by ND, actually. Where he charged the Queen in from was a tricky area, particularly with the wall breaks. So he knew or could have predicted that there wasn't a potential trap in there for the Queen charge, with it being so difficult to charge that area. So always nice when they come from separate angles, but it looks like it is the straight response from Hugo Stiglitz against ND himself. So going 1-for-1 here, ND obviously beating Hugo Stiglitz. He is now using a similar strategy. So let's see what he has in store if he can repeat this. Charging from the opposite side of the town hall, and with the log launcher, it's like he's going to be trying to get that Archer Queen all of the way down through the compartments and to the town hall. But interested as to where he's going to use this. I thought maybe cutting from the scatter shot, but maybe cutting right through the center action.
Stiglitz in the past, he's had some very good executions, if I remember from the top of my head, but let's just see if he can continue to do so. It's now just heading with the Queen from that southwest side. Log launcher coming into play as well, just to help the Queen breeze through later on in terms of the funneling there. But of course the Queen's going to be looking to take down the defensive structures here first before doing so. It's going to be good timing as well from this, and I think that's, yes it is, the RC has come out from the south side now, just progressing towards that scatter shot, just to give a little bit of a helping hand as the Queen out the rage has dropped down. We'll have to deal with the defensive Queen too. And here come the loons coming out as well to take down the Inferno Tower near the center there. We'll have to deal with a lot of defense. So with the Eagle, the Love Hound, everything is just being thrown out there. But she's still alive, still well, and still able to stabilize it in that raid spell.
Not sure if Hugo Stiglitz wanted the wall by the town hall open. I would assume he did. However, it is one health bar essentially away from being open. The log launcher not quite able to get that, so maybe he can start the Lalo quick enough in order to push the Queen on towards that wall section and push her through. But with the ability used, he's got to be careful here. Probably will be investing a rage, I would think, but he doesn't have access to the town hall, so no, he decides to keep the rage for the balloons, because at this stage he has to use the lava loon to get the town hall, which I don't think would have been the original plan. However, with 2 rage spells and the warden ability, no reason he couldn't still get the 3-star as long as he gets it perfect, but it is going to be tricky.
No, I completely agree. And look at the path of his rage spells as well. Perfectly in line to make it to the town hall and try and secure it. But the tornado trap is definitely going to delay things a heavy amount. But as long as he try and get out the poison, but he does not. But he does have a few in his back pocket to try and get the best percentage possible. Of course, the AD is going to clean up those loons on the outside in that 3 o'clock position. But it's a little bit of a shame on here. That definitely could have been a triple considering the circumstances, but just couldn't really get out of that poison straight after taking down the town hall. It was a little bit bleak from here, but it looks like it won't be a 3-star, but at least it'll be a good percentage nonetheless for Stiglitz here of Carnage Gaming. It will be 98%. Good try nonetheless. Very good recovery as well, because that could have been a lot worse.
Oh, it certainly could have. I'm astounded that he was able to get a 98% 2-star from that, actually, and the way that he kept calm as he did it was very respectable, I think, to just beeline the balloons to the town hall the way he did. But I guess that's one of the risks you take if he did want the Queen to the town hall. The amount of distance the log launcher had to cover, and when it's not even taking damage, it is losing health. That's just how the siege machine works. So the way that he wanted to access the town hall as deep as he did was an interesting one, and yeah, just not quite working out for him. But we do have LP, who had a very impressive Queen Charge Hog Rider attack earlier on today. Looks like he's almost coming in with exactly the same army composition.
Yeah, it looks like he has 26 Hog Riders, eh? Okay, let's see how this is going to work. The Queen just cracking on there from the right-hand side, just dealing with that scanner shot compartment. And he hasn't got any healing spells, actually, has he, this time out? So we'll see how effective this is going to be and see what he does differently. He does an invisibility spell, though, if he does get his Hog Riders later on in a pack in terms of the defense, say, in one of his compartments. But I'm very interested to see how he's going to execute this, as the Queen are still dealing with the compartment there. It's going to be a little bit slow, but we'll get there in the end, slowly but surely, as the Queen have to deal with quite a bit now. Have to deal with the defensive King as well. Not really the DPS, it's just, of course, the distractions, but at least that's the King down and out for the count anyway, and we'll have to worry about that until a later date. We'll go into the Wizard Tower now, though. But still, though, nice little early start here from LP, but just excited to see exactly how he's going to go about using these Hog Riders.
Yeah, previously what we've seen is him doing huge hero dives. So it looks like, or I thought he might have used the wall breaker for the Archer Queen again and used the log launcher down the bottom, because I think he's going to use the Royal Champion to get to that central multi, and is just using the Archer Queen to walk around towards the town hall. So you see the log launcher is going to open up pathing all of the way through, trying to get this huge area with his heroes. So the Hog Riders is literally on the back end, but the main thing here is the pathing through. The log launcher going down in health. Is it going to open up that path for the Queen? If it does, it has been a beautiful plan, but again, just like Hugo Stiglitz's attack, it is one log too short. I didn't even see he had a jump spell, Lethal. I will be completely honest with you. This was in the bag all day long. I didn't see that down there.
I'll be honest, it was my fault for not even mentioning it. I was talking about the fact there's a lack of healing spells in this composition in terms of the spell variety. I didn't even mention that at all. As the Hog Riders now coming up trump, just pushing straight away through. Just having a look around, and yeah, no defense at all. I must say, LP, extremely clean attack here. He's got so many Hog Riders left over as well. He can do whatever he wants with this at this point in time, and even just wasting the last invisibility spell just for the giggles, really. And there we have it. Nice 3-star from LP, and they could be looking for a perfect wall as well.
I tell you what, I am going to be watching his attacks back, copying that army and giving it a try, because it looks so cool. And honestly, I think probably the main reason I didn't think there was a jump spell is because it looked like he didn't even need it. the way he placed the log launcher, it looked like it was all going to shape up beautifully for his queen to get through. So that really does just show the strength of the attack. He almost swagged the jump, didn't really need the hog riders, swagged an invisibility at the end. Very clean attack, but on top of that, just looks really cool when you're dissecting the base so surgically the way that he did. And I think, given how well both of his attacks have gone, he's really been the MVP so far today for time to throw.
He really has done. I think we've seen more attacks involving hog riders fail than actually succeed, but that's probably one of the cleanest successions I've ever seen. Like you said, it's pretty much like a surgeon, just dissecting each part of the base in a perfect manner and just making sure to get the best value possible. Not really barely any expense at all. Like, you saw how much he had left over. Definitely made sure to get the best out of any situation, just turns a percentage, and it was just remarkable what he can do. And do you know what? I don't blame you thinking about watching that back, because it's definitely something people will need to probably take note of, and just to see exactly how to try and execute attack like that. But let's go into this next attack. We've got Fabian here from Carnage Gaming. He's going to be looking to try and get a triple here for Carnage Gaming. But if you just joined us here, it's actually still very tight knit. It's literally only 1 star 1% behind. It was sadly one of the players earlier, I think it was a 2-star 98% or 2-star 98%. Yeah, literally those last 2 bits and pieces just couldn't finish off, even after recovering from that attack here. But let's see how they crack on it. Already just diving in straight into the south compartment. That's to deal with the Eagle Artillery and the AD there. Rage spell just for good measure as they're sliding on in. But Fabian, good start so far.
Yeah, he's done very well here, and he tends to like these smash style attacks. We've seen him use it every single time. When we first started with the challenge, he was using the Super Bowlers, and to good success. So I'd love to know if there's been a change in the bases since that, which has made him go back to the P.E.K.K.A, or whether he's just found them more reliable. I'd really be intrigued to find out, because he had such good success with the Super Bowlers. However, you can see why he is a master of this strategy, because he's been able to sideswipe that right-hand side, first with the King, now with the Royal Champion, and even the Hog Riders, which are keeping the P.E.K.K.A through the middle towards that Town Hall. Hopefully they move back across to the jump spell here and merge with the rest of them up towards the Town Hall. But with the Queen ability and the Royal Champion ability, should be plain sailing here.
Town Hall still doing work, but the RC's there, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue, which it won't be. But the P.E.K.K.A's just going to dive in the poison for good measure anyway. The Warden is still just barely alive. The Queen's still perfectly healthy though, especially with the healers still behind her, just jumping on over to give a helping hand to take out the rest of his defense there. But what am I talking about? What defense? There's literally just a Tesla and a cannon left remaining. And speaking of remaining, got 30 seconds left on the clock, so he's going to be smooth sailing here for this triple, keeping Carnage Gaming in it. And I must say, they're doing a great job so far, keeping themselves in this matchup. We know that 2-star 99%, it wasn't really going to do them any favours, or 98% rather, say 99. But yeah, instead though, Carnage Gaming doing a great job once again. I don't really expect anything less from Fabian, because every single one of his attacks have been nothing short of spectacular, especially in previous playdays as well.
Yeah, and like I said, I'd love to know the reason for him moving back to the P.E.K.K.A, or whether it's, you know, just the way the bases are set up. But like you said, even a 98%, as good as it is the only difference between these teams. Imagine, after 3 attacks, your only slip is a 98%, and yet you trail. Carnage Gaming must be thinking, what more can we do? However, it seems they're putting on a great performance, and as I mentioned earlier on, I feel like all of Carnage Gaming's matches have been so touch and go. Either they've lost relatively convincingly, or they've smashed their opponent. They never tend to have too many tight wars. They're one of the only teams that haven't drawn a war on stars. They've always either won or lost on stars. But we have Demo of Time to Throw looking to continue their destruction today. It will be interesting, because remember, they were 7th in the leaderboard at the start of the day, Lethal. So this is incredible that they've shown how good they are and where they could potentially be at the end of it.
And they actually forfeited the match as well, if I remember, the other day. So they've definitely come out on the back foot, but hopefully now, at the bottom, what I love about it as well, it's not really affected their state of mind in terms of their mental process. They just seem to be cracking on as though it's just another game, which is what you absolutely love to see. They're just like, that's fine, you know, everyone else is kind of in the same boat. Everyone's got pretty much the same win-loss ratio in terms of on the standings. But yeah, the standings is going to be a little bit of a shocker later on. I'm excited to find exactly what's going to happen. But going back to this game, though, Demo's going to be continuing this attack. 2 minutes left remaining. Is the Queen and the Rage Spell dropping down, just heading towards that Town Hall to try and take them down as soon as possible. A couple of also helping up the defense too. And looking pretty good so far. Not really too much to say as of yet. The Queen is going to definitely take a while, though. Got a fair amount of defense to deal with here, as she now has to put a Rage Spell down once again. Just taking out everything in terms of the surroundings there, and you can see already the push is already coming and already started from the center court position, along with the Warden and the Wizards as well. And let's see how things are going to pan out for Demo here.
Yeah, it's really interesting because one of the, or in a previous meta when Hydra, I said it again, when Hybrid used to be the meta, you always used to either Queen charge the Town Hall, but you'd bring your Hybrid in towards the Eagle. Whereas what we are seeing now is bring the Hybrid in away from the Eagle and charge the Barbarian King in to take down the Eagle on that right-hand side. But unfortunately, Demo's King has not been able to get that. So let's find out if the Hybrid has enough. It is moving through the base well. The King created the funnel for the Hybrid to get in towards the center, which is the main thing. And even now towards the back end, if it starts to split, you can recover. It's at the start of the attack that you really need to be careful. Archqueen did lose her ability, but she's still got the healers. Troops are going down, but there's not a lot of defenses left either, so I think you could still get this one, Lethal. Royal Champion coming in pretty handy towards the end. It's more a factor of time.
I'm just going to echo what you said, because that is nothing short of literally what you said there. Yeah, it is going to be basically a matter of time. Will you get, yeah, actually, no, you should be able to get this job with no problem. The RC's still in there as well. Actually, it was actually a lot more smooth sailing than we expected. I was assuming the same. I was like, okay, I don't think in terms of defense he's going to really have any kind of issues at all in the sliders. Just manage if he can finish the job. But instead, I thought it was going to come down to the last couple of seconds, but no, he seems to be perfectly fine. So there's going to be another triple on the board. Absolutely no stopping them here. Still making sure it's a close affair. I'm just hoping for their sake it doesn't come down to that 1%, because they are going to be kicking themselves. 2%. Of course, top saying 1. It is 2.
Yeah, for Carnage Gaming, you mean? Because, yeah, I mean, look, that's how it is in competitive sports, right? Like, this is the highest level of Clash of Clans, obviously, within this region. But I would argue most of the teams in here are, you know, some of the highest rated in the world anyways, you know, so this is the highest level. And ultimately, the littlest differences are what win or lose you the war. And it's just, unfortunately, how the cookie crumbles. Carnage Gaming have to just keep going with 3 stars and hope. Have confidence in their base to defend on the next attack. But you see already with the Battle Blimp moving to the Town Hall, soaking up a lot of red air bombs, meaning that he doesn't have to worry about them with his Queen charge. So that is definitely a positive. With the Town Hall down, he can focus on the Queen. And the good thing about the Dragon Riders, I know I said it earlier on today, you can invest everything into your Queen charge, pretty much all of your spells, because the Dragon Riders don't really need them. So you can spend the next minute or so really getting good value with this Queen.
Yeah, let's see how much value she is going to get. But she's been kept in her tracks, but not for long, no. Those lava pops are going to be down and out for the count. Queen's still pushing towards the center here. We'll have to deal with the defensive king as well. Rage Spell comes down. Loon's still heading towards the Archer Tower as well, just to help things a tad in, see if you can find anything else along the way, maybe any kind of base as well. But seems to be smooth sailing here as the Queen now just looking to lurk all the way around. Just going to be pushing towards the south side this time around, especially going for that Eagle artillery. That's going to be huge here for Anonymous, as he's going to make sure to continue this push. But he knows he needs a triple. He has absolutely no choice in the matter.
Ooh,
it's time to throw it. Actually progressing it. Okay.
He lost a bunch of healers there because he was seeking air mines to the outside of the base. I think he lost 3 healers moving into this bottom area. But I honestly question why the Queen was there in the first place. I think maybe he mistapped it. I'm not too sure. I'd have to watch it back. But it's If not, it's really interesting, or it's an interesting approach, sending the king in first to absorb damage for the queen, and then when the king goes down, using the healers. It's not something we tend to see. I doubt that it was actually intended, but maybe it was, and it's always just something a bit outside of the box. But in terms of pathing for these Dragon Riders, it just didn't shape up. And yeah, I guess I'd have to watch it back, or maybe have a snoop around in the chat to see if anybody else seen what happened, because sometimes you're looking over the opposite side of the screen. And yeah, I'd just question whether he actually meant to send the queen in where he did.
Yeah, I think that's the problem for us, though, isn't it? We've got a lot to observe, and even though what happened to the queen, to the healers, he still was able to keep the queen alive long enough to take down the scatter shot on the south side. The only problem is, though, look what's left standing. He's still got the Expo there in the center. He's still got the AD, especially in the Tesla on the south, just to really be a real pain. And even then, though, if we actually have a look in terms of the composition, the Dragon Rider's almost out for the count. The Warden's just been taken down. So even then, though, the question we've got to ask ourselves is, would it have been a triple anyway? Definitely we've got a lot more value out of the queen, but didn't even make it towards that compartment in the end. So that was absolute madness in itself. But there we have it, though. Carnage Gaming, bit more of a slip up this time round, so it may not just be that 2% they were relying on, but I don't know what else we could say, really. All I can say is the fact that Time to Throw just progressing towards that perfect war anyway, and once they've hit that, that's going to be pretty much curtains for them. Even a very strong 2-star will definitely secure this victory.
Yeah, I'm just trying to try and watch the replay a little bit here, actually, because I'm so curious as to what exactly happened. No, maybe just not having a good understanding, I guess, of where the queen would go, because yeah, she got pulled in towards the base, which I don't think he expected. I couldn't quite see on my phone whether it was skeleton traps or what it was, but essentially the queen getting pulled into the base was not intended, so he had to delay the healers, and her pathing was less than ideal, and yeah, just didn't work out for him. But like you said, it just leaves a bigger margin, and the 2 stars being all Fluxy would need to get. But being honest with you, he has had such clean attacks here in the challenge that it wouldn't surprise me if we see our second perfect war. I'm just going to say it. I'll just say it. Let's find out.
I had to say it. I had to tell B 2 or 3 times, but I'm not a superstitious person, so it's fine. Like, if you really say it's true, then, you know, Fluxy, come on, mate, get us that second perfect war in the bag here. We've had none over the last 4 days, and all of a sudden, potentially yourselves and MCES are going to be the ones to do it 2 in 1 day. It's starting to feel like last season where we've got at least 3 or 4 per day. But let's see how things are going to work out, though. For still early days for that perfect war yet. King's popped his ability, still cracking on, making sure to do work in that compartment. The king does get taken down there, so wasn't able to take down the few bits and pieces there in terms of defense. It would have been nice to maybe turn down that Inferno Tower as well. Maybe I'm just asking for too much. We'll have to see. But the queen is continuing to do work there, taking out Inferno Tower of her own. The Stone Slam has come out as well, just to work on the Expo and the scanner shot compartment. Dragon Riders, though, just doing work. The RC, I said the RC, I think there's the RC. Yes, okay, so going into that west compartment as well, as it's getting very chaotic there in that compartment. I was just barely able to see, but he does know where the Tesla farm is as well on that north side. So he's got a little bit of breathing room here. So we're taking up a majority of this. Just need to take out these multis as soon as possible before things hit the fan.
Yeah, that Royal Champion still having the ability. Still got a Warbreaker here as well for the Archer Queen. The multi-target Inferno's about to fall. And, you know, he might not be a superstitious person, but I think that's for a reason, Lethal, because Fluxy coming in strong here. 2 free spells left over, and invisibility, the Queen's ability. No way of jinxing this one. It is the perfect war. It's the 3 stars, and Fluxy was the player on Twitter that did tell me there's still time to change your prediction. Swing it in the way of Time to Throw. Maybe I should have gone with it. Again, hashtag ESL Mobile. Let us know what you think down in that area or in the chat, either way, because that is the second perfect war now. Time to Throw really coming out strong today.
See, Fluxy, no one, I was the only person to be. I had a little bit of faith in you. I still had a little bit of faith in you. It's all right. Don't worry, mate. It's all good. I still knew that you would come out trumps in some way, but I was also a little bit worried at the same time. I'm not going to lie. bit of anxiety definitely settled in. But that does mean curtain call for Carnage Gaming. They're pretty much done for here. Just need to try and collect up as many stars as possible in case there is any tiebreakers at a later date for the challenge finals. And it's, you know, very, very important to be wary of that. I've seen so many different competitions and tournaments where it's come down to that, and then some of the players going, oh, I wish I took some of these, you know, attacks or matches a little bit more seriously, even when we was at taking that losing route, so that we could have made something happen of this, because they don't really realise it until a later date, because, you know, the standings speak for themselves. There is no weak links in this in terms of this season. No teams are doing bad, no teams are doing amazingly good and secured their spot already. It's still very tough to call, and I think after today the standings may be even tighter here, or maybe a tiny bit more separation. We'll have to see, but we'll look at that later on. I'm just getting too far ahead of myself once again. The Queen's gonna be kicking things off here on the south side. We're doing work with that Town Hall compartment momentarily, but we'll leave it for a little bit for now, because she's still got her hands full as the Loon's now coming out to take down that Archer Tower on the left side.
Nicely just setting up the pathing for the Archer Queen, using that wall break to help her in towards that Town Hall area. But notice that he's just careful on the healers. Just wait until the healers aren't going to take any damage. Whilst the Queen has the Unicorn and she's safe, you can just protect your healers. Mean they're not going to take damage, but also they are at less risk of actually hitting any traps depending on where you place them. So good practice to just get into in terms of preserving the healers and their health. Queen can get the Town Hall and then move on forward from there. And this is exactly what I said in the hybrid attack we just watched. We're tending to see the Queen charge the Town Hall, the hybrid moving from the opposite side of the Eagle, so that you can use the King on the outside to set the funnel and then path him into the Eagle to push the hybrid through the middle. And you can see that shaping up exactly in this attack.
Serniana King is just going absolutely ham here in the north compartment, looking very good so far. Still got a little bit of HP left to do a bit of work, just trying to take down the defensive King now. And a little bit of a duel in that north compound. It seems like he would not be winning that bout, but it doesn't matter because the Wizards and the Hog Riders were just gonna clean him up. Anyway, actually the defensive King almost got away, which is quite funny, but still there's a lot of chaos and carnage there in the center. The RC is still alive and well, gonna be progressing into the center, but sadly not really live and well anyway. After I said that a few seconds, I was taken down straight away. AD gets taken down next compartment. Only one left really here to seal the deal for Carnage Gaming, but still though a little bit left to deal with here. That multi is going to cause a bit of an issue, but in all fairness she does have the Queen, got the healers as well, so it's just going to be a matter of time here. 40 seconds left, shouldn't be too much of an issue here. Pops the ability just for, well, not really for insurance, really, just to speed things up a little bit in terms of finishing up this war. But I will say this, Carnage Gaming really put on a really good show here. They definitely did their best. But what can you do against a team who's going to come out with the perfect war? Second of the day here. It's time to throw win, 15-13.
That performance by Carnage Gaming would win probably 75% of the matches that we've played in the challenge. That is a brilliant performance, but just not able to match Time to Throw, who we've already said have been so impressive today. A perfect war and beating MCES 14-11. I mean, they are looking like one of the favorites moving forward, and let's be honest, they were our #1 seed moving into this.
Yeah, they certainly were, and that's one thing. Yeah, that's maybe a good point. They came first on the ladder, so we expected big things from them, didn't we? And we know that when they were playing against a lot of the teams in the ladder, MCS were one of the teams they did defeat. And we know it's quite a while ago, a couple of months ago, but it definitely gave us a flavour of what was to come, and they've done it once again here. So 2 for 2 technically, I suppose, for Time to Throw. But guys, 6 matches down. We know it's a long night, but it's going to get even longer. So if you love your Clash of Clans, we've still got more action for you. We've got one more match here of the evening between GH Rest and Robotic Gaming. And as both of them were on a loss, hopefully they'll come out with a W here to help themselves in the standings. But we'll be back in just a few moments to see how that match pans down.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenges. B is back with me for the final match of the evening between the likes of GH Rest and Repotted Gaming. It's going to be a tough one to call. RPG not really looking too strong at the moment, but GH Rest didn't really put on a bad performance against ATN either. So still going to be a tough matchup. In terms of predictions, we all just went with RPG anyway, just from previous experience here this season. But GH Rest have definitely shown some promise. So kind of debating our predictions now.
Yeah, well, I can really debate my predictions all the way through, considering I'm 1 out of 6. This is my final chance to save some face after 6 for 7. Can you believe it? But yeah, this is going to be a close matchup. I think this is a tough one to call because both of these teams have taken down larger teams. They've taken down bigger teams that I don't want to say you wouldn't expect to take down, but are harder, that have, a ton backing behind them. So we know that they have what it takes in any given stance. So against each other, it does make it a little bit more difficult. And it's not a combination that we often get to see going up against each other. So, I think a lot of us went with the RPG off their win from last week against ATN, probably. That's kind of why I went for them. I don't know about you. What are your thoughts on RPG over GH Rest for today?
When I was looking to this matchup, it was just the same as the other match when Repotted Gaming played. It's like, I don't know what Repotted we're going to see. It looks like a missed version of him today, which means that GHRS actually do stand a chance. But if RPG were, absolutely on it, then I would have said GHRS are going to really, really struggle. But I don't know. I feel like GHRS have a bit more of a chance this time. If GHRS played RPG Monday, I would have said RPG, not for certain, but quite comfortably. But after seeing RPG today, I think it's going to be a much, much closer affair. We'll have to look at the rosters as well and talk about it in a bit. We're just waiting for an interview at the moment with Demo with Time to Throw, and hopefully he'll be joining us in a little bit. If not, though, we're just going to literally crack straight on to this next matchup. And I know you guys at home are just dying for more action, as we are as well, of course. It's going to be our final match of the evening before we head off into the sunset until the next couple of play days next week. So yeah, we'll have to delay just a little bit here before we get things started. But let's have a look at the rosters for the time being anyway. This is the Italian God Squad, I like to call here, with Kingpen and the gang. And I will say this, definitely one of the most structured teams here in terms of preparing for this event, because you've got to remember, a lot of these teams weren't even here last season. They're actually just reclaiming their spots to try and get the best lineups possible. And GH West, even though they've had a few shaky matches here and there, they've shown a lot of promise across the board.
They have, we've seen them go through the pre-qualifiers really holding on strong. I would say a couple of hiccups along the way once the update hit, just to kind of adjust to what was going on. And it seemed like they caught a groove. Today, I think, was a bit of an off start for them in the matchup. But I think we're going to see them sailing through a little bit smoother. The biggest issue here for some teams tends to be defense right now. Even though defense is getting higher and higher, I think it's just finding the right combination for the teams that you are facing off against and predicting what they're going to come in with. So looking at the hit rate, 47% hit rate, not too shabby, but they'd love to see that go a little bit higher. And the average defense, this is where they're going to struggle a little bit. So as we take a look at RPG, that's what we're really going to want to keep a focus on, is where they're settling in defensively.
Here we go. RPG definitely showing a lot of promise on a few random days. Today hasn't really been their day so far, losing against MCS earlier on. But at the same time, what can you do against a perfect war? Not much. Maybe a better defense, but apart from that, that's literally about it. And it's going to be very tough to call here for a Repotted game. As long as they just switch on that light switch and just literally crack on, then maybe things can change. And do you know what? The average defense, I was talking about literally 5 seconds ago, and it does speak volume, 27%. But they're known more for their attacks, aren't they, B? With the 57% hit rate and 95% average damage, they are actually very strong. Just a few bits and pieces they need to try and fix on their defense.
Yeah, but it still needs to be a happy balance in this current meta, that you're holding strong a bit on both. And those are the teams that we're seeing succeeding the most, that do have that happy combination between. So I think if they can continue to forge forward, keep that hit rate where it is, but find the defensive side to bring into the game, we will see them back on a huge streak and potentially dominating, because RPG has been a force to be reckoned with. That's where, they really are shining on the attacks that we get to see coming through.
Yeah, we expected them to be juggernauts in this competition, and they have been in the past, and they showed a lot of promise in the past, because you remember how much competition we had back then, and I would say, even though we've got different teams this time around, it's just equally as fierce, maybe even more fierce, because ATN and MCES, it's not really been a walkover for them. Remember, last time around, ATN, they went, I think for top of my head, 12-2, roughly, last season, and this time around, there's been a lot of blockades, a lot of obstacles across, and a lot of hurdles to try and jump in order for some of these top teams with that huge amount of reputation and wealth of knowledge. It's still been a real struggle for them here. So for RPG now, I think the question is, they just need to forget about what happened against MCS early on, just literally just put it in the back of their minds. They can forget about it tomorrow. They've got plenty of time anyway, and then on Monday, at least they've got a fresh start. But at least they end it on a high here, then at least that way they'll be happy, they'll be secure, they'll be knowing in terms of standings. They've still got just an equal chance as anyone else to make it to the finals, and it'll be pure smooth sailing from there. But for you guys, I'd love to know your opinions at home. Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts and feelings on this matchup, or maybe how you feel maybe for a future matchup later on. We'd love to know your thoughts, and we may read out a tweet from some of your comments, and obviously the best way to interact with us as well. So love to know your thoughts and feelings, and just head into this last matchup as well. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why this matchup in particular, and a couple others in the past today, is why I probably spent 15-20 minutes choosing my predictions rather than 5. Just from looking at the names and just going, yeah, that one.
I wish I spent more time on my predictions now. I really should have been scrolling through. So next week, I know what I'm going to be doing several hours before, just crunching numbers and stats and, really organizing this entire list. There's going to be like a whole board and chart and lines and strings going across to determine the possible predictions. We're not going to go.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, we're not going to go 1 for 7 next week.
That's fine. You're just as nerdy as I am. I have to look at all the stats and everything before I even make a final decision. I didn't really... Yeah, it's weird. I didn't really go for the stats. It was just difficult because when you look at the past results, it was just so bizarre and it was just so obscure. You just want to know, like, what on earth happened to some of these. Like, was it them playing? Was it not? Like, how was someone taking down ATN and then losing to another team which people may assume they're a few tiers below? It's just been a really, really crazy 4 days. And do you know what's best? Well, do you know what's great about it? We've still got 4 more to come, haven't we, B? We've still got 2 more next week and 2 the week after that. We've still got the finals as well. So, again, no favourites in this competition. A lot of people will probably still say ATN once it's meant to establish itself a little bit better. But we'll see. As we kick things off here with GH Rest, Trotino is going to be the first to attack. And we're going to find out what shenanigans he's going to be up to here. Starting with the wood on the left-hand side. Just have a nice slow approach here to see what he can do. And he does, of course, the range there to trying to make this work. But just very excited to see what he's going to do. Does have a couple of Peckers to his name as well. Let's see how he's going to use those.
Yeah, so he's actually dropped the Wizard, which is forcing the Warden over to the side. But we still want to pick up the Scattershot. Warden's still on track for now, which is good. We need to ensure that that goes down. And that's essentially what we're doing. We're looking to pick up some high-value items, anything that would flank your troops on the outskirts edge of the base, and anything high damage. So if you can pick up a multi, pick up a Scattershot, Eagle, it's always a nice push. And we are going to get the Eagle in the initial approach, heading straight for that Town Hall with a log launcher to open up the entire core of the base. And should it fall slightly short, we have the jump as a safety net. But it's always nice to have anyway, because we can open up some of the back-end compartments and just expand a little bit more on what we need. But what I do like is forcing his way through into that Scattershot compartment, which is going to set everything into the core with a very minimal split.
And I love how now just trying to be a real pain in the backside. And Multi, though, got a lot of value there. This has been taken down ASAP. Beautifully done there. Defensive RC is looking for cause a little bit of trouble, but not going to last too much longer, especially those Peckers just absolutely headed straight for it. Good freeze on the Town Hall as well, just to play that DPS further, just to try and make the magic happen. The Queen is in the center. Good use of a freeze spell once again. Remember, though, the Queen and the RC, they both still got their abilities here. So really with the Tesla farm as well, just heard one of the Peckers get taken down. Speaking of taken down, the Town Hall has also been cleaned up. Second Pecker also finished up here, but there is 50 seconds left remaining. It's not just about the fact that Kinney finished this up. It's more the fact that look what's left as well. It's still got the storages on the far left-hand side. The Queen still has the ability, which you're going to use right this second, but will get killed off at the time. Not the start GX West were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, to see this fizzle out so quickly, you see the power of that poison bomb, all the damage coming in on that back end that's really held this strong. This is huge. There was so much there right at the tail end of the base. Even had the jump to try and forge a way out, but lost way too much steam. That poison bomb absolutely wreaks havoc. So Tritino off to an unfortunate start, but Repotted Gaming is going to celebrate with an early potential lead if they can secure a 3-star in their own attack. Oh, Archer not quite enough to bring it to the 85% mark, but they're sitting, I guess, in a decent spot. 84%, not as high as they'd like to go, but we're not creeping into the 70s, so they can be thankful for that.
Yeah, could be better, could be worse. Yeah, it's very tough to call. It's a bit of a shame as well. I didn't realise the Peckers were so weak, even heading towards the town hall as well. The poison just did so much damage towards them. And a few people in chat are just saying as well, like, they're not really going to get involved with this matchup in terms of actually using their channel points, anything like that. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, this is very, very difficult to try and even predict. Maybe that was a little flavour of what's to come, because now RPG can now recuperate and now adds a huge amount of pressure onto GHS. But we'll find out though, because with the way RPG were playing earlier on, we wasn't too sure. But after that little performance, maybe RPG can come out on top. We'll have to see. As now just kicking things off already. This is actually a very fast attack already. The Queen is starting off on the north side. King coming up from the 2 o'clock position, looking to dive straight into that scanner shot compartment and going to do absolute wonders there, popping the ability any second now. The Queen now just looking to go towards the town hall to do wonders there as well. But the King finally puts his ability, looking to not only take down that scatter shot compartment, but also the defensive Queen if he does get the opportunity to. Literally dives straight onto her and does clean up there. And the Queen looking to also take down the town hall. Good stuff already. Very quick clean start as well. Already a couple of compartments down. And we're going to see now exactly how the rest of his attack is going to progress with his loons.
Oh, it should progress nicely. Royal Champ with the opportunity to pick off that multi-targeting Inferno, but gets sidetracked. I was hoping to see that. We do actually have this lightning spell, though, to invest for potential headhunters coming out of the CC. So we'll have that, of course. And we've got the Stone Slammer, actually, that can work on the inline edge of this push, which is going to absorb the majority of the traps in the core of the base if it survives, but it is struggling to actually make its way up into the center. Super low health and pops open now to showcase the loons that we have inside there. So has to freeze up this multi and continue his forge along.
Looking to continue their path there. Tornado traps been a bit of a nuisance. It's not going to cause too much of a kerfuffle though, but as I said, they have been cleaned up there. It's that Center Inferno Tower. I'm not too sure how this is going to bounce. I think it just depends on how much damage these loons take in the south compartment, because there's a lot there. You got to remember, it's just that because the multi there and those those Tessa's farm there as well. But it looks like it's actually cleaned up very nicely there. Just needs to push into the center now to finish things up. It's not like he's running out of time either. Still got a minute left on the clock. Actually, do you know what? I've only just noticed the spell. He's still got 2 invisibility spells as well as the poison spell and that 1 loon left just to speed up a bit. This was actually a really good attack here from RPG. And now we're going to see them just have a long back of loons, have a bit of a party here, have a bit of a mare, and then there we have it. That's going to be a triple to kick things off with RPG and doing our prediction justice, finally.
For now, for now, this could easily change up for sure, but really nice handling of that. The swag invisibility is absolutely OP. If the Royal Champion had steered her direction into the core of the base, could have used them there, but with her pushing along the outskirts, definitely not needed to waste, and much better to hold for the loons if they got into a sticky situation. But I like the way that he handled it, just using those haste carrying along, and he knew he had a massive amount of loons to actually carry that through, so there was no question for him that, if he needed to drop it or not.
Yeah, he did no spells in the end anyway. I was having a look and I was like, yeah, he's got way more composition bundled up than I even anticipated. Sammy though, he'll be coming out trumps here hopefully for GX Rest to see if we can not rectify, but just try and keep this as tight-knit as possible. We're still early on in this war anyway, so he does against the defense of General X, already cracking a smile on his face with the amount of damage he's done in that compartment already. He's already done a fair amount. Good job already, as looking to see now to make a start on the right-hand side as well. The Queen now just diving on in, taking out that Wizard Tower and the AD. The Warder will be joining him too, actually, which will be interesting in itself. Defensive RC will get cleaned up momentarily as well, and that's as long as he doesn't run away. But so far, so good. A nice quick approach here towards both of these compartments, and we're going to see if this continues on for Sammy.
And keeping that focus on the single targeting Inferno, freezing it up, and even getting extra use out of those Goku limbs that take the path to clear for the healers, but also taking down the single quickly, which carries us along much faster. We're just starting in over the 2-minute mark, which is exactly where we want to be. Otherwise, we do run the risk of time. Not to say that we won't run a risk of a time fail on this one, but he's in a much safer position. But the rocket loons coming out quick, managed to land in front of the Queen and the Super Wizard, so cause no damage to them, which works out perfectly for this. And a nice easy jump into the core of the base is just going to steer this pathing superbly. Healers with a swap over on everything as they work their way through, manage to survive through the majority of this rage, and we just need to get to that town hall side of the base. And the Royal Champion's coming in on the opposite side. The King never made his way in. That jump, is it going to connect? It's right there on the cusp, but he's got the rage, so it should be enough for the Queen to get in there.
Yeah, still doing a lot of work here in the south side. RC's still got her ability though, but it all depends on time as well. Does have a minute left, still needs to take down this town hall. The town hall's actually done a large amount of damage here, B, from what we've seen so far. The Queen is still alive, but saying that though, it's been taken down. But the only thing I'm worried about is look how much health the town hall has.
That Royal Champion, he's got no freezes, he's got nothing to hold this on. Everything bypassed. Like, I wasn't even sure if that jump connected to it, and if he was trying to push the King inside, but we have the Ice Golem tanking. Is that going to be enough? No, the Royal Champion has already burned through her ability, fizzling out here. The King would be the only saving grace, but he's not necessarily going to have enough time or life left to get through these walls and get to it. This is going to be unfortunate for Sammy to land with a 1-star GH rest. Would really struggle to come back from this one.
Yeah, we thought the last attack wasn't, the cleanest, but this one, the worst thing is the fact that it was one of the last structures as well. 1 star, 94%. That is a momentum killer in itself.
Especially coming off that 2-star. I was trying to keep an eye on those Golemites to see if they could get it done, and it was so close getting cut down. But that was really unfortunate with the way that took a turn. GH Rest is going to be in a tough position to turn it back around. It's not the first time we've seen a team come off of a defense and a 1-star like this. Tomp and I actually last season had that sort of scenario, and they were able to turn that war around into a victory. So GH Rest could. But we'll have to see if they can bring the defense along to support that. Mech, though, with the Queen Charge log launcher drag rider. So we're going to cut out an indirect path towards the town hall. Hold on. Queen navigating towards the town hall again. So let's see if we do a complete bypass, or are we going to force her in and sweep this in a different direction?
It happened so early on, but it's definitely a massive feels bad, man, for GH Rest after that predicament. The only thing I can say, 94%, at least it keeps him in it in terms of percentage, but being 3 stars behind, that's if Mech does get this triple and in towards the town hall. We'll see. We'll talk about it later on, depending on the circumstances here, but situation doesn't change though, with the Queen now just heading into the south just to take down the town hall, which he will do, of course. 2 minutes left remaining. I would say a little bit of a slow approach, but that's going to be perfectly fine anyway. He's going to be flying in with those Dragon Riders at some stage. He does have 3 rage spells, 3 spell. Actually, he has a jump spell and a poison spell here. So at least that way, whatever happens for the Queen, it just can keep her charging in and just literally not delay any of that momentum or just stopping her tracks in any way. But going on the other side, though, the Kings come out to play here to dive into that scattershot compartment. Free spell comes down there as well. So there's a long launch here, as you were speaking about right at the very beginning. But I'm keeping on the south side as well, as the Queen has had to deal with a lot here with that Tornado Trapper, both exposed, and now a Lava Hound. And I suppose this will be, it will be a great time to use that poison spell just to help not delay the Queen any further. She needs to really get in and try and take out more of his defenses to give the Dragon Rider a little bit more leeway later on. But the King is just diving into the center there to try and do as much as possible. And here we go with the Rocket Leaves as well, just diving in to take out the Inferno Tower as well. Right, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is exactly how he intended it to go, because if it was, this is beautiful. This is a really nice way to work. But the Queen dying out prematurely does not get the scatter shot down, and we're met with a Tesla farm on the back end of this. With this kind of attack, we do need the Drag Riders to have as much available from the heroes as possible to the very end, because the Queen and King have already been expended and no longer there on the board. It is going to make a tougher push coming in, especially with the split up of the Drag Riders. We'll have some working on the outskirts, taking limited damage. But this is going to be a tough spot for them to come in on. He is holding on to these 2 extra loons that could come in for a little distraction for the Teslas, so that will help out. But it would have been nice to see that Warden alive as well to start sniping off the Wizard Tower in the air defense.
See so far, 10 seconds left remaining, but of course the damage has already been done. But it's a 2-star 80%. It's not a 1-star though, B, so it does mean there's still 2 stars ahead, and it's hefty. Even this early on, it's still a lot to take in, but we could see Reported Gaming make a few slip-ups along the way to help them catch up. Like, we saw a good example of that attack, not having the best of percentages. Could have been bad, could have been worse, but yeah, it's still, pretty rip here for GH Rest with that 1-star. We'll just have to see. But they could definitely come back. I'm hoping it's not killed their momentum so much that, they're not going to continue to get triples here, there, and everywhere. But they need to, if they want to make something happen, they need to get a triple in these next 3 attacks. So they've definitely got the composure to do so, but I'm just hoping their morale hasn't gone straight down the toilet after that second attack. But we'll see what happens here as we go into the third attack now, with currently RPG up by 2 stars. Fair amount of percentage, not a huge amount, considering that last attack definitely dropped the average down a fair bit. But we'll see in just a few moments.
Yeah, I was just looking back at that Queen charge, and the Queen unfortunately going in the wrong direction, where we would have used that log launcher to come in with her rather than the King. So, nice navigation on it, a little bit unfortunate for them, but they still should have some steam to move forward with.
You'd think so, and to be fair, I do hope so as well for their sake here. So I did say if RPG come out on top, then they're going to be pretty pleased with themselves. It's not been the best days for them, has it, in terms of what's happened for them. But then again, they know what needs to be rectified coming into next week. So that's something to come out for them. Only problem is now, let's see what they can do here. Is Joker, he knows what's up his sleeve. He knows what to do. But he knows that he needs to get at least 3 triples in order to keep this as competitive as possible. But actually, B, in terms of percentage, it's not that bad. 2.5% on average between the two isn't exactly a huge amount. So as long as they catch up with the star count and really put a push on RPG, then we can maybe see what happens. Could see, not a miracle happen, but we definitely see a nice little comeback mature up as we go into this war.
They would definitely need to play clean and get some defenses rolling through. And I think that's going to be the biggest problem for them with this one, is to, to keep going that clean and holding up defenses, since they are 2 stars behind in this attack. Nice use of the Queen, the lightning spell, just to section off the pathing here for her and narrow out what the dragons and drag riders need to force their way along. Dragons work together beautifully when you can keep them in this nice, clean, straight spread line, where they're just really not only dealing out the damage succinctly, but also taking it on where it can spread out and disperse towards them. So this is looking solid so far, especially with the push. The King on the outskirts, a Stone Slammer here that's going to just keep it narrowed in as it paths to the core.
Certainly has done indeed. It's now those dragged and rider. Actually, the RC's come out now as well, just coming in from the 10 o'clock side, just diving straight into that Eagle compartment. And the good thing is here, the dragons aren't really too split up. They've actually split up perfectly. Just to, I love that as well, the invisibility spell. Just making sure those 2 drags don't take really any damage from the AD, and just making sure to keep this momentum going and keep the aggression going as well. And this is exactly what GH Rest needed. Joker definitely helping him out here with this triple. And this is a clean triple as well. Nearly a minute left remaining until it's all finished. And look how much of the army composition is left as well. This is a great start for a potential comeback here from GH Rest later on.
That was such a nice raid, and it really was exemplary for how you expect your dragon pathing to go. If you need a guide on how to train your dragons, that's exactly where you go to. So really nice, clean, solid attack. It's the start of what they need to move forward in this one, but again, it relies heavily on continuous clean play and being able to hold those defenses. They need to go with 3 stars all the way home and hang on to a couple more.
Yeah, I don't want to be the one who's going to give some misery away or be anticlimactic, but you're right though, you know, you hit the nail on the head. And the third attack, 6 stars now. It's not the best, but the problem is, so RPG have made a lot of slip-ups today, so there's no reason why they can't come back from this. But the problem is they've got Timtastic coming up next. I didn't even realise he's not even attacked yet, and he's been very creative with his attacks. He's been very, very solid. He's got 5 invisibility spells here. 5. So let's see how he's going to make use of them here on out with this Lalo attack here. Coming down straight away, just making sure to try and take out as much of that north compartment as possible. And looks like things have been pretty good so far here. He's actually taken a lot more than I anticipated, actually. Looking to try and take down the Expo as well, which he has done. And done a little bit of damage here across the body. Because the defensive RC there, then it'll be okay. But it's taking a bit of damage with the RC. Not technically taking it down there, but could have done a lot worse there. So going to be pretty pleased about that. Starting things off now, going on the left-hand side, kicking off the Queen as well, coming from the 9 o'clock position. So good stuff from Timtastic. Let's see if we can get a triple to keep that lead for RPG.
Yeah, he's in a good spot, and with the defending RC still on the board, he's got the 3 headhunters to help take her down swiftly, particularly if that's where he starts his Lalo from, and using that Warden Dome to keep them safe and sound through. That's also going to help Clip coming in towards the scattershot compartment, so it works out in perfect conjunction. But I'm not sure how much he expects to get out of these heroes, because that does leave the Town Hall open. Oh my goodness, these always make me feel they run risky when you come in with this. We do eliminate the defending AQ, but I would assume he has to come in from the scattershot side to ensure he can take down the defending Royal Champion, but the Clip on the ability needs to carry those loons through, so this is going to be a tough position to be in on this one with pathing. Let's see how he plays his cards. I'm a bit worried for him.
Yeah, and he's got some time to make this work. The only problem is it going to work? Warden comes out with the loons here from the 2 o'clock side. Good shape as well, good flanking round to make sure to do massive damage on that scanner shot compartment. Both lava hounds are still alive, and the other one is still just going straight towards the AD, and good time with those loons as well, as he can just dive straight on in. Good use of the freeze spell. He hasn't got any more, so needs to try and get to that Town Hall as quick as possible, but does have a haste spell in case he wants to try and use it to get out of that Town Hall poison straight afterwards here, and looks like he's using that as well just to try and get out if he can, as the loons, they've taken a lot of damage, but I don't think there's really anything left. No, there isn't actually, apart from the Inferno Tower in the center. He's going to be pretty smooth sailing, as long as they can make sure to get to it, but the sweeper's actually been a real nuisance, so instead the means will clean up all the structures down south, and the sweeper could be the MVP here.
That sweeper, we had so many loons on the approach here, and that is unfortunate for Repotted Gaming. Great for Rest. I'm sure they are absolutely thrilled. And that was a beautiful approach, okay? I was worried. I thought it was risky, and a little bit it was, because you lose out all those loons towards the back end of the base, but he handled the Royal Champion perfectly by freezing her up so the headhunters could swiftly take her down, and he could reserve that ability for the Warden coming in. Obviously clipped a little bit early because there was a lot of pressure on them coming into it, but at the end of the day, a nice high percent keeps them still in a good spot. That 1-star defense is still riding them through this one. A couple more slip-ups could be problematic, and it's what GH Rest is hoping for. So this is a little bit of that confidence builder that, okay, we need to get back in the game moment.
Yeah, Joker did earlier with that really smooth triple, didn't he? It's I'm just surprised really, because they've had it on a silver platter once again, but surely RPG can't throw this away. They could do though, because that was still a good percentage nonetheless, but Got 2 more attacks left to go. Anything can happen. It is quite late in the evening here, B, so there's definitely a chance or a possibility that there could be a few more slip-ups along the way, which means for GH Rest, they can't afford any slip-ups here. 2 triples in a row will definitely do them dividends here, as they can try and at least keep this as close as possible. And they have done, though. Fair play to them. You know, it's going to be a massive momentum shift if they see one more slip-up here from RPG. The Queen's going to be kicking things off on the north side to take out all the structures around that area. We'll be having to deal with 2 rocket loons. Raid spell comes down, perfectly understandable. We've seen quite a lot of rocket loons in defense here. I did say it earlier, but just wanted to shout out again as the defensive RC is also going to be greeted by the Queen as well. So still trying to take out quite a few bits and pieces here. The Queen's got a lot to deal with here, but it's also taking out a lot of the defense as well.
She really does. I've got my eye like glued to her. I am impressed the way Keiko has been able to hold on to this one. So Queen carries forward into that multi-compartment. We start clearing out the path towards the town hall, but we can redirect this Queen. We're seeing a lot of this these days where we do this indirect pathing, leading in, shaping up, and then forcing back along into the town hall compartment. And what it does is it helps take out the core of the bases and then just continues to narrow out what we need, particularly for these drag rider attacks. And the Queen easily able to pick off the scatter shot if she can hang on. Forces through the ability, so she's got to hold tight. Oh, no, only one more rage that he needs to invest, and he needs his Queen safely and securely into the town hall, but the healers are gone. Oh, this is not going to happen. We need to send in the Royal Champ, but she's on the board. Okay, he's got the Stone Slammer. That's his last saving grace to ensure Town Hall goes down.
Didn't realise the healers even went down though, but Dragon Runner's still looking to stay alive. Remember, the Warden ability's already been used. The Stone Slammer, like you rightly said, heading towards that Town Hall. They don't want to slip up like last time, which isn't going to happen this time round. It does have a raid spell straight afterwards to get whatever's out of that Stone Slammer away from the poison, but the Lins will be able to take that down beautifully. I don't know why, but ever since the instance earlier on with the second attack, I'm just a little bit mindful now of how that Town Hall does. But at least it's taken down anyway. That's going to be a guarantee. The problem is, OB, 72%. Still looking for 28 more. 30 seconds left. It's just not going to cut it here. And it's looking really good for GX Rest at one stage, considering the comeback they were trying to potentially make. But now, though, especially with the percentage being super low, for RPG, this could be it for them here.
Yeah, they had such a huge opening going into this attack, and they came in on a really tricky spot. This was a very aggressive position to come in with the Queen, and unfortunately, it didn't play out in their favor. And we see the low percentage. But that's not the biggest issue. It's the star count. They were getting so much closer. They even got that spread. Well, we were like 2% away before overall, and now we were like down to 1. But it's really going to be tough. They need a miracle now.
They certainly do. I don't really believe in them, so I think you might be right here. I'm not really too sure. I would love to try and figure out in a perfect world how GHS can come back, but yeah, it's just not going to happen. It was looking very good after Joker made such a smooth sailing attack earlier on in the third one, just to really, lift the spirits of GH Rest, but just like that, straight down the pan again. So I don't know. Yanis, are you going to make things even worse here? That's going to be the real question here. If he gets a triple, then that will mean that they're going to have to hope for RPG to come out with the worst 1-star possible, which of course is going to be highly unlikely. A lot of attacks in this war we've seen so far, B. We're going to be kicking this off with the King here, just diving straight into that right compartment. Already cleaned it up, as well as the RC. I didn't actually notice the RC was in the pack there, and already the Queen now just heading down south just to make the defense a bit of a misery there, just pushing on forward. Going to take down the AD next as well. Looking very good for Yanis so far. Let's see if he can keep this up, as the scatter shot was almost taken down earlier on from that 3 o'clock position, but sadly it does not. Will get healed up there. Let's see how the rest of this attack goes.
Yeah, the scatter shot's going to be potentially a bit unfortunate for the Queen, though. She's actually in a good spot here. She's kind of in a pocket area where she will not be targeted by it, and uses the invisibility spell for the Queen to ensure that she's able to take down that Town Hall. We won't see any additional real big value out of this one, but this is something that he has to worry about now with the scatter shot up, that he has to just waste some loons to come in to take out. It would have been much nicer, much cleaner if we could have sent the Royal Champion. But the Stone Slammer actually gets an anchor out of it, which, you know what? This isn't a bad spot because it's going to force it into the core and open up. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much damage, but with Drag Rider, it should be enough to take down the multi.
Yeah, it should be. Good use of the free spell as well, but okay, sorry, never mind. The Dragon Rider is still there. I thought he had a couple of loons to try and tackle that Inferno Tower in the center, but looks like things are going to be fine. Good, great use, actually, of those haste spells. Still has a healing spell for later on if he does get into a little bit of trouble. Still has one more haste spell as well, which is just literally deployed as he's just doing absolute work here in the center. And I must say, for Yanis, I think the hopes and dreams of GH Rest is thoroughly shut down here. Is already just look how many loons are left though. They can have a party at this rate, and it's just taking out all the strategies on the outside. 45 seconds left. Easy triple here for Yanis. He can be pretty pleased about that, considering now almost solidifying the deal. And that does mean though GH Rest needs to try and get a triple in the next attack, and RPG needs to get the worst 1-star possible. I'm maybe clutching at straws here, but it's the only way for GXS can even have a chance in this war. But yeah, probably highly unlikely. Yanis just made the mana 10 times worse with a beautiful triple and a beautiful attack to complement that as well.
Well, I will say I'm at least happy that I got maybe one more prediction correct for the day from this. But I'm always, I'm always rooting for the underdog. Not that either one of these teams in any match would be an underdog. It's just given the 1-star situation that Rest is trying to recover from. And they were doing it successfully. We are seeing some great solid plans coming in. So, we got to give them that at least. But yeah, you pointed out the Lalo, that we've seen a lot of Lalo, and I'm excited for next week when we get to see the stats of, what has been most popular, what the success rate is, because we really have. That's one thing I've noticed. We're seeing a lot more Lalo this week.
Yeah, normality's slightly being restored here, and we've seen a bit more Queen Charge Dragon Rider, haven't we? We've seen it across the board. We've seen a lot of Super Pega Smash as well, but we've noticed that the Bowler Smash has been in the shadows a lot this week, hasn't it, really? We've only seen it like a handful of times, not even that, really, and that's been about it. So, yeah, you're right. I think in terms of separation with what's being used, there's going to be a big difference. We're going to see a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if those Lalo attacks will end up being at least in the top 3 minimum as the most used attacks. But the Queen has come out on the 9 o'clock side to clean up those 2 rocket loons heading her way, and has also taken down the Wizard Tower as well. So good start already from Kingpin, is looking to try and, of course, not seal the deal, but just try and add as many stars from this war as possible. And yeah, it's tough to call, like we've already said. Needs to have the most horrendous 1-star possible to win this, but we have seen some strange things. But yeah, it's just very highly unlikely. The Queen continues to do work here, just trying to heal up as well. She's still heading towards the south side.
Yeah, no, the Queen really needs to push her way along. And I was curious to see the position on the wall break here because, you see the path. She has a position to pull up a little bit further inside the space. So in a great spot, he drops that super wall breaker, not from the outside edge, but going right on that inline edge. So the Queen has just a natural path to re-gravitate to. And drops the invisibility spell, trying to take the pressure off of her so he can keep her going and not force the ability, because we want her to be able to get out of this Town Hall poison bomb, and we still have to worry about the single targeting Inferno. Has to waste that 1 freeze on it, but she targets it fast, so that's perfect. So she can take on the Town Hall and continue on her merry way as he sends in the Drag Riders from the north.
Here they come. The Queen was going to say she's going to be okay, but instead she just dives straight into that poison. But it's all about the focus on that north side, just looking to see exactly how we're going to approach this. Had to do with a lot of air bombs there, but still, those rage spells that do come down just to give a bit more of an aggressive approach. One of those Dragon Riders there was actually pretty weak, but it seems there's still got a couple left there still on the front line. It's actually barely taken any damage at all, taking down the scanner shot straight away. And just looking at the defense so far, all we've got left is that Wizard Tower and the AD, which are going to be the turning factors. But do you know what? I don't think that's even going to matter. 40 seconds left. All the units are split up perfectly for Kingpin. And this is a great way. Okay, doesn't get the W, but it's a great way just to finish off this war in terms of their attacking side. So triple does come out here for Kingpin, and the rest of the squad will get 11 stars, so it just means RPG just need at least a decent 1-star, job done.
Yeah, you know, it's an easy go now for RPG, but Rest really had a nice opportunity there for recovery, and they really did come in with the plans to try and bring it through. So good to see them finishing off with a strong start like that. But, you know, at the end of the day, one of these teams needs to lose and wind up a little bit further down the ranks. But this really does settle out quite a bit in that 5th to 8th position, where, you know, we just saw everybody sitting there with the same hit rates. So we've got General X with that final attack for Repotted Gaming, and coming in, you said it, the ground one. This is what we're seeing the most of quite a bit today, towards the tail end, I would say. The Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, and the Warden is leading the pass here, slow moving. So we just need to make sure we keep them targeted, focused, and just keep an eye on the time there. We don't want it running too far. Well, we don't want it running past the 2-minute mark, let's be honest, because that's where you start running into big problems. But you still need to make sure that you get the full intended value. I noticed that he drops this early wall break, so this means we're going to be coming head in on the multi, so he is not wasting any time at getting in there.
He really isn't, and I don't blame him either, in all fairness. And just coming in with the Peckers, diving straight into that multi, take down as soon as possible. The Warden there as well, just getting ready to pop his ability whenever there was any signs of trouble. Just going to, of course, push straight into the center. This is a very aggressive push here with this P.E.K.K.A. Smash now. Just looking to continue to do that work. The sweepers will be a little bit of a pain for the Loons as they continue to now push on forward, just taking that scanner shot there. And getting to that multi as well will be huge for General X here. Doesn't quite make it, but it doesn't matter. He'll be able to clean it up with the Peckers anyway. As I must say, this is getting extremely hectic in the center as we're looking at the north side. The King and the RC have come out to make sure to try and solidify that compartment to take down that scatter and the Inferno Tower as well. So you can see they're already managed to take the majority of that out. Only problem is, though, we've still got that P.E.K.K.A. left on the Eagle Artillery. The Warden's still there as well. The Queen and the RC still haven't even popped their ability yet, and he's still got a freeze and a raid spell left over.
Yeah, this is unfortunate that the Queen backtracked to the backside of the base. Sometimes it can work in your favor, especially because she was able to hold on to the ability. But the Warden had nothing left to support to take down that Eagle. Thankfully, the Royal Champ comes in, snipes it out, and the Queen is the only one left here. But had the Queen moved up to bat and taken that on, not taken the V-line around everything, the Royal Champ would have been here to be able to expend that ability to come in. And look at this Queen. She's absolutely lost at the top of the base while the King was tanking for her. The Warden's there for support. She's not going to have enough because there's no more healers left. So this was the downfall for this raid. But General X, all he needed to do was get the safe 2-star, so he knew he was in a good position.
Yeah, that's right. In terms of percentage, he would have been perfectly fine as well. So I'm going to wait for the last bit just to clean up Bears. General X, he did try and go for that triple, but just not going to happen. But like you said, the safe 2-star was literally all he needed, and it's going to be smooth sailing here for Repotted Gaming, as even going to pop the ability anyway to try and get as much done as possible, try and get the best percentage as possible. Of course, he wants to have a nice average damage dealt in terms of the end stats from the rest of these play days. So that is going to be it for General X. He will hit a 2-star, 88%, which does mean, and then we can confirm it now, that Repotted Gaming have won 12 stars to 11. I'm interested in the percentage as well, with 2.8%. So even after all that, it wasn't really too far off it, because that 1-star was a 94% from GH Rest early on. But it was a real shame for them, though, and it was a really tough battle for them as well. At least you got your prediction right as well here, B, like you rightly said. But still, though, we've got to remember, we're only at the halfway stage. GH Rest still have plenty of chances to try and improve their standings.
Yeah, you know, it's we still got many more weeks to go. Well, maybe not many more weeks. We've got some more play days to go for them to try and turn this one around, which makes it feel a little bit more like money, especially with all the matches they'll have in the mix-up. So it ain't over yet for any of these teams to try and crawl their way back up from the bottom.
Definitely, exactly. There's still plenty of time. Like we said, we're only at the halfway point, aren't we? So it's not at all down and out, or some of these teams on 0 or anything like that. As long as you don't take, I believe, more than 6 losses, then you should be able to stand in with a chance. But of course, it does depend how close the standings are with the rest of the teams anyway. But just having a look at the replays as well, It was just a shame that, we know they didn't get to the best of starts anyway. It was just the second attack just made it worse. But even if it did 2-star anyway, they would have been done in by percentage anyway. That's one thing they need to really try and take in. But also they would have got to remember is the fact that they need to worry too much here, just due to the fact that even after this matchup, they've still got 7 more matches left to go. They've still got plenty of time to rectify things. And now they've got until next Monday in order to correct exactly what needs to be done and try and bring out something out of the woodwork which we don't expect. Maybe some more high-risk plays, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I like the high-risk plays. They don't always pay off. We saw that really crazy clean charge push, and, it's not always the best approach to go, but it is certainly fun to watch and stirs the pot a little bit for the matchups.
Do you know what I think we need to talk just a little bit about? We need to talk about exactly the overview of the day. Just the results for you guys at home. If you've only just joined us or joined us recently and you missed out on all the matches earlier on, we'll give you all the deets here and all the results to exactly what happened. So, again, another interesting day. Entry Gaming actually took down Badsinger. That was just to kick things off. Time to Throw definitely threw us off guard, taking MCES out in the second match. As ATN back to normal, they managed to win both their matches in 3 and 5 against Entry Gaming and GH Rest. MCES were able to claw back a W in the 4th one. Time to Throw, they're going to be pleased with their 2 wins, going 2 for 2 today. And RPG, it was definitely a very interesting matchup to finish off the day, but at least RPG will finish on a high and keep themselves in the running in terms of standings. Just like I said, they're always very hit and miss. They are more on the miss department today, but still managed to secure the victory in the end. But not only that, we do have to see the caster predictions, as well. I'm sure we're very curious to see exactly what's it. Yeah, come on, we need to have a little down. There we go. There we go, guys. There we go. In it for the win. 5 out of 7. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much. But to be fair, though, you did get 6 out of 7 on Monday. You almost got the perfecto, really, the other day.
Yeah, but I'm starting to think I gotta keep an eye on your predictions. Maybe go with that, unless are you sliding some money under the table for these matches so you could get your predictions right? That could be right. But you did great this week. The audience did great as well. 4 out of 7 for them. And Judo and I really just need to step up our game at this point.
It's like I said, it's just extremely tough to call with a lot of these matches. Like, it could be anyone's guess. It's why, for example, me and Judo had 3, you had 6. This time around you had 2. Like, this is what I mean by how unorthodox a lot of these matchups are, and it's very hard to really tell exactly what we can, in terms of the information we've gathered, what we can say is going to win and who's not. And it's a great example right there and then. Like, you almost getting 7 out of 7 on Monday was just which was just as ridiculous in itself. But this is why you're here, and of course Judo as well, to make sure we can try and at least give it a good prediction, or at least some decent analysis anyway. But let's have a look at the standings here. The ATN were at the top of the table, 5 and 2. Entropy Gaming here actually joined second, but he's gonna have a couple of friends alongside him, Badsinger and Time to Throw. But they need to be really careful, because actually, do you know what? I'm not even going to go too much into detail. Just look at the standings for yourself. Look at that win-loss ratio. It really is anyone's guess to determine who can qualify for that top 4.
Yeah, this is crazy to see, especially ATN with that massive jump up the ranks. So they're going to be fighting hard to stay there, not lose any ground. GH Rest really needs to try and kick it up, but they're not too far behind. You've got Carnage, MCS, Repotted Gaming sitting there, just, 1 win ahead of them. It's just unfortunate for GH Rest, that extra loss. So we'll see what next week holds, and how this can easily change around. Predictions were really tough this week, and that clearly was displayed. But equally, we saw 2 perfect wars, which was incredible.
Yeah, I'm just hoping they're going to ask for predictions again, because I'd rather just leave it on a high note and knowing that 5 out of 7, it's all gravy, it's all good. And then if they ask for mine again, I'll probably get 1 out of 7 straight afterwards. But, apart from that here, B, final thoughts on the day, or the week rather.
It's just really an up and down, and I'm sorry to the teams that, well, pretty much every team that I predicted against, because you proved me wrong. But I got my eye on some teams, so I think I'm going to be switching up gears for next week and looking forward to it.
Nice. We'd love to hear. But again, thanks to you, B, for being it all week long, last week and future weeks anyway. Same with Judo as well. I'm sure he's in the background watching the rest of this match, on the match which just occurred. But not only that, thanks to the production at ESL and you guys at home for making these tournaments happen. But apart from that, no, you won't be seeing us again until next Monday and Thursday. Same time, same place. So we'll see you then on next Monday.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. By the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to get out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all for like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no feeling when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all for like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step in.